Good
Hello.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along. Happy 2022 from SOP Motorsport. We are back, and we're back with a bang this year. We've done some console and PC racing so far, but it is the big one. I'm having all kinds of fun here. It is round one of the GT Challenge World Endurance Championship. I am, of course, Double O Raven, Mr. John Wright, in the hushed corners of the internet. Joining me for this one is going to be everyone's favourite cricket commentator. Let's face it, it's the only cricket commentator anyone actually knows. It's Mr. Alex Rofe.
Good afternoon, everybody, and after our performance this morning in the Ashes, I don't want to be commentating on cricket either.
Quality stuff. He's going to be joining me for all the action right through today. And, of course, over the series. What a series. We've got Kyalami, Bathurst, Imola, Silverstone and Suzuka. But we're starting today at Kyalami, and what a start we have got for the second SOP Motorsport GT Challenge World Endurance Series. The series comes after, of course, the completion of the first Endurance Championship won by BR. Butler Racing came second. They've got 3 cars in this one. It's bigger and better than ever before. No championship trophies. There is a prize pool, though, $300 US. There's going to be 6 rounds, 6 hours of race, 5 rounds, 6 hours of race, 30 hours of competitive action. 45 team maximum capacity with 2 to 4 drivers per lineup. We could see something up to 180 drivers taking part. $100 for first place, right down to 5th. You get $20, which is pretty much a free championship. We're doing 1 round a month every third Sunday. We'll be starting the practices at 2 o'clock, 25 past 2 for the qualifying. Of course, all UTC times. Thank you to all you Americans. And up, Dr. Nailbender. I see you in the chat. Race starting at 3. The series has got a 65-minute driver stint timer. It stops and starts when they enter the pit lane. Teams will receive a 130-second penalty if a driver doesn't do their stint but have got bought. 14 or more cars get 25 kilograms. 10 or more get 20 kilograms. 6 or more get 15 kilograms. 100 points is awarded to the race winner, right down to 45th place, who will get a point. There's also 2 extra points up for grabs for the teams who record the fastest laps. It was, of course, BR Racing that won last season. Butler Pal, very close second. SOP Esports in the Ferrari got third, and Indigo Lime didn't take part in the whole series, still managed to grab 4th. Not too bad. Creative Aves sneaking their way to 5th. And what a series we've got, an absolute worldy lineup of drivers. Let me take a breath. Eco Bullsink, we've got Luca Tavernari, Eric Albright, Chris Bell and Tim Williams are making their turn. Darren King, Jan Willem van Ommen. In the same team, Sam Bagnall, Alex Phillips, we've got Trevor Minton, we've got Thomas Morant, Jeff Ewers, we've got Christian Romano, Ben Crook, Sam Butters are both back. Separate cars, Hayden Harter, David Macaretta, Chris Minahan, Andre Mesa, Ben Walker, Rhys Tattershaw, Titterjet. Well, seriously, what a lineup. We're still going. Jimmy Boy Horn's here, Liam Page is here, Nelson Abrinhosa, Mike Abrinhosa in the same car. Sam Cairns making an appearance. Chris Puzik, he's alongside Leon Seeley, getting out some more endurance event. Nico Hildebrand was due to be racing today. Nico, all our thoughts, mate. Hopefully you make a swift recovery, bud. Hopefully everything's going okay. As I say, Butler Pal got 3 cars, so he was well backed up. Pete Greaves tested positive today for COVID after looking after his good lady wife all week. He's still going to take part with Ian Hall. And of course, we've got Lee Kingy McGee, Ian Egan, Marcus Dewsmans, Nick Ewers, Luke Sherlock and Ben Sullivan. Adrian Bordon is even making an appearance as well. And after that introduction, how is he possibly going to live up to it? Joining me in the commentary box, as I said today, it is the man himself, Mr. Stats. It's Alex Rofe. Are you looking forward to this one, Alex? That lineup, mate. Woohoo! Loving it.
It's a very good lineup. It's very exciting. It's going to be a very good series, I think, across the board. You say stats. Stats are going to be interesting without a server connection as it stands. The old-fashioned way, I'm going through a couple of people's streams on Twitch at the moment to try and get some sort of view. Because our understanding at the moment is that once you're in the server, you're fine in the server. So that's how I'll do the stats for the time being. But no, as you say, John, there's quite a few big names in there in this series, as with all SOP series actually running in 2022. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, and how some of these drivers are managing to race in all of these series is beyond me, because I can barely race in one.
Oh, amen to that. Amen to that. We are, as Alex just alluded to, we are having a bit of a technical issue. We are using custom liveries, which means I do have to log in at the last minute just to prevent as much lag as possible and actually be able to get in and be able to use the server tool and all this wonderful stuff. For some reason, we've been disconnected, Alex and I, from the servers.
It's not just us. Twitch is going mad, John.
Apparently Twitch is going mad as well. So, yes, we've got there's McCohen, AKM. Let's tell you what. So what we'll do is we'll say hi to everybody, because let's go through the chat. It's been absolutely kicking off. Dr. Nailbender was straight in there. Doctor in the house. He's got to get his intro. Doesn't matter which channel it is he's on. How we doing? SOP Motorsports. That was me replying. SOP Curly Red. How we doing, Bailey? Posters looking amazing. Leon Seeley got a special shout out in the rundown. Keep an eye on him in the race. His team will be quick. 6 hours on a Sunday, Doc. Oh, yeah, you know where it's at. SOP Sunday, baby. We are back. Fresh Brizzle. Yeah, SOP back. Get in there. Amen to that, Fresh Brizzle. Absolutely. I tell you, it feels like it's been that long. I was genuinely nervous before we started this. Doc loving intro. Fresh Brizzle's missed the intro tune. It is a cracker. It is a cracker. Whoever picked that is it. Oh, wait, that was me. Yeah, I can't take too much credit. AKM Connor's in the chat. Arashizami is in the chat as well. Not Wallbong. How we doing? Chadster's showing out in the house. Love to see you. I will see you on the farm tomorrow, bud. I've got Farm Simulator downloading, so I will see you for that tomorrow afternoon. Curly Ren, Arashizami. AKM Connor, good afternoon. McCoven, Marky Marks is in the chat. Robbie Boy, Stefan. How we doing? BTWGN, Guan. GN, we'll go with that just now. Please feel free to put a correct pronunciation in the chat. I'm always happy to stand corrected. And don't believe the myth that Scotsmen can't say purple burglar alarm. We'll just get that one right out the way straight away. Casper, let's go Militant and Chromedix. Yes, I'm absolutely chomping at the bit to see those two racing. Chromedix, I've always held them in the highest regard. If anybody's watched any of our previous broadcasts, you will know I hold his race IQ and race talent in the highest of regards. Even that's running slow now. Let's look at a different picture for a bit. AD, yes, I am indeed. I am the east coast of Scotland, bud. Yes, indeed, there, Doc Nailbender. Straight in, my Florida brother from another mother. We've got Harmless. Hello. How you doing, bud? Let's say a big shout out to Matt Knack05, who's just gave us a follow. So did Jazz126 Bazaboy. Gave us a follow just before the intro. So did Aprats. Wacky Teddy. Love it. Tiago Mendes. We also had Toby 2020. We had Marcus Lawrence. Trill Soberg. Harry Ev. Wow, tell you. Everyone's jumping on board today. And Bertos as well. All giving us follows today. Thank you very, very, very much. Apophis, ACC server down here in Germany. Apophis, yeah, we are having we're having some issues here as well. The racers are in the server, and the reason I'm so excited for this and just stalling a bit is because the broadcast team can't get in. I'm the broadcast team. Villos, thank you very much for the follow. That should be popping up in the chat actually. It looks like the Streamlabs bots are having a day off as well. So Villos87, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Thank you for getting involved. Let's see if we can.
No joy on my end, John.
No, still no joy at Alex end. Still no joy at mine. There is the Discord link. If anybody does want to get involved in the racing or keep up to date with everything that we've got going on, and we got it going on, if it's ACC, PS4 and PC, or PC, PS5 as well. The two of them can play together. It's PlayStation and PC. Of course, BOA Esports, they've got an entrant here today. I meant to give them a shout out in the intro, but I missed their car because they've changed their livery, which is looking very smart. Loving the liveries as well. We've got a livery pack as well. But yeah, get involved. Jump on the Discord. Come and say hello. Get yourself involved in some of the racing. We've got Monday night and Saturday night events for PlayStation. Monday night's organised league. We've got 3 tiers, I believe, this season. I've been working shifts, so I've missed the start of this season. Or the continuation of the Winter Series. Still trying to fetch a server list. You can tell when I'm looking in a different direction. We are hoping to get back in Very, very, very soon indeed. Let me just see if restarting that helps. We are, of course, here for the opening round. It is Kyalami, one of my absolute favourites. I love this track. It lends itself to so much overtaking, so much side-by-side action, so many opportunities to make those clean passes stick, and some, quite frankly, cracking corner names. Some real imagination went in them, unlike places like Laguna Seca. Great racetrack with a literally named their corners 1 to 10. There's the Andretti hairpin and the Rahal straight. Come on, team. What happened there? Did you fall asleep during the meeting? If you want things like the Crocodiles, Cheetah, and Ngawi, Junkskay Sweep, which even I can't say. And I'm sure there'll be a few chasters in the chat.
Oh, got over then, John.
You've got what?
Then. I had a brief moment of green connection. It went disconnected again as a press connect. So it was a brief moment of joy, but it quickly disappeared.
Oh. Did he hear Van Orman in this race? Yes, you did. Any deal with the planners regarding the Kuno service being done? Honestly, bud, not a clue at the moment. Marcus.
Sorry, I was just speaking to Simon in the chat actually about the update. So they're going to go ahead with everything as planned.
Okay.
And hopefully, if the servers come back up after the first stint or two.
Okay, so basically, you and I, we're just going to do a bit of stalling then. Excellent.
Well, you and I are going to do a bit of stalling. I'm going to disappear shortly because I've got to nip into town. So you're going to do a bit of stalling.
I'm just sorry, Alex. Let me just look in the distance and see if I can see what number is on that bus that I'm about to be thrown under. Let me just check. Oh, it's the 1A to St Mary's. I used to live there actually. Yeah, fantastic. I know it well.
And then I'm going to come back and the service will be back up and it'll be perfect.
Oh, well, do hurry back. Do hurry back, please. Be the good omen. Be the good omen. We've just had another follow as well. I'm going to say that's Manta Jer. Yeah, we're going to go with Manta. Thank you for the follow. J-Dub, yeah. Hi, Johnny, he says. Hope all's well, mate. So do I. The racers are cracking on, and Alex and I are cracking up. Because we can't get into watch. We can't get into watch. It's most of it. But Jazz, so excited to see what is cooking here. Awaiting British replica series. Excellent, Jazz. Nice one. So yeah, let's keep it going in the chat. I don't have any Chrome tabs open at the moment because I've got this running at a fairly high definition. These hours, Johnny, let me give you the rundown because we've got a bit of time while we'll wait on the servers to fix ourselves. We've got a 5-race series, 30 hours of racing. It is our second endurance. There's no trophies this time. There's a $300 prize pool. $100 to the first placed team after the 30 hours of competitive racing. It's 2 to 4 man driver lineups. Of course, the teams are variable. Teams like Butler Pal, they've got 3 cars entered, but they do have something, I believe, 18 drivers on the roster on SimGrid. 48 hours prior to the race starting, you can decide how many drivers and which drivers are in the car for each race. So it really is a team event, and I'm sure we'll see driver lineups change per car depending on tracks and so forth. So we're going to have 45 teams. We could have anything up to 180 drivers, although we do have a lot of two-man teams. Alex Phillips and Sam Bagnall. Definitely a two-man team worth watching out for.
I think he's a two-man team, is he not?
Who is? Sorry, give me that one again.
Homeschool Racer, I believe.
Homeschool Racer, of course. Yeah, himself. And I was actually just... everything is slow today. Everything's on his.
Hang on, I'll fill in the gap for you. Him and his cousin, Pinky, Ian Hall, are going to cover the team that they've entered themselves. I think they're also running in one of the other series that they're running as well. So they're looking to spend some family time together.
Yeah, so we've got actually quite a few. Team PLR are a two-manner. PDC Sports, they're a two-manner. Partially Phenomenal. I wonder which one that is. Dal King Community, Darren King and Jan Willem Van Ommen in the same car. Chris Gartner and Wolfgang Kuhn and Buzzin' and Hornet Racing, famous two-manner there. Crazy Fly Racing, they've got a mixture this time. It's Naz and Daniel that are racing for Crazy Fly this time round. Of course, we mentioned Indigo Lime. Eclipse Racing Esports. That's one to watch. Car number 55, beautiful orange and black livery. Christian Romano, also known as Chromedix, Milton Tomlinson, also known as ERT Militant. Speaking of ERT, See that smooth segue. Did their elite racing team will be represented? Sorry, Klaus, I didn't get you in the intro either. The excitement levels, coupled with the non-server access, send my opening notes off ever so slightly. But it's you and Nathan in the Ferrari. Team Ferrari. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Seawolf Net Race, I've got 2 cars this time. 2-2-manner. So Ben and Sam have split. It's Ben and Mika Wozniak that are driving in that car, and Sam Butters and David Martin in the 74, 73 and 74 for those two. So as I say, quite a few two-man teams. Rocky Rocco and Marco Saldana. 1, 2, 3, Rockefeller Racing. Okay, 230, Black Snow Racing, that's Jonas Latinen, sorry. I knew I was going to get that wrong. Matthias Sarampa racing there. And we've got no relation, but Matt Leclerc is racing with Alexander Lagasse. Another two-man team. And, of course, David Bellinger and Adrian Bourdon. I saw you in the chat, Adrian. Everyone's favourite flat earther. Of course, this track, another one that disproves his theories. Theo Anton and Lee Kingy McGee also in a two-man car. So as I say, quite a few two-man teams spread throughout the field. There seems to be less four-man teams than any others. I couldn't get the spotter guide together the way I wanted to. The last season that we had, of course, it was BR Racing that led the way, 401 points, only 11 points behind were Butler Pal Racing car number 5, 56. Again, Nico Hildebrand, hope to get better soon, bud. And then it was SOP Esports Racing Ferrari, obviously, that made it to third. Indigo Line Racing got fourth last time out. It was Creative Aves in fifth. Scuderia Vedraria, they actually missed a few races and still managed to finish sixth. Team Abbey got seventh. It was Seawolf Net Race, 2 cars this time out. They were in the Audi last time. They got 8th. Mid-Pack Drivers got 9th, and it was Butler Pal 557 that took 10th. AKM got themselves 11th. Slipstream Racing finishing at 12th. BSI took 13th. Creative Aves took 14th in another car. X-Kart took 15th. It was Crazy Fly that was just mentioned there in 16th. Indian Racing Community, the Baba Panda car, took 17th. Crazy Fly again in 18th position. It was then RTS. Go on the boys. In the McLaren, my very own team, finished in 19th position. Phenomenal stuff. And it was Industrial Night and Magic who rounded out the top 20 in our opening SOP Endurance World Challenge. I am still flapping in the background, furiously trying to get in the servers.
I think we're in for the long run here, John, with this one.
Yeah, I think we are. Oh, look, we've got more in the chat. CJ Mac, how is Raven doing? Raven is panicking because we can't get into the server. CJ, how are you doing? And the thing is, I was saying, I was so nervous, but I've not done this for so long. It feels like it's only been like 3 weeks. But yeah, genuinely nervous. World class lineup, some absolute phenomenal drivers. Danison, thank you for the follow. I'm not even getting notifications. I hope you guys are. It's been one of those days. Nothing could be going more wrong. But the race is going ahead. I'm sure there is still. I'm going to try and get some streams up so we can.
I'm actually on board with Homeschool Racer now as we speak. As he,
okay.
He's got P30. I mean, I can't give you a comparison to his times or anything like that because of the limited information we've got. But he's currently running in P30. They're in the BMW M4. No, they're in the M6. Sorry, not the M4. And they are lapping between him and his cousin, isn't it? Is it his cousin John?
Ian Hall. I'm sure they are cousins. Yes.
I think
Or
it is
brothers,
his
yes.
cousin,
There's some kind of relatorily tight.
Well,
yeah, there's some.
Ian decided to rock up to my first race yesterday, put on and win it, and then walk away. So,
mic drop. I'm out of here.
Just rock up and win it. You know, did what he did, and homeschool span out of that one. So obviously, there was a bit of family rivalry there. But no, he's P30. He's about to cross the line on his next qualifying lap with 5 minutes left to qualify. And he doesn't improve on that occasion, stays in P30. Bussink's just gone at P3 by the looks of it. But unfortunately, John, that's all the information I give you on stats because I'm having to work with different streams of what I've got, courtesy of the European servers. I'm told the American servers are fine, so our American friends will be fine to disconnect and get back in. It just looks like it's the European end that's the problem. in terms of actually connecting to the server browser.
Sorry, I've just been looking about for streams. I've literally just jumped in Leon Seeley's just in time to see Simon type in his chat. We might need to borrow your stream as the commentators. Can't connect to the server. I'm literally just going to make it him. And I'm looking at the Kingy McGee, the AKM team as well. Lee looking absolutely zoned in. Qualifying. I was watching ERT as well. ERT, they've got Samba in the car. Bagnall, we can see, is 4th at the moment in qualifying. And yeah, Ian Hall, he's got his stream up like you mentioned. But yeah, let me just go over some of the chat again, and then I'll see if I can work some magic in the background. Let me make this so I can see what we've got. Good luck today. Looking forward to a great stream. How much any idea? Iggy, good afternoon. How are you doing? How long is this? 6 hours. PLR, that is Gallant and... It's Bradley Gallant and Enrico Paris. Canadian and Italian team. They're in number 19, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo machinery. He also, I'm sorry, big deep breath in. I've got a posh microphone. Casper cheering on Militant and Chromedix, of course. Casper, Giano, it is PC, my friend. Yes, sorry, how did I miss? Did I miss you before? Marcus Lawrence, I hope I said hi to you. Pofis as well. Adieu. Yep, we cleared up the Scottish thing. CJ Matt came in. Love you. Jesser, Panda style. Doom, doom. Hey, everyone, Chris Minahan in a 77 car is asking you to just doodle out what's happening on a piece of paper and upload the photos if you can't connect to the server. That is a genius idea. But I can't draw. Homeschool Racer is not streaming either. No, I think he is only going to be streaming his stints, or he's doing it all through his cousin Pinky's channel. Because Pinky is, at the moment, Potash. Oh, Danison. Oh, we did say thank you for the follow. Kunis have a problem of once, and everybody acts like this happens daily. Okay. Server browser is dead. If you're in, that's fine, but no one can join. Okay. Stuff like this can happen. It's unlucky that it happened now. It is indeed Potash. The timing is more than just a bit unfortunate. Good afternoon, GT Charity. Lee King McGee is screaming his very concentrated face. It certainly is. I mean, at least, CJ, let me just sit back, put my teeth in the right way and get this one properly, my friend. Aprate show cars. Can't get in. I'm not sure he's under. Yeah, we can't get into the server, unfortunately. No access to server at the moment.
I've got friends messaging me, John, saying it'd be rather helpful if we had 1 million screens and then we could put everyone's stream up. But, you know, on the absence of a helpful solution, I should politely ask him to go away.
Indeed. At least when there is racing in the background, we can sort of guess what Raven is saying. No, we haven't got a cast chance in hell. And they've just reiterated my point. So basically what you're all telling us to do is calm down and take a breath. Is what we're saying. Right, okay, let me see if I can work some technological magic. And
if you're going to stream a stream, that really is another world.
Yeah. Right, okay, let's get rid of that. Oh no, we don't want that. Okay, Alex, give me some track information, bud.
Well, let's talk about now. Who's throwing who under the bus, John?
Yeah, well, you're going to disappear on me, mate. So talk to me about Kailami. What is your own experience?
Do you know what? If we weren't live right now,
just in case you're wondering, that's the number 22 bus.
Thank you for that. It reversed over me as well. It just run me over. It reversed to make sure. It's one of my favourites actually. I quite like it here. I did the Porsche Cup racing not that long ago. Which, by the way, if anyone's not ever driven a Porsche Cup, don't waste the time. You just find yourself spinning. Or maybe that was the driver. I'm not sure. I've just caught my attention actually on one of the streams I'm watching. That this qualifying session looks more like a race than it is qualifying there. As Homeschool comes around the final corner to set his last time, and it finishes P30 by looks. That with 40 seconds left to go. Looks like all the drivers are out on track as well. We've got 42 cars on the track at the moment, with expected, I think, 45. So that's a relatively good turnout, I think. And It's 5:30, and you can see that the sun and the track temperature is just starting to look like it's getting that way as well, John. And it looks like Homeschool's actually going to try and set another lap. He just doesn't like giving up. I know Ian set his lap first of all as well. Let me just see what other streams we've got. Jump on board with who we got. We're back on board with Leon's stream. He's level on Delta on his final lap of qualifying. And their team 315, they're also in the BMW. BMW obviously quite popular, John, which is what you would expect given the recent update, would you not? And looks like you've just bringing some stuff on the stream there by the looks of it. I'll let you carry on.
Oh, okay. No, sorry, you shouldn't be able to see that now. I'm making a complete pig's ear. Sorry, I didn't realise I'd done that. Let me put something that's kind of relevant. Oh my goodness!
I'll put your face on there, so if you want to.
We'll all like the song. Yeah, we'll all like the song. Let's watch the song again. Listen to the song. We'll have that in the background. Sorry, I didn't realise that you guys were watching me fuff about. They're literally acting people's streets.
So look at the chat there. Yeah, the chat replicates the server issues that we've got at the moment. Harry on the R grade, helpful of solutions. Harry, you heard me read out your solutions then. So, just when you would do proper commentators test, not having anything to work from. Don't be nice to him. He's you unnecessary and unwarranted being nice to him. I know what you mean. You need the pictures there. To put 2 and 2 together, you normally get 5. Without the pictures there, you get 105.
You're honestly too kind to me sometimes, Art. You're far too kind.
Excuse me, one of us is there under the bus, not the other one. So I should continue you're not being so kind to you. Who else have we got in here? Kyalami is a great little circuit. Kyalami is a great little circuit. It's one of my, like I say, it's one of my favourites. It's quite underrated. We're supposed to see it back in Formula 1 as well soon, hopefully, which would be really good to see. I think 2025 was the contract that they're negotiating for that. It'd be good to see back in South Africa. And obviously another one of my personal favourites, John, is South Africa is home to obviously a cricket nation. So they're
I'll have to apologise. He does look for any excuse to send our viewers to sleep. Please disregard any.
When it's South Africa, you've got vineyards and you've got cricket. They're the two main
wow, okay, yeah. See, I've always said that cricket. It's just the same as golf and stuff. It's just an excuse for grown men to get together. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the power of technology, it's
back. John, I like what you've done. I think we should stick with it just to keep your own sanity there.
I'm fine. Absolutely fine. Nothing.
I'm going to let John sort the stream out, and then I'm going to actually jump in the server ready for this race start.
Right, bear with me 2 seconds, people.
Rendering up, and I'll run you through. So you've got the AMR V8 Vantage GT3 team there, which is the team of 4 car number 38. They have just qualified at P1 with a 1:39.907. The Lamborghini Huracan of Linham, Lawrence, and Vorum, they're 400s behind. That's a tight qualifying. But and then after that, that's when your gap starts to fall. You've got P3, which is Busink and Tavanari. They are, I'm guessing they're for, what remind me of their team name, John, from the previous series? Tavanari and Busink. They'll be, is it the Rookie Monsters that they race for? That'll be the Porsche 911, and that is a 1:40.3. So they're 4/10 back, and then you go a bit further down, still in the 4/10 man. You got Bagnall and Phillips in the McLaren, obviously running with their 15 kilograms of ballast that's been applied for this event and the series. The qualifying just about to finish, and then we're going to jump underway for the race as John sorts out the stream for us. And for those of you that are just joining us, the ACC servers have been down. The European servers have not worked for the last 20 minutes, so we've been making it up as we go along, which, if we're being honest, we do anyway, but it's just harder without the pretty pictures there. So, as you can see, the servers are just coming back up, and I'll give it John 2 seconds, and we'll be back with that trackside view for lights out in 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
And when Alex says we'll be back in 2 seconds, let me just reiterate that. Oh, that's worked. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Kyalami. 2 minutes until the race starts. We've got 44 teams on the starting lineup. I've got no idea. It's Darren King. Dal King racing with Jan Willem van Ommen that's taken pole position then. There we go. We've got Hela, PCDC in second, and then it's Rookie Monsters in third. Indigo Lime, fourth place. Marcia, Ben Walker, Distinct GG in sixth. We've got Ben Crooks in eighth. Johannes Weiss for Butler Pal. And is GTR Masters Endurance Team rounding out the top 10. We've got an SOP entrance at 11. Nazadati. Christian Romano's qualified in 14th position. Phenomenal to see Lee Kingy McGee. 19th, Abrun Hosa, Stefan Van Hal. Matt Leclerc, Ian Egan. I've got no idea what's going on, but ladies and gentlemen, we have live race pictures. It's going to be Kyalami. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a race. Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh, there's 9K from the UK in the chat. How we doing? Jazz, Apophis, Fresh Brizzle. Everyone getting excited. I'm far too excited for this now. Far too excited. The sudden adrenaline burst that these live pictures have brought. Far too exciting. Let me just move this about. I've literally rearranged my entire desktop to display other people's streams.
Bear with me, John. I'll just find my violin and then I'll play that. About your desk, I can't find it. It's gone.
Baggis is not running in this race. No. He is on fam duties. Let me just put that back into position.
Oh, you told me it's because he wasn't quick enough, John. That was the...
Yeah, I know, but he paid me £10 not to say that live on air. So
I've just lost
you've lost your £2.50 cut of that, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to say. Let's see how much control the cameras will have.
I've got zero control on that yet, so I'm still limited what I can see. I've got the data though, John, so that's all I need.
Okay, now we just need to check the sound is okay. Can you guys hear everything? Oh, that's a wee bit loud. We could put that down a bit. Woo! I was watching King's stream and he was confused.
What do you mean he was watching your stream and he was seeing his own stream to the stream that we were streaming?
Yeah, actually we could have jumped on. We could have done that actually. We could have got his stream from YouTube as well. Ibar! Good afternoon. Drive-through for you. Drive-through apparently already. Sound is good, it says Harry. Excellent. Starting from the pits and a drive-through. Did that yesterday. That's right, I did, and I made it back from 22nd to 11th. That's right. Uncle Raven can drive. Thank you, Ian Egan, for the settings.
From my end. Just
open.
give me 2 minutes, and I'm going to set up my data screen, and I'll be with you. So I won't be here for 2 minutes.
Excellent. So there we go. Just like I say, peeps, apologies for the clunky start. We did have a problem getting ourselves into the server. We are in now, though. Everything was set up for an entirely different kind of broadcast. But we are back to doing what we do best here at SOP. And that's bringing you the hottest live racing action on ACC. Again, cannot speak highly. Oh, speaking highly. He Rodriguez. Thank you for the follow. Bang on the same time as Shorty 1310. So thank you very much. We've got plenty of people jumping on the follows today. Thank you so much. I know we've been away for a few weeks for the wee Christmas break, and I've certainly been away from SOP Shores thanks to work. I've missed the start of the PlayStation series, but I could not be more excited to be making my 2022 debut at SOP for this series, my friends in my Discord group. Oh, those poor people listening to me talk about the lineup in this race.
I'm back with you, John. Let's go.
It's a wonder I've got any friends left. It genuinely is. What those people have to put up with is incredible. Names like Andre Mesa, Ben Crooks, Johannes Weiss, Jan Willem van Ommen, Sam Bagnall, Lee Kingy McGee, Ian Egan is in there. That's not Adrian Bordone. He's not starting. Big shout out to Ian Hall. Ian Egan will love. Got some absolute cracking names right down the field. Plenty of the sausage dodgers as well. Actually, there's the sausage dodgers in the chat. Where are the sausages? I'm almost out of breath with the panic and the adrenaline. But we're live. Alex, 6-hour race, 2 to 4 man teams. Do you think there's going to be any benefit to having a 2-man versus a 4-man team as far as the pit strategy goes?
Not from these guys, John. There's some big names in here, they're used to it very much. So if you've got a smaller team where fatigue and concentration becomes a thing, then yes, I would say so. But not with these guys. These guys are used to doing it. They're running around all the time. I mean, we've seen some of these drivers do 4-hour stints at once when servers have been down before and people couldn't get in. So I think we're going to see... I don't think the strategy will play too much based on how many drivers they've got in their team. I might be wrong, but I don't think so.
Well, here we go. We are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. 2022 done the right way. 45 cars at Kyalami, led by former Gran Turismo world champion Jan Willem van Ommen. It is a green light any second. Oh, we've got drive-throughs already. Car 76 and car 230 have both been given drive-throughs on the start. We've got a ding-a-ling in the ear, and it is going to be an instant 5-way battle into turn 1. This is what Kyalami does best. Distinct GG back right out with that one though. Andre Mesa, Race IQ 200, knows he's better going 2. Oh, and there's a bit of contact and Van Ommen's down. Van Ommen is down. Lot of contact in the background as well. Oh, someone's gone sideways and held their brakes, and that has caused the concertina effect right up the hill. And I'll tell you what, we've got some serious movers and shakers position-wise. The SOP McLaren, oh, that's the SOP Honda making its way out the middle. There's Abreu and Miguel. Oh, and we've got a BMW right in the inside curve. We are going to see the timing board make a lot of changes there. It's Latinet and Christensen. It was Elite Team Racing 76 got themselves a drive-through penalty. It's been all changed up in front. Jan Willem van Ommen then is miles down the field at the moment. He is going to be on an absolute charge. Into Sunset he comes then. He's got a lot of traffic down into 39th position. Some late braking going on in the background, but it is Van Ommen tucked right into this very close battle. So he was tagged on the way up, and let's have a look. It is PCDC that have taken the lead in the Lamborghini with Nico Busink for the rookie monsters. He's in second. Sam Bagnall in third. Andre Mesa for Distinct GG up a couple of places. They're into fourth in the BMW. There's Johannes Weiss. Let's see what's going on in the background there. And it is the Butler Pal BMW with a big train of cars. You can see there's an SOP machine just tucked in behind then. That'll be Liam Page. SOP Esports car finding themselves up into 14th position. Let's see Ian Egan, he finds himself in 19th. Give us a shout in the chat if you want to know who is going where, because I certainly don't after that big mix up at the start, because we did get the quality, but Chris Minahan finds himself in 21st. I know they'll definitely be aiming for top 20 positions based on last season. We've got Chris Busick, he is teammate to Leon Seeley. I think they're in to repair some damage. Militant, it's actually Christian Romano that is racing at the moment, and I'm not sure where he is. Andre Michael's there, Tim Williams, Ian Hall. Oh, and we've got a Mercedes off in the background again. Van Ommen is already up to 34th. He's made it back another 5 positions. Finds himself behind Rocky Rocco and Ian Hall, Homeschool Racers teammate. He finds himself in 32nd.
They couldn't have had any worse luck during that Turner 1 shunt John starts. They rearranged the front of that BMW quite badly during all that.
Oh, okay. That's
for me though, John, I'd say you know I'm watching. I'm doing all SOP events, and I'm watching Lee King McGee. He's currently in the pits. He's absolutely stoned in last. He's just having his Bentley repaired, as it looks like it's been shortened by about 8 metres. And we know how good he is from the back. So let's see where he finishes in 5 hours' time, because he certainly will not be finishing last.
No, you absolutely certainly will not. Maestro says, look at those beautiful liveries. Go on, Andre says 9,000, 9k. Restarts his Desert delay. How's it going? My wife says, you're Scottish. She should know, as she is Scottish herself, but she's not Scottish. She's yours are Scottish. Yeah, almost as bad as console. Yep, shock in turn 1. Where's Militant? Let's see if we can find them. CJ, this is live, definitely. Console only had this year, PC 3 4 years. I know they're having problems with the server. Good start from Andres. Yes, indeed, it is. Chromadex Go 55. So Chromadex is in the chat. There's Milton there. So Milton is up into 11th. It's still very, very close right through the field. And in fact, Sam Bagnall's made his way up to 3rd position. He's holding on to that. He's got Andre Messi who's up to as well. So this is going to be an absolute battle. You better believe it. Let's jump on board with Bagnall. And see, Simon, this is why we need the mirrors, because then we can't see the car behind and just how close they are. But if we jump up into the air, you can see this leading group very quick indeed. It is Lynham leading the way, and he's got a teammate not far behind him. Where is that extra Lambo? Oh, he's in 6th. Wow. So yeah, the PCDC team absolutely ruling the roost at the moment. 1st and 6th. They're beating all over the back of Velazzi in the flat out sim racing team. A couple of these guys not on. The guy, I'll have to double check that out. Only one Audi at Kyalami. Well, it's over the whole season, bud. I was surprised by that as well, especially I thought the distinct team would have been in the BMW. I was surprised by the Audi choices. I don't think there's many further down the field either. No, there was only the one. As we can see there, Lee King and McGee bring up the rear. Chris Pusick and Leon Seeley's team in 43rd. They've been into the pits. Sorry boys, no Audi this season. Yeah, why?
Wolves are just on board with the Aston there, 3-2-1. Chris Vickers there, just coming around. I think the corner's called Cheetah, is it not? The third to last corner there. And,
yes, it is.
Too much curb, catapulted him across, and the gravel stopped him going any further. But he was nearly in the back of Liam Page.
Yes, indeed he was. Sorry, I was reading the chat there as well. Vickers and Page always coming together. You can see the timing board, they're absolutely right on top of one another, right through the field. And I think that Tomlinson is going to fall foul to one of the Butler Pal cars. In fact, I don't think that is the Butler Pal car. I think that is Netwheel Series. What is going on? The timing boards. Not quite playing ball at the moment. That's definitely a Seawolf livery. Yes, it is. The number 73 car. It is Ben Crooks. Right, okay, so the time we'll just take it on the second update. So it's Ben Crooks for Seawolf. Got themselves just ahead of Butler Pal. We've got SOP Romeo's Gin, of course, Adrian Bourdon's car. Okay, we've got Liam Page just behind in the esports team. But let's have a look up at the front. It is Busick and Bagnall that are battling out for 2nd and 3rd at the moment, and that is letting Lynham off into the distance. It's been an interesting start. We started with 44, we've still got 44 on the go. Audi no good anymore or what? I'm not sure what's going on with the Audi. We want to Schneike, we want them to think we just turned up like this and we were fast. Not as many BMW. I thought there was going to be a lot more BMWs. They say this that. Audi's better since 1.8, but still a finicky car to drive. Indeed. Yes, indeed. Still. No, it's one of those cars. It's like Chromadic says. It's a great car until it tries to kill you. And when it tries to kill you, it succeeds 100% of the time.
It tries to kill you all the time, so therefore it's never a great car. I don't know about you, John. It just someone just messaged me as well watching the stream. It just seems to be like a little bit of air of impatience from some of the drivers at the very start of this race. Everyone's just a bit feisty for an endurance race. You'd think they'd be sitting back and holding off a little bit, but everyone's to the mill now. There just seems to be that air of eagerness, shall we say, rather than impatience.
Yeah, there certainly does be. There certainly has been a bit of impatience. There has been a lot of drivers that have already taken part, of course, in the SimGrid 6 hours of Kyalami, so they maybe thought they were straight out on brand spanking new tyres. We just remember the end of the previous race. Let's jump on board with ERS Militant. He is eyeing up a move on Arisman. He was in 6th. He's actually dropped a couple of positions. Now finds himself for PCDC. We're just going to call them PC for the rest of the tournament. Apologies, but there's no way of getting my way around that one as they come down the mine shaft for the 4th time of asking. And it is the ERT, or Eclipse Racing, sorry. We're going to have to distinguish those. There's Eclipse Racing and there is Elite Racing Team who've both got cars in this race. Where is Klaus at the moment? He's down at 38th, so I'm coming to the lap on the first lap. Akfra in the chat. How we doing? Chromadics. Look at that, great. Chromadics in the chat. How we doing, bud? Let me give us a quick. Let's not be slinging mud or anything, but give us a quick update on what happened on the first lap there. But it looks like you might have got your car might have been clipped slightly. Oh, and I tell you what, let's just look at Militant. It did say if you want to watch this Lambo versus Lambo. along the start-finish straight. He has closed that 5/10 gap absolutely magnificently. He's going to have the inside line into turn 1, which means he is going to have the lead up the hill if he can keep his nose well and truly in front. The Lambo goes for the cup back. It's 2 Lambos. John, pay attention. But it is Tomlinson Dennis that makes the move. ERS Militant, just as he's getting shout-outs in the chat, pulls himself a cheeky worldy oven overtake up the hill and into sunset. He has gone and shown him a clean pair of heels to fellow Lamborghini driving Aronson. And I'll tell you what, that'll give some impetus to Ben Crooks in the background. The Seawolf driver is finding himself with a clear bit of air behind him and the 2 battling Lamborghinis just ahead of him. That is being aided by the fact that SOP of Romeo Ginmobile is the cork in the ball. Oh, Niederhoff is down. Oh, Butler Pal have lost their car. The 557 has bit the dust there, so that again is going to change the timing boards. All action all the time. Not sure what happened there. We lost our front splitter in the car. This is Marky Marks. Thought about staying out, but not happening. Not so good. Harry Allegri, these Lambos will be at it for a few laps. Yes, indeed. One can only hope. We've got more dinglings in the chat. Ibar, thank you for the host. Thank you very much. We've got Maestro. Okay, you got. Why can't you guys hear that? Audio on PC. I do love it. We've got Maestro with a follow and fast like a turtle. You took the Twitch name that I wanted. That seems such an appropriate name for me, and it was gone. And that's why I couldn't get it. So fast like turtle. I appreciate it. You and I, my friend, we are brethren. Can we hit 1,000 Twitch followers? Yeah, what about it right now? Collie Red, because that's only just been on a year. It's like what a year?
990 is what we're at.
We're on 990. Wow. Well, I'll tell you what a race it would be to get the 1,000 mark. And I'll tell you what, we're going to see action all the way. I did say on Chad Rice's stream earlier, and I've said to a few people, this was going to be a 6, 7-way, 8-way battle right down to the end, last 30 minutes to win this race. And I tell you what, that is absolutely being aided by the fact that Busick, Bagnall and Mesa absolutely cannot be separated. So similar is the pace. I don't think there's any point in Bagnall actually trying to make an overtake. There's no place he's going to get one done because Busick is off the same pace. And even if he does get past, it was one thing, as you know, Alex, getting side by side and getting in front of a driver. It's another thing entirely to make that move stick. And that's kind of the area that Bagnall's in at the moment. He's got Mesa breathing down his neck, who, let's face it, he's hoping for a cheeky double overtake if either of these drivers has even the slightest of slip-ups.
Absolutely, and I think the skill demonstrated there is great. I mean, if I'm ever in that situation, I mean, the A spinning out behind or B in his boot. So it doesn't seem to ever go that way for me. The skill of these drivers, you'd expect them to be running that close to each other. But I'm just, it's a shame you can't show on the screen that I've got. I'm currently stood on the balcony at on the free cam mode at the end there, and watching these cars come through the last few turns there. It's fantastic watching these drivers keep the cars on the track, coming through there, taking every bit of that ground they possibly can without going too far off.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, the chat is absolutely lining up. Shumi771, thank you for the follow. Legger with a follow. Joe Goro with a follow. And Erud, wow. Sorry, if you give me a pronunciation in the chat, I will do my best not to butcher it. Erudzitis 84. Yeah, sorry. Ziggy74 Dean, thank you for the follow. And there is the man himself in the chat, Mr. Darren King. How we doing, Dar King? Long time no speak, buddy. Since you left me for YouTube, I'm only kidding, but absolutely phenomenal to see you in the championship. You and your teammate, some bloke called Jan Willem van Ommen. Anybody heard of him? He was getting big shouts in the chat. It looked like an interesting start for the team there, Dar King. A little Dar King raid. Hello. Oh, okay, you all guys have come from Dar King. Excellent. Jimbo Manzi. Have you heard the word with Omen yet? I don't imagine he's massively happy. He is on a huge charge though. Last time we saw him, he was in 35th. And oh, don't see him on. No, don't see him on the list. Am I missing? Oh, is this one of these where I'm looking too hard? He's now in 22nd. There he is there. I keep looking for Omen and it's Willem. That's what I keep doing wrong, but you're right, he's up to 21st. Right, okay, we just need to watch him. That's, let me do a quick bit of math. A lot of positions he's made up from the back of the field. Almost 20 already. So yeah, definitely another start that we're hoping for, but I think this will just emphasise how quick this car is. They've got a little chunk of change to Abro and Brow just ahead of them. So yeah, he can make himself multiple overtakes, still very close right through the field. Absolutely love to see this. A couple of bits of impatience there. It goes the live stewarding. Woohoo! I tell you what, I'd rather be keeping up with this action. But we do have live stewarding for a reason. Racing is racing, and it does occasionally get unfortunately out of hand, and penalties will be handed out. We did see a couple of drive-throughs for drivers being out of position. I'll tell you what, we've seen a bit of separation between Bagnall and Nesson. Nesson are looking to deliver a solid defensive performance against Velazzi. He's got Johannes Weiss breathing down the neck. Of course, the Butler Picard finished second in our first outing in an endurance series. The follows are going absolutely crazy right now, Dalkin. Thank you very much. Great production, says Dalkin. Thank you, bud. I appreciate that. We do try. Not going to lie, I was nervous. Been off here for 3 months, 3 weeks, and then we couldn't actually get the commentary team and broadcast team in for the start of the. We'd only just got in for the start of the race. Love technology. Driver briefing did a lot of good then, says Homeschool Racing. Apparently not. Apparently not. But we do have live stewards, and there was very strict warnings that there's going to be severe penalties. So I'm expecting a few big penalties to be handed out once the stewards get through everything. If they're not, Simon will be getting a fire lit under them. You know I'm a big fan of fair racing, Homeschool. Oh, what?
I said I was on board with them at the time, and that impact, they couldn't have got any more lucky, really. They were around the middle of it.
Wow. Yeah, that really is a painful one. Brutal. Not the best of days for Homeschool. Hope you're feeling good though, mate. Make sure you're looking after yourself, stay well hydrated. Mike Tarr, Yo-Yo Team Grandad checking in. Oh, the Abron Hosa family. I'd love to see you guys get involved. Let's see, I need to say hello. Shorty saying hello to Dale. Not the best to start. Massive progression, says Jimbo Manzi. Well, the read says, I hope I got that right. Stu S, sent to give support by Dal King. Thank you very much to all the Dal King guys and gals that are getting involved. Mr. Willems, how is the Pulse car doing? Give me a quick number on that, but my brain is scrambled because we missed all the fun. Homeschool Racer. At least they don't have COVID. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, 2 red lines. Says that I do. Dubs, I'm your Dubs. Yeah, indeed. Good to hear a Scottish broadcaster. Indeed. One of the few. Listen, we do it best. It's the salt grey tones. And the fact is, 90% of people can't actually understand the word I'm saying. They just appreciate the fact that I can talk so quickly, I think. I do some comedy on an Australian channel. And yeah, it's funny seeing the guy's face as he tries to understand what it is I'm saying. But yeah, lots of fun. Homeschool. Loving your work as always. Listen, by the way, anybody, yeah, you know what, mate, it was good as Christmases and stuff go. Yeah, nice quiet one. I'll get a chat with you later on, but everyone, please get on Homeschool Racers channel and give that guy a follow. He is one of the most calmest, laid back, nicest, most helpful guys on Twitch. And genuinely, seriously, give him a follow. I think our bots is because let's face it, I might be good at the chatting, but when it comes to when it comes to any other part of streaming, I'm totally useless. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to commentate on the action that we've got going on at the moment, and it is still all action all the time. Michel Vilazzi is still trying to get his way past Andre Messi. He has got his way past Johannes Weiss, who is still lurking in the background, Christoph, and we've got ERS Militant in 8th, we've got Arnsman and Ben Crooks rounding out the top 10 at the moment. So Arnsman in the Lambo for PCDC. Yeah, he got it right. He's still holding on to a top 10 position at the moment. Liam Page in 12th comes for Chris Vickers is in 13th.
John Chris Vickers plays the lap in the post in place 142. Dead for Liam Page in 142.027. Paul Vickers just behind. I think Vickers is slightly faster, but obviously can't get by when it matters. So there's time being 100th apart from each other. It just goes to show how quick these guys are lapping and how close they are actually to each other without making contact. It's quite nice to see. Everything seems to have calmed down a bit now in this midfield.
You see it's calmed down in the midfield. Why did we take our eyes off Jan Willem van Ommen? In the space of that conversation, he's made himself up another 3 places, and he's just about to take one from SOP's very own Ian Egan. Big shout out to Ian Egan. It's thanks to Ian I actually still race. He watched my stream and said to me, John, your controls don't look right, and I tried his new controls. and suddenly went 4 seconds quicker at the Hungaroring and started racing again. It's fabulous. So yeah, big shout out to Ian, but Jan Willem van Ommen has just popped him into his back pocket for Dal King YouTube TV. All the supporters will be going wild in the chat, I'm sure. And here he comes down to the last corner, and he's not done yet. He's got Lindholm just in front of him. There's a famous phrase, it is an ill wind that blows no one any good. And if you understand what that phrase means, you'll understand why it's difficult to say, but can you not tell me that Watson Van Ommen carved his way through the field? Oh, yes. Let's face it.
Didn't need a second invitation there.
No, and you're not spending much time defending it. You know what, Van Ommen? Off you pop, mate. I'm going to stick you overtaking me on my highlight.
I'm not being funny. If I've got him in my rearview mirror, I'll be pulling over his left-hand side with the indicator, and I might even stop to let him know. Yeah, give his windscreen a wipe on the way just to make sure he can see properly. Let's have a look up at the front and see how Sam Backel's getting on. He's coming into the mine shaft once again. We're 11 laps in. Still 5 hours and 40 minutes of this to go. Who's excited? I am. It is the Lamborghini leading the way. All credit. Once again at SOP, there's two things we're famous for: an overexcited Scotsman that no one can understand, and never actually seeing the leader of a race because there's so many battles going on through the field. Let's give Mats Lynam some credit at the moment. PCDC absolutely leading the way, 11 laps in, 6.5 seconds over the Rookie Monsters' very own Ilko Busink, well known to all us at SOP Shores from the Rookie Monsters effort on the Wednesday night SOP series. We've got Sam Bagnall though chasing him down. Still a fascinating battle here. Where do we even look on the timing board and tell me which battle you want to watch, people? Because I'm running out of adrenaline ideas. We've got some absolute crackers. When I'm going to stay on board with his Aston Martin film the 38, I'm going to let you know when he gets near Leclerc. Not the Monocast, but the Aston Martin driver instead.
He's on 17th already.
I'll let you know when he's on the back of that Bentley front, because there's 1, 2, 3, there's 5 cars there that I think he's probably going to have all on the same lap at his current pace. He's lapping nearly a second faster than the cars in front of him at the minute, so it won't be long before he's on the back of that Bentley.
And there we go. Hopefully that's a bit better. Sorry, Alex, I've just been told that you were a bit quiet on stream, but I fixed it.
Probably beneficial for everybody, really, to be honest.
Listen, you said it, mate. I only thought it. But no, we've got some.
That's an improvement, thanks. I will take that, Mike Tyler. You can stay. I quite enjoy that.
Awesome stuff. Speaking of awesome stuff, you want to talk about drivers driving close to one another and not making contact and it being impressive? Can we get an all hail in the chat for Busink and Bagnall? Seriously, the two of them could be a synchronised driving team. And with that name, they could be anything they wanted, any type of double act at all. Absolutely phenomenal driving from the both. Baggy poking and prodding. It's Porsche versus McLaren. He does love the Macca, mate, and looking very snazzy in those. Oh, what? Have we just hit 1,000 foot? No way. Are you serious? Oh, there's been contact. I looked away. There's been contact. Bagnall's tapped Busink and he's waiting for him. Oh, Bagnall has taken that one right on the chin. He obviously feels. I looked away at the excitement of 1,000 followers and we've just missed.
You also missed something else going on.
Oh, Jan Willen's got a drive-through.
Got a drive-through penalty which he's serving as he was on the back of that battle that I was saying was getting spicy. So he's going to serve that drive-through and he's going to do it all again for us because it wasn't that exciting the first time. We get to watch it again. It was literally just on the back of that Bentley, like I said he was as well. So I don't know. That was track limits. I think it must have been, but I didn't see anything else occur. So nothing was given that I saw. But he's just serving that. Look, it's a relatively short pit lane here as well, isn't it? So that puts him back where P22 probably going to be P23 by the time he gets back up to speed again. Yeah, the Mercedes there just takes him, and the BMW just goes by as well. So then that puts him back into P23, I believe.
And what that does is it puts Distinct GG on the podium alongside Flat Out Sim Racing. They have been promoted. Oh yeah, I'm very quiet for you, mate. I'm using 2 different microphones. Yes, I've gone all fancy now, my friend. I've gone all fancy. I'm doing my best to be an actual broadcaster.
Keep trying. I'll let you know when you get there.
Absolutely love it. We've got the followers going, oh wow. So Jimbo Manzi, Stu West, Ziggy Dean. Did we get back to say yes? Ziggy Dean, thank you for the follow. Stu West, Jimbo Manzi, Brandon Becker 93, Critzy 28, AMR Dubs, who was loving the Scottish broadcaster, and Fulvio Dipolito. I reckon that's not a bad crack at it. Fulvio Dipolito, thank you for the follow as well. That is 1,000 followers on Twitch in just under a year of broadcasting on here. So thank you to everyone that's gotten involved, and that's raced, that's viewed, that's chatted, that's put up with me, that's managed to get through my broadcast even without subtitles at the bottom. And here's to even more. What do we win? My eternal gratitude and admiration, my friend. And that's not the Discord link.
Everything right there, John?
That's the Discord.
So, I don't know how you spell Discord in Scotland, but that's not how we spell it in England. Just to give you an idea as well, after serving that drive-through, his lap time was still only 5 seconds slower than everybody else's. So,
insane.
This is the insane pace we're seeing here. He's got the same cars he passed before. He's just built the back of them again. Got an interesting fact for you, John. Fact time with me on the pit wall. Track record around here for a GT3 car was set in 2020 in the Porsche 911 by Matt Campbell. It was a warm 42 dead.
And these guys are lapping in the 141s, 141.5. In fact, Matt's lineup's done a 141.060.
Exactly. I know we've had regulation changes and stuff like that, but that's just we're going to keep an eye on that, because that's rather interesting to see how that fares in this year's real life racing as well. So.
Indeed. Jimbo, I'm assuming you did mean the Discord link there, but absolutely welcome. Erud, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but if you give us a pronunciation, I will do my best. Only 90-second penalty for Dow King, not bad. Drive through, no biggie. He is absolutely carving his way through the field. We've got Nuno Fernandez and Moises Carvalho. Yeah, Moises Carvalho, thank you for the follow, and Nuno Fernandez as well. That is well over 1,000 now on Twitch, so thank you everybody for getting involved and keeping this one going. We did have a bit of a ropey start when the commentary team couldn't get in, but the racers could, and we jumped on board just in time to see Carmageddon on lap 1. The steward's office is going to be very, very busy. We're seeing some fantastic racing up at the front. Of course, we did see the synchronised driving pair of Bagnall and Busink. There was a bit of contact. Bagnall did hold his brakes and wait back for quite some time, so it looks like he felt he was responsible. Of course, I did miss it because we just hit 1,000 followers, but Busink now finds himself back down into 36th position, and for the life of me, once again, cannot find Sandbag. Is he coming to pits and change drivers? Where's Baggy gone?
Valid question. I see him drop down the order, but...
there he is, 12. He's in 12. Got him. Discord is overrated. Discord is overrated, so is Josh Connery. Right, so here's the thing, Eruds. Okay, so the whole Spa thing, I know it's a very long pit lane, but because of the length of the pit lap, it actually only takes about 74-75% of your lap. Here it's about 60%. You've got some other tracks where it could be up to 80% of your lap time you lose. So I know at the pit, I think you do spend a lot of time in there, but compared to the length of lap, the time that you lose, I think Suzuka's one of the kindest pits. I don't have that open because again I was flapping to get the broadcast on. I thought we were going to be using other people's streams, but I will get that information for you because we've still got 5.5 hours to go. Yes! We've got Van Omen, Bagnall and Busink making their way back through the field. Van Omen with the early incident. There is another ding-a-ling in my ears. Thank you very much to whoever just dropped that follow. Let me get that screen open. There's Baggy into it. We've got Chris Vickers just ahead of him. We said Vickers and Page were having themselves a bit of a battle. That's now spread out as Vickers is something to defend from Bagnall. coming into the mine shaft, the Indigo Line driver. Eyeing up an overtake to get himself back towards the top 10. Let us see. F. Svelto, thank you very much for the follow as well. Bagley's in P12. Yep, percentages are rough. Exactly, yes. I'm guessing that's a cruel but fair comment. Jimbo Manzi. Absolutely love it. Keep that coming, bud. Absolutely love it. That is the way to do it. Who else? I feel like missing me. Nabrun Hosa. Are we letting Bagnall through too fast for us? He is a bit of a quick one. He is a bit of a quick one.
That was very close.
Which was very close. Bagnall and Vickers?
That would be helpful if I elaborate on that, face. You're very quiet, John, that's all. You're very quiet again.
Oh, yeah, I've moved the mic, sorry.
Villeneuve there, the car number 38 Aston Martin there, got caught up in the blue flags. He was coming around the final corner and he had to take some off-track action there to avoid the contact. So it's he protected himself, and naturally someone of his ability was able to deal with it, but it could have been a bit nasty. There was some off-track action there for him for the second time today. So as he makes his way back up into P20, he got two at once. So he's on the hunt now. Back to where he was. So Ian Egan's just up the road. That was where Battery was. He had Lindholm just in front of him, didn't he, before he had his drive-through? So
he did, yep. He just got
he's nearly neutralised that drive-through in less than 10 minutes. So
Jimbo Manzi, I need to ask, what GP are you running? Stream this visually, it looks so different than my spectator mode, and I'm running a 3070. I'm running a 3070. Yeah. So it is a 3070 that I'm running, so it might just be a settings difference. What processor are you running?
So that makes a big difference with ACC, doesn't it?
It does make a big difference with ACC. My processor is a Ryzen 7 3800X, 8-core. I didn't get the XT because you had to buy a separate fan. It was the processor was dearer and then the fan as well. So, and I do have an X570 motherboard as well. It's a relatively new PC. With M.2s and all the trimmings, the HUD for broadcast purposes, as you can see, we get some absolutely cracking racing, so I kind of HUD to get something worthy. We do only broadcast in 720 though, because of Twitch bandwidth restrictions. I can't do it at 1080 because it lags for a lot of people, but I do hope it looks okay. So can you send me your graphics settings? Yeah, of course I can. Of course I have. Yeah, a lot of people are saying processor, not core. Yeah, I mean, not now as a race on. Yeah, obviously. Yeah, but Jimbo Manzi, yeah. Well, yeah, jump into the Discord. I'm in the Discord thingy. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I'll get you in SOP, mate. I'm Double Raven or John Wright, JOHNWRIGHT. You can grab me in there, no problem at all, and I'll chuck you over the settings that I use. At the moment, actually, I'm not even using full screen, so the graphics are slightly. Not quite as good as normal, but slightly lower frame rate. But it is coming through absolutely beautifully. I'm just a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to this, I'm sure Simon has pulled his hair out many a night when he gets a message from me at 4 o'clock in the morning saying, "Oh, Simon, if I change this, we can do this. This works with this, and this works with this." But enough of that, because we've got ERS Militant looking to make an overtake on Christoph. Lamborghini on Lexus as they come through Cheetah and Ngawi past the sausage of death, or as I like to call it, free entry into the pit lane on the left if you make a pig's ear of that one. Of course, pig's ear is the technical racing terminology. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Coming across the start finish line though for 19 laps in. Still 5 hours 27 minutes to go. I could not be more excited with this. Coming into turn 1, we all know turn 1 here. It is 4 in, 1 out. It's going to be 2 in, 2 out on this occasion though. And it is SOP side by side with ERS. It's been a while since these guys duked it out on console, and they're now reigniting that. And look at the Lamborghini on the brakes. Big ol' send. He made it stick, though. A little bit of contact. I'm not sure the stewards will look at that. They might look at that, but he's made it stick, and he's got that Lamborghini absolutely planted much later on the brakes.
Tell you what, John, it might be worth jumping on board with this battle for P14 at the moment as well. It's just been pointed out to me as well. I'm on board with the Porsche of Lindholm actually at the front, Porsche number 36, but there's a bit of a train forming here, and the pace as well. The pace, Lindholm is the slowest of that pack, but obviously he has track position and the others are only marginally quicker, so they've obviously not got the pace to be able to take the overtake. Ian Egan's directly behind him, looking to make that move as soon as he can. I think he'll probably wait for that mistake and wait that one out. There's no point doing anything stupid, but a bit of a train starting to form, and let's see what happens over the next couple of laps here.
Yeah, let's have a look and see how it goes on. We're running i7 700. Jimbo, that's actually what I did. I bought a pre-build, but I had some memory and stuff, so I bought a pre-build actually on the 3060, and then I lucked out when my brother said, oh, one of my airsofting clients runs a computer hardware store. Do you need something called a 3070? Do you know what one of those is? I was like, yeah, okay, please. I made sure it was posted, recorded, delivery that very same day, so I did look out, but yeah, I did buy a pre-build as well, just to get my hands, like you say, on the graphics card. But yeah, even if you send me over the specs of what you've got, send me, go on to the place you bought it from, send me a list of your specs, and I'll be able to tell you, give you a decent guesstimation of what you should be sending on. I know a few graphics cards that have 64 gig, gives them a huge frame rate, yeah. 39 AMD Ryzen 69 and 68. Yeah, I do know the AMD Ryzens, man. They are putting out some good stuff. I do actually use, if I'm honest, I don't use DLSS. Sorry, we're still talking about graphics stuff as the race is going on. I don't use DLSS. I actually use AMD. Even though I've got an NVIDIA card, I actually use AMD's FSR, and it does help. Although you can see the shadows, that's the only thing. You get that little tail on the shadow. But we won't talk about that. Let's talk about more of the racing, Alex. And it's still very close inside the top 10. And as you said, this battle just outside for 14th. It is being led at the minute by Ian Egan in 15th. And that is a solid train behind them, which ends somewhere around just with Jan Willem van Ommen already back up to 20th position.
That's what I mean, John. While you were in the curry store there talking about some technical advice, I was on board with Lindholm on his rear wing, and you can just see this train, and as I was saying, the lap times are very representative of each other. Lindholm is the slowest of that pack, but only marginally, and as you know, you've got to be significantly quicker to overtake or wait for that mistake, which Ian Egan is very patiently doing now. How long that patience is going to last, though, who knows, in that Honda, as they make it way around towards Sector 3 now. So let's see what happens on this lap. I'm just going to wait for their lap times to come in as well, because Ian is definitely closer on this occasion. But you can see that train there, that's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But that Porsche is exactly where you don't want it to be on every single apex. So there's no sign of anyone getting by at the moment. Unless, like I say, Ian is a lot closer this time around as they go across the line. Lindholm puts in a 1:42.7 1:42.5 by Ian. So Ian was 2/10 faster on that occasion, which is again not fast enough to make the overtake. But
there's Camelio going round the outside though with Jan Willem van Ommen. Sorry to interrupt there, but Abrow, that was all going away to kick off there. Oh, and I tell you what, still might own his back to right out, but Camelio in the SOP Ferrari trying to probe his way past the Butler Pal car. 5.55. Again, Nico Hildebrand, hope you get better soon, bud. Took a well during the Le Mans 24 hour. Not able to race with us today, but his teammates are certainly doing him proud at the moment. Van Ommen in 20th. Abrow. Listen, big thanks as well. Cirque du Soleil. Absolutely love Cirque du Soleil, by the way. Really hard to get tickets for that. But Jimbo Manzi with a Prime subscription as well. Thank you, bud. Tom G, who needs the virtual Le Mans 24 when you have this? Amen. Tom G for president. He knows what it's all about. And it finished a few hours ago. Yeah, perfect. So yeah, 6 hours of relaxing. No, I'm not going to try and finish that sentence because this is some adrenaline-packed racing. I'm not entirely sure I'm going to last the whole 5 hours of this race. Well, I'm sure you lot will keep me going. We've just hit 1,000 followers. We've even got a Prime subscription. Jimbo Manzi, thank you again. Cirque du Soleil for the follows. Felto, Fernandez, Moises, Dupolito, Dubs, Kritzy, Brandon Baker, Jimbo Manzi, Stu West, Ziggy, Eredice, Joe, Legger, Shumi, Fast Like Turtle, Maestro, Ibar, Shorty. Wow, we can keep going. But I was out. The credits on here are going to be a while. Okay, I'm going to peace out for now. See you later. Homeschool, yes. Take it easy, bud. Get yourself nice and well rested. See how you feel, and yeah, hopefully you can get back in the car. Get some laps in and not too much discomfort, but
yeah. Note as well, John, this battle for P14 is about to become a battle for P12 as this train is catching up on the back of Leclerc and Vickers as they start their 23rd lap. And there's a yellow flag sector 2 there, John, that we've seen that there. 38 was that?
Van Orman is down. Van Orman is down, and I think it might have been something to do with the Porsche. But
some damage on the side of that Aston on the right hand side there as well.
Yeah, there really is.
I'll tell you what, John, I can't be patient enough to wait for that to come up. I'm going to go back and look at what happened there.
Yeah. Do that. Let's get some replays. I can't actually do replays on this at the moment. Willem had an accident now. Okay, was that a contact or was it an accident? Was it just... let us know what happened. If anybody is on board. And it's Bagnall's been given a penalty. We'll get as well. Let me just see. Okay, it's all. Let's have a look. Can I see the steward's office?
I'll tell you what there, John, that's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other on that one.
Okay.
I won't elaborate.
Who was it with, sorry?
It's with the Ferrari 333 of Camilio.
Okay, Matt Camilio.
As they came through the sectors together, side by side, both on very similar lines, and I think he just took the Ferrari took a little bit too much curb on the inside there, which just bounced him out into the path of that Aston Martin, spinning him right round. And his damage will be minimal, but it's definitely given him some damage, and he's lost obviously a few places as well as he rejoins the track. But interesting to know what the stewards make of that one.
It is indeed. Do you actually have access to the stewards office? I meant to ask Simon. I didn't actually get access. Did he give you access so you can see what the penalties? Now that we handed out, we could maybe get a rundown, because Sam Bagnall, Team Indigo Lime, have been likely some flat spotted tyres too. Yes, indeed, Mike. You better believe. When they do 1.8 tyre physics, it is very easy to get yourself some flat spotted.
I do, John. I do.
Excellent. Well, tell you what, could you give us a run through? We'll stay on board with Bagnall to try and get us past Page. I'm going to nip off for just 2 quick minutes. If you give us a rundown of the penalties, and we'll watch to see if Bagnall can get himself past Page.
Okay, so car 38, which I do actually believe is Willem, if I'm not mistaken, their drive-through wasn't actually for track limits, which we thought earlier. It was reversing on the track and not holding the brakes, which caused the collision. So we thought that was a drive-through penalty for track limits, which we did think was a little bit early on in the race for that. But obviously that's what that one there was for, and that was issued by the race director not that long ago, in fact. And the car number 717, which, bear with me because I've got different information to what John has got. I can't quite see what he's got in front of him as well. So the car 100 there as well, 718, so that's no further action as well. We're just waiting to see what happens with this incident that came through a minute ago. Give me a moment, because I'll scroll that on the other screen. We've got a 15-second penalty for car 46 causing a collision on track, which is Sam Bagnall. So that was the incident that John saw earlier when he was just took his section off the screen, but I think it was still on the stream as well. There's been a 15-second penalty awarded to the car number 46 McLaren for that causing a collision on track, and that is all the incidents that we've got at the moment, being closed off by the SOP team themselves. And when John comes back, we'll jump back on board with that battle for P12, as I will do my best to jump in front.
Yep, there we go. I am back. Yep, way to close some windows, getting a bit drafty in here. Why did Baggy wait if they give you penalties anyway? Racing etiquette, because you get a lesser penalty. Okay, penalties like in this has to put the spot back, but don't always pay off. Indeed, racing etiquette. This is coming in.
Did you hear my bit earlier, John, about the drive-through that we had for what's his name? The Dalkin team.
Yes, Dalking team, they got a drive-through, correct. I missed
that was failing to hold the brakes and causing a collision and reversing on the track. We thought it was for a track limits, which we did say at the time was a little bit early on in the race for that. But that was reversing on the track, failing to hold brakes, which then in the end caused a collision. But they've got their work cut out again as they now sit in P20 with a little bit of damage. But they're nowhere near the pace what they were a minute ago. Don't get me wrong, they're still at an alien pace. Absolutely alien out of this world pace, but the pace isn't just the same. They are 2/10 down on this lap when they were running neutral delta all the way through. It's also worth noting that train that we did see with P14 Lindholm is still going on. The train's still there. but the carriages at the front have uncoupled themselves and departed as Leclerc is a little bit further up the road with Vickers.
That was very good. I like that.
Do you know what? Without making a Thomas the Tank Engine pun as well, I thought that was the best I could do there, John.
That really was. Thankfully, we're not going to mention that. That's fine. What lap times are the top 10 averaging just now? Just curious. Mid to high 41, some low 42s. Yes. Fastest lap at the moment is held by Max Lynham in the Lamborghini, 1 minute 41.060. No surprise, second place is Jan Willem van Obben, 41.175. But yeah, I can confirm that the top 10, the top 14 actually have all done sub 42 at some point in the race, and they're all averaging at the moment mid 42s to very low 43s now. They are, of course, coming up to the 45 minutes into... Oh no! Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever did wonder if Sam Bagnall was an actual alien or if he is human, it would appear... Sorry, did it just pop up on my screen saying he got a drive-through? Did he not just say he got a penalty for speeding in the pit lane? Did I miss that? Did somebody else get that? Have I misread that?
I've got no penalties on my screen.
Oh, it's Griffiths. How did that come up and say back?
Griffiths.
Stop go 30-second penalty, of course. That is for speeding in the pit lane.
What else is worth noticing, John, as well, is that incident with car 38 and the Ferrari 333 on turn 3 of lap 22 is being investigated by the steward. So I eagerly await that outcome of that, because, like I say, that was 6 of one, half a dozen the other from the one angle that I had. Obviously, the stewards have got multiple angles, and we'll look at it thoroughly with multiple replays over and over again, and I'm sure they will come to a decision rather soon.
Yes. We'll be interested what happens to Camilla when Willem catches up. Good battle, indeed. We've done that, Harry. No car, car 197 was indeed. We did have more follows there. Rander Bobanders. I love some of these Twitch names. Rander Bobanders. Take a bow, my friend. Excellent name and excellent choice there. That follow button. Thank you very much. And welcome to... Oh! And that is a Seawolf racing car. That is...
3.
Yeah, that was... Leon
Crooks, I believe.
That's you, sorry?
Is it Ben Crooks, the car number 73? Because it's still the white flag there. I've got the track map for me isn't quite loading as quick as I wanted to. That's that baffle up there for
oh, wow,
the
it is.
tandem as well, isn't it? Yeah, that BMW there looks ready for a new paint job as well. So that's been
Chris Vickers. Woof. Chris has had to back out big time there. He's going to go up to inside. Traffic is wild, says Agfra. You ain't kidding.
It is as well. If you look at the circuit map, John, on the top right of your screens, it's sort of gravitating towards the same area as well, which is very unusual at this stage of the race. Everything seems sort of that bottom end of the track there seems fairly empty. Having a bit of a field day down there.
Yeah, they really are. We're on board with Klaus Christensen in 30th position, involved in some early incidents. But you're watching the battles unfolding much further up the field. That is...
At least Massey is not in charge. I'm not even going to get into that conversation. I'm not even going to get into that conversation because my opinion will differ to others, so I'll leave it there.
Oh, love it. I love it. Keep them coming. Mackie Melio and Jan Willem van Obben. No such contacts as the last time. Van Obben has got him tucked away. Very, very safely indeed. You can't believe...
Slow car, 197, Tom Griffiths, John. BMW looks pretty wrecked. Just come up in the chat there saying, look, wrecked. Just jumped on board with it. White flag, it's stopped on track. It's on its way again now, though, as it makes its way round towards turn 3 and 4. But that has certainly been in the war somewhere along the line at the start of this lap, because surely he would have pitted if he started his lap like that.
Yeah, you would absolutely like to think so. Also, P3 BMW went kaboom. Oh, Leon Seeley's gone kaboom as well. What's happened there? I jumped on Leon Seeley to see his progress, and we'll find him in the wall. So that's going to be big damage, yeah.
Tom Milton Tomlinson Dennis.
Yes.
That's a mouthful. That is the car number 55, the Lamborghini.
Yeah, ERS.
that is a couple of tenths up on this particular lap as well. So it's worth noting that Lamborghini is pretty brilliant at the moment as well. That's what I'm driving in my solo series at the minute, and I'm having great fun in it at the minute.
Yeah, good car. So I'm just looking. So Johannes Weiss, wait, Chromedix. If the timing board's not updated properly, is Weiss out of the running? It's still showing as ahead. Chromedix, he's still shown as ahead, my friend. Have I missed something?
What are you struggling with, John? I'll try and work it out for you.
Yeah, Johannes Weiss. Chromedix. Oh, we're now P4. Sorry. There was the other BMW that went kaboom. Yes, of course. You're now P4. Sorry, I thought you were saying you're P3. Too much excitement, too much action. It's all kicking off, and it's about to properly kick off. We're 15 minutes away from the drivers' first stints being officially over. We'll have seen some drivers come in to the pits to repair damage and such. That will reset the stint timer, so it will just be down to fuel consumption. Watching Ian Egan, Lindholm, there's Christensen, who is in 30th, but he finds himself right involved in this battle here. Lindholm as well is in there, and that McLaren, I cannot for the life of me. Oh, so right, okay, it's 30th and 31st. They are just ahead of the battle that's taking place between Ian Egan and the gang. For 13th, this is going to be an interesting turn one indeed. Adrian Brown for Butler Pal, almost involved. Matt Leclerc, not quite. Thomas Morant just off the back. But it is Lindholm then that's caught up to this battle ahead. And I think, yeah, he's made it through safely there. Christensen making the overtake on Geirhoff. That is to get him back into 30th. They've got the BMW. And that's a bit of contact there. That is a bit of contact there. That is with Ian Egan in 14th and 31st position. Ian still trying to get his way onto the back of the BMW of Velazzi, who is now behind Lindholm. We can see a BMW in the background closing the gap as well. BMW is going to go around the outside. Oh no, sorry, wrong corner. I'm looking at that completely the wrong way around. Well, let's have a look up the front and see what is going on. Mats Lynam then still leading the way very, very, very comfortably indeed. First position, and a fair chunk of change up the road from his competitors as we approach the first pit stop mark. Andre Mesa and Johannes Weiss find themselves second and third. ERS in fourth, with Christoph for the GTR Masters in fifth position. Then is Thomas Arnsman, who finds himself back up to sixth after some early contact in the early stages. David Bollinger finds himself in seventh. Sam Bagnall back up to eighth position, still carrying that 15-second penalty, which will be served out in the pits. Let's have a look down at 17th though, because it is still very close here. The battle for 30th, and it's now the battle for 17th to find themselves engulfed in. Adrian Bro, Miguel Abreu and Jan Willem all trying to get their way past this group. It's going to be Jan Willem that's going to be the massive beneficiary here. He's going to get quite a few positions taken in one sitting, you would feel. In fact, let's have a bit of helmet cam on board with the Aston. That is Christensen, so that's not for position ahead of him. That is a blue flag. And there we go, Christensen very quickly getting out of the way, as you would absolutely expect. There is Jonathan Reed in the chat. How we doing, bud? Welcome along. SOP Endurance Series. Yeah. Also wonder if car 38 are better off boxing and not having to deal with the traffic in the slow car. That is potentially a very, very, very good shout, because he is getting caught up in battles and blue flags, especially when you're close to the hour. Indeed, although he is in a two-man team, so it could be that they don't want to be spending too long.
Just a quick one from me, John, as well. It's worth noting that the car 29 of Patrick Zimmer is under investigation for an unsafe rejoin in turn 1. That damage we saw on the car, the BMW, the 1, 2, 3, they're coming around on that lap, that looked absolutely battered. Is the reason that looks like that, we believe. It was actually on lap 2, but it's just been reported to the stewards now. They're going to take a look and see what they make of that.
Cool, we will.
Lee King McGee
Butler Pal Butler pal Brow has just lost it. The Sausage of Death has claimed a victim. He didn't quite shoot into the pits. I think he is. Yes, he is still going, but it's another position. Velazzi has come into the pits. No, so, I wonder if that was Velazzi that actually spun and decided to come into the pits. But because he was much further up the field. So he has come into the pits. Bellinger has come out. Oh, look at Van Hoppen right up the inside of Brow to take 16th position. Didn't even see that coming because it wasn't a spoiler. And he is coming up to Leclerc in the Bentley at a commensurate rate. He, of course, is in the rear pocket of Morant at the moment. Ian Egan stretched his legs, just going into sunset, as we can see. And there is Van Ommen's next target. Just absolutely blistering pace he's showing against the rest of this field. Let's have a look at Arnsman. He's trying to improve on the 6th position, finds himself very close in fact, but not quite got past Christoph at the moment.
Busink had a spin.
Yeah, Busink and Bagnall came together on lap 4 or 5.
I think Busink's had another spin.
Oh, any rookie monsters in the chat? What's going on with Busink? Let us know. Oh wait, what have we done? Okay, there it is. Hey, we're back working again. But yeah, Busink. 31st, just got past Christensen again. D. Lewis! How we doing, D? Welcome to the show, my friend. And what a show it has been so far. There's been more podium positions changed hands than things I probably shouldn't say. On stream, we've got Thomas Adams.
So, that incident involving the car number 38 and 33, 333, the Ferrari, I said go one way or the other. The decision's come back on that, and it's a 15-second time penalty for the Ferrari. Like I said, he bounced out. He bounced out off the curb into the path of that Aston Martin. So, fair decision on that one. And like I say, I wouldn't have put money on which way that was going to go. But what I can say is that penalty will be issued shortly. We should see it come up in the game. And it's a 15-second time penalty for Camilio, the car number 333 of the Ferrari.
Yep, there is. It's actually on there at the moment. Then he's down in 19th position. He has got that. There is Van Ommen trying to find his way past the Bentley. The Bentley very much defending. They're taking the middle line as they come down the hill through the chicane section. It is Leclerc defending now from Van Ommen. He's been up and down the positions more time than a 1980s Coca-Cola yo-yo. And he's about to yo-yo himself back down. Drive-through penalty for car number 29. Oh, that is Zimmer. Did you not mention something about car number 29?
That was the one that was under investigation for the unsafe rejoin.
Unsafe rejoin. So they've been given a drive-through for that rejoin. Van Ommen. And he finds his way through, does he? Yes, he does. Towards the Sausage of Death, absolutely nails it beautifully, and he's got a battered and bruised Morant just ahead of him in the BMW. I think that will be a very quick overtake.
Death. Next time I have Toad in the hole, John, it's never going to be the same again.
I've
just got confirmation that Busink did spin 2 or 3 laps ago. I've got a little spotter in the chat for me that's pointing things out. So 2 or 3 laps ago, he did have another spin by the looks of it.
Okay. Jonathan Reed says PC racing is the way to go. Basically, yeah, with the size of the grid, you really can't argue. 20 on console. We've got 45 cars here with 2 to 4 drivers per car. Pit stop, 6-hour races. It's phenomenal. It really is phenomenal. And we're getting through some phenomenal racing here as we approach the 1 hour mark. So still 5 of them left to go. It's Arnsman for PCPC. They are the team leading the race at the moment. Arnsman was down to 10th at one point, 9th at one point. A couple of incidents. I've seen him re-promoted back up to 6th. Chris Minahan in the Mercedes. He has come into the pits. So we'll expect to see him in the Twitch chat very shortly. Let's just keep this take over. Remember as well, much like last season, anyone that's a member of the team, of a team that is racing, Oh, ERS have come into pits from 8th along with Liam Page for SOP. Arnsman's making moves and he's got this one done on Christoph. I tell you, he is on a charge there and finds himself now up to 4th position with a car coming into the pits. If you do want to pop in and say hello, let us know how the race is going. Obviously, if you want to jump in and moan about another team, then you'll get yourself kicked out promptly and I'll get you removed from the championship. Hey!
If you want to come in and moan about John's commentating, that will be more than welcome, and you won't be kicked from the commentary box.
Definitely not. You'll be promoted to stream VIP and you will be off.
Anyway, on that note, John, I'm going to step out of the box for the next 45 minutes and I will join you guys a bit later.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Alex. A pleasure as always. We will see you back again very, very soon. I'll mute the Discord. Fantastic. Alex off to get some housework done. He does like to get the penny on a Sunday. That's we'll get that done. But yeah, so especially now, come in and say hello all by myself. No, looking. I've got plenty of action still going off on track. And it is Arnsman really bringing to life the Lamborghini towards the end of the stint, making back places, and he has fed Christoph to the Romeo Gin. Oh, is that somebody peeling into the pits? It is. 5th and still Bagnall comes in as well. Of course, 5 minutes to go until the driver's stint timer runs out for stint number 1. We're seeing some action in there. Let's see what Leclerc can do. Still can't get past Morant. Morant carrying a lot of damage. Yeah. Van Omen back up to 12th. So he's got those overtakes done. Of course, Christoph and Bagnall in the pits. He's going to get another couple of places again. And you wouldn't bet against him getting past Ian Egan within this lap. Ian is no slouch behind the wheel, but it is young Willem Van Omen on a charge and clearly out to make a point after that early incident. Some tumble way down the field, and then of course the drive-through penalty is still absolutely flying through the field. Abro and Camelio come into the pits. Bagnall in 16th at the moment, car number 46 has served his 15-second penalty. Camelio has served that one too, so they will come out with a clean slate. Ian Hall, teammate of Home School Racer, finds himself 31st. We've got the Sausage Dodgers coming in to make their first driver swap. Nick Ewers is about to take over from Ben Sullivan. What? He's been disqualified for driving the wrong way. Was it Hornet Racing have been disqualified for driving the wrong way? Okay, we'll try to get some confirmation on what has happened there. There's Camelio. He is still in the pits. Leclerc is still on a charge. Bit of a wiggle there coming in the nice out. Bellinger. And why is he coming into the pits? They've already had a driver swap. That is a very, very, very short stint. Bellinger, or did he start that? Yep, you think I know these things. Chris Vickers comes into the pits for Team Abbey. One of the Aberdeen horses will be taken over there. And let's have a look and see where the Mercedes is. There is David Macaretta that's come out then. Usually Industrial Night and Magic. TSE Daconi Racing this time out. But it is Maz Lynham still leading the way. That was an AKM car. Of course, Lee King and McGee, we gave him a mention earlier, involved in that against them. Didn't qualify as high up as we might have expected. But Lee's now out in the car. I'll maybe jump on his stream and see how long he's got left of his stint. Or if anybody's watching on his stream, let's see how long he's got left on his stint. Sullivan still in the pits. Minton in the Ferrari for the Transatlantic Sim Racing team. He's coming to the pits as well, or he should be on his way out. Not quite. There's the BMW in the background, hopefully getting themselves some repair work done. So for Crazy Fly, it is Sergei Mesa, who's already picked up big damage to the front of that car, so he has had an incident on the way out of the pits. That's Kenny Millard just ahead of him, and Matzik just not far behind in the 557 Butler Power car we saw involved in that incident early doors as well, so they're making a move back through. Oh, and it's a big wiggle there from Juzma, and it is... Oh, it's not Miles. Wait, say it should be Miles Dixon. He doesn't race with the team I'm looking at. Adrian Bourdon is making his first appearance in the competition. And why can't I find Distinct GG? We'll keep having a look though. Absolute death in the broadcast there. Complete silence as I try and figure out. Oh, there they are. They're still in the front of the field. That's why. Mesa's leading the race with everything that's been going on with the pit stops. It is Mesa for Distinct GD. That is leading the way. Johannes Weiss for Butler Palcar 5:56. Finds himself in second. And it is the man himself, Christian Romano. Already getting all kinds of involved there. That's a blue flag he's going to come past. For the ERS team in the Lambo. He's only just got himself a PC. I'm sure it's like less than a week ago. Absolute brimming with confidence. A phenomenal driver, and it's great to see him out here taking part. Van Orman into the pits. Butters into the pits. It is Dalking that is leaving the pits. He is going to take over. And I tell you, his teammate, considering all the goings on in the first stint, he has been left in an absolutely phenomenal position. Comes into turn 1 in the Aston Martin. Finds himself in 12th. I think that might change slightly. We'll keep an eye on that. But Mesa and Weiss have come into the pits, which means it is Till Vornam that will take the lead of the race once again for Team PCDC. And it's Christian Romano at the moment who is overall second position. That is one of the sausage dodgers. He's just gone past here, coming down the mine shaft. How close can he get to Weiss and Mesa? Mesa is already moving, so that one is going to be a no-go for Christian. Coming down the mine shaft through in Galway and Cheetah. Weiss is still stationary. Romano is full tilt towards the sausage of death. Safely navigated on his first attempt. Past the pit entrance, and it is Schaefer who's taking the wheel, and he's gone. He is out of there, but Romano is on the start-finish straight. How close can he get into turn 1? We'll have a look off in the distance of the spoiler. Don't know why I'm moving that microphone. There's no one there to listen at the moment. Remember, as I'm saying, though, if you are racing in one of the teams, if you've taken part, feel absolutely free to jump in the Discord into the interview box 1 or 2. And I'll drag you in, say hello, let us know how your first stint has gone, let us know if you're still due to race, any inside information on some team strategies, let us know what's going on. Matt Leclerc, he is trying to find his way past Fernandez then. 16th and 17th, these two running. Hardy is out as well actually for turn 1. Got that Lexus looking slightly more repaired than it was in the first stint. Good to see. And Ian Hall is still out. I wonder how much longer he's going to see. Going to double stint. Oh, and it's a 15-second penalty for car 556. That's one of the Butler PAL machines. Absolutely loving Ian's livery as well. That's a PCDC livery just ahead of him. That is another Lambo. That's Weeks. He's just gone past. Kingy McGee is in 30th then, moving back through the field after that early incident. Fernandez 18th, trying to get past Leclerc still, but it is job done for Ian Hall. Finds himself in 28th position. Does have time for one more lap before his stint timer ends. Will we see a double stint? Are we seeing... Oh, it's Schaefer. Yes, of course, the 556 car. I already knew that, but a 15-second penalty in the pits. And that is going to play straight into the hands of Christian Romano and the ERS team. Phenomenal driving from those guys at the moment. Let's have a look and see what's going on with Bagnall and Page. They are looking very close. We've got Vickers. Page and Vickers have been absolutely inseparable. And they're now bringing Sam Bagnall into the fray for our viewing pleasure. Let's have a look. Hey, Venerio Scanato. Wee, hello. P8 Go Vickers. What a stint. It really, really, really is. Who reverses the length of the pit lane? Oh, what did he? He reversed the length of the pit lane. Wow. Well then, I'm glad they got disqualified. Couldn't have happened quick enough. Sim Racing says, go Marabio. And Mike and stuff, Vickers double stint in. Okay, yep. Yeah, he's as well. He's absolutely got some cracking pace, although he's, he's going to go around the outside. Well, he's going to try at the top of the mine shaft. Can he make it stick? Doesn't get the acceleration that he might like, so it's going to be nose ahead for Page at the moment. Vickers is going to be loving what he is seeing in the rear view mirror with these two battling. He's going to just keep his position ever more secure back here. Look at the commitment on the brakes there. What a drive. Keeps it between the Mayo and the Mustard by millimetres. Straight past the Sausage of Death. And on Bagnall goes to continue his double stint as well. Vickers will just be told in the chat, and obviously he is doing a double stint. Let's see how Miles Dixon's getting on then. He is trying to get past. In fact, I sit corrected, ladies and gentlemen. He has just got himself past Marcus Jusma in the SOP Honda. So more overtakes taking place as soon as the pit stops are finished. Absolutely no rest for the wicked. There's Philip Matzik as well. Is trying to find a way past Ilko Busink, who was battling early doors for podium honours. Got himself tagged by Sam Bagnall and finds himself down 25th position. Another driver looks like he is doing a double opening stint. We did see, actually, I did ask, did anybody see what happened to Leon Seeley? We could see him in the wall early doors in the BMW. But he looks like he's gathered himself and shown some relatively good pace at the moment. Yep, he is still in the race for the Transatlantic Sim Racing Team. 31st. They are in Hall, still in 28th. Matzik on Busink. Matzik, sorry, on Busink. There's no way I'm getting that separated correctly. Uncle V says, go FOS team. Okay. Does that say congratulations for Race? Or Reese? I'm not sure what Rice is. I would guesstimate that is Italian. We've got a dingling in the ear. Wee Andy, W-I Andy. How we doing, Andy? Or wet Andy, as we would say in Scotland. How you doing, bud? Hi, I'm what Andy. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. We've just reached and breached 1,000. We've got another follow as well. Thank you very much. Sanders, S2 Anders, Sanders. Thank you very much. Flat Out Sim Racing. Whoopie yee, whoopie yee. Yippee-ki-yay. Christmas movie. You all know Die Hard's an actual Christmas movie, right? We've got another thing. I'm like, Nabrin Hosa. How is it you're only just following? I think that's worth a 5-second penalty. I definitely. I'm only kidding. I'm absolutely joking. Let's have a look and see if there is still some racing going on. Of course there is. It's SOP. It's Sunday. Welcome to Racing Nirvana. Schaefer and Thur's got himself a 15-second penalty, and Romano is closing that gap. He's got to within 4 seconds. He's going to need to, because fellow Lamborghini driving Dijkstra is only 1.6 off the back. Sam Bagnall eyeing up another overtake. It is the double stinting Vickers versus the double stinting Bagnall to get positions further inside the top 10. Still 4 hours and 47 minutes of racing to go, so plenty of time to make those moves and make them stick. Leclerc, has he just gotten past? Oh, he has. He's battling with Fernandez. Still Fernandez just behind. Oh no, it's not Fernandez. That's a blue flag situation. No, it's not. It's Jusma and Leclerc. Absolutely cannot keep up. 15-second penalty for car 149. I don't have access to the stewards at the moment. We'll see if Simon can hook that up. Simon, if you're watching listening in the chat, bud, could you give me access to the naughty box, please, so I can give us an update on what, why and when the penalties are for. But as it stands, Sergei Mace for the Crazy Fly team have picked themselves up a 15-second penalty. It's Ian Hall into the pits. X-Kart Esports, of course, Pinky and Homeschool Racer. We've got McLaren in the pit here as well. Hopefully they'll drive in the correct direction. Clowns. But it's Pete Greaves that has taken over then. So Pete is behind the wheel of the car. He has been released in 30th position. So all the good vibes and the best of wishes to Pete. He's just, as I say, he's looking after his good lady wife this week, who was a bit under the weather with COVID, and he's went and tested positive himself today. But he is still taking part. So all the best. Not the best of starts for them with the big incidents, but they are still cracking on, and it is great to see Macaretta in the Mercedes is trying to overtake Martin. I'm sure they planned that one. They're living alliteration, and they're certainly playing it there. Marcus Jusman, 17, still trying to get his way past Leclerc, and it is Bagnall who is still making moves. He is in ninth, or sorry, trying to make moves. No way past Vickers at the moment. Some Olympic defending there. Let's check in, of course, on Dal King's YouTube TV channel. We've got Jan Willem van Ommen. What can you say about the start that he had? I don't think we've got enough time to go over what happened. He put on an absolute Olympic performance to recover from what befell him in his opening stint, and he has put his teammate Dal King back out on track in 12th position. Absolutely phenomenal, considering they were down in the 40s, only 2 laps into the race. Nice clean car. He's got a bit of time ahead of him to Crooks. He's got a bit of gap back to Wolzinski of Flat Out Racing. We're getting some cheers in the chat there. They're in 13th at the moment. They could do well, get themselves on some slipstream and try and follow Dalking through the field. No need for slipstream engagement mode for Mr. McLaren driving Sam Bagnall. The Indigo Line Racing team maestro is absolutely milling his way back through the field once again, but he does have himself a bit of an issue with Mr. Vickers here. He is definitely unable to find his way past him. Oh, microphone just fell. Apologies for the squeaking. Just that back up again. In fact, Dykstra, I tell you what, he has absolutely closed that gap then, and he is putting all kinds of pressure. PCDC Lamborghini versus ERS Lamborghini. And it is the ERS driver that is leading the way into turn 1. Of course, both these drivers will be acutely aware that Schaefer in third has got himself that 15-second penalty, so he's going to spend the next 15 in the pit box. That could make a world of difference when you've got 2 drivers only 5 seconds behind. Bourdon at the minute in 6th for SOP, the lead SOP car here in the SOP GT Enduro World Challenge series. He does like to make the names long, so I stumble over myself. Let's have Toka Free. It would be cool to see some action with TV cam instead of helicam. Yeah, we could do some TV cam, bud. To be honest, I only do helicam because it makes it a lot easier to see the actual action and get a good view of who's doing what. But yeah, bud, we can do the television cameras. They do look nice, you know, as they're coming into the mineshaft and the Lamborghini get out of here. But yeah, Arnold, he loves them as well. But there we go, get some TV cameras coming down the mineshaft. I do like that. I've got a bit of a squirrel head, so I do like to jump about all over the place. Militant, what a stint, my friend. Legendary. Mike says, yes, Grandad, after all, don't do this to me. I actually looked at the camera there. Don't do this to me. Wisconsin. Okay, cool. Wisconsin Andy, how we doing, bud? Welcome from the other side of the Atlantic. Mike Tarsi and Bagnall is free. Oh, has he got himself past? What's the gap from Dalking to P1? From Dalking to P1 is about 30 seconds. In fact, I'm not even sure it's as much as that, if I'm honest. But yeah, someplace around about the 30-second mark. We're not. Ooh, and we've got a yellow flag on track. Car 999 is stationary. Oh, and that's one of the sausage dodgers in the McLaren. Nice safe rejoin there. Nick, yours making a mistake going down through the roller coaster section, as I like to professionally call it, of course. But making a little bit of a mistake down through the S's. There is David Macaretta there trying to get his way past Martin. Bentley versus Mercedes. No Audi for the guys this time. In the last corner, having a look. And it is actually, I tell you what, let's just, is that correct? Has he just set the fastest lap? Yes, he has. Woof! We want to talk about setting some pace. It was actually Lynham's from the PCDC team that set the fastest lap in the first stint, and Mr. King has come out and only gone and beat that by 0.04 of a second to do 41.022. So yeah, I thought one half of the team was quick. Hold my Sunday beer, says Mr. Darren King, setting the fastest lap and absolutely destroying that gap to Ben Crooks ahead of him. Romano has succumbed, it would appear, to Dykstra. It did look like Dykstra was carrying some serious pace here as he closed that gap. That's not Adrian Bourdon directly behind, but he is closing in. Those two drivers well known to one another from their console days. Bagnall in the background. He's up to 8, as was pointed out in the chat. He did get his way past Chris Vickers. There's Seawolf. Ben Crooks in 11th. Of course, he'll be next on the hit list. For 12th position, Darren King. That 15-second penalty is going to hang over Schaefer's head for at least another 39 to 50 minutes. But it is going to be a costly 15 seconds when he comes into the pits, given Dykstra and Romano are within 6 seconds. Bourdon, Sismania, all very close. Bagnall and Vickers all within touching distance of that 15 seconds. Dave Hardy's still trying to get his way past Marcus Duzma in the Honda. The Lexus has closed that gap at a commensurate pace. There's going to be a move, and maybe a bit too keen there, overdriving. I have been there myself. You think to yourself, I just push that a little bit harder and close the gap. No, just keep it nice and steady, and if you do close the gap, then you can eye up the overtake. But Hardy is certainly looking the quicker of the two. The Lexus wasting no time getting back, very much in touch with the rear spoiler of Duzma as they come down through the S's once again. Macaretta still trying to get his way past Martin as well. Page and Vickers have reignited. I'm sure those two have had separation anxiety, but that has now been solved as they are once again very close to doing battle with one another. That is Bagnall just been released. Oh, it looks like Bourdon is under a bit of pressure from Sismania then. And it's more than just a little bit of pressure as the Lexus and Bentley looks like they're about to go at it. Coming into sunset, lap number 47 is where we're at the moment. Hardy still eyeing up that move with Duzma. In fact, fake news. Hardy has got the move done. The timing board will reflect that very shortly. Well, coming down the mine shaft, he has made that one stick. And it is... oh, that's broken. Hardy is now in 17th position with the SOP car in his arrears. Vickers and Page still comfortably under the rear spoiler of Sam Bagnall at the moment. Sismani and Bourdon getting very close at the top of the mine shaft, and Sismani is going to have a cracking view of the battle behind him. That is Bagnall, as we say, past Vickers. He's got a back marker just ahead of him to navigate his way past. Sergei Mace, of course, the crazy fly team. He's picked up that penalty. We've got... right, so it is Weeks. He's come into the pits from 35th then. That was right in the middle of that battle with Bagnall. But yep, he has come in to take his pits. 33rd position is Theo Anton for the AKM team, meaning Lee Kingy McGee has come in to finish his first stint. It's easy for me to say. Rockefeller Racing, they've got Brandon Walrath out on track, and Nathan Samba now taking a place for ERT Elite Racing Team. Is there anyone waiting in the interview box? I keep inviting people in and I'm forgetting to look and see if anyone's there, but nope, no one at the moment. But Samba out on track. Let's have a look at Macaretta. I make no apologies, I regret nothing. Trademark Chadwick. Thank you very much. We've got Dixon. Oh, there he is. No, he's not. There he is. He is trying to get his way past Lindholm in the Porsche. King has closed on Crooks. 2.3 seconds is the gap now there. Romano and Dykster have definitely settled their affairs, and Bourdon is trying to close on Romano while defending from Sismani, but Sismani has dropped off ever so slightly as they make their way through these back markers at the moment. Of course, with the with the pit stops, it can certainly make the field interesting. Baggy blue flags up to inside the last corner. Nicely done. Vickers trying to follow his way through as well. Mr. Damage says that 77 Merc is beautiful, 100% not biased. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, that's Macaretta in the car. Why the different team name? Oh, we've got a ding-a-ling. Nikor F64. Thank you for the follow. We have reached the breach and absolutely smashed 1,000 followers today, people. Thank you so much for everybody getting involved. But let's face it, with a racing of this calibre, can't say a blame it all, really. Just one day we do hope to get a competent commentator. If anybody knows one, please give us a shout and we'll happily get them installed in place so that we can make some semblance of exactly what is going on. Just as I said that, I had the creak in my chair. I thought it was somebody in the comedy box, but it's not. It's still just me. And there is David Macaretta. Yeah, let's go to some TV cam. That one's definitely off the nose, isn't it? Oosh. We like it. It is very nice, and he is using it to great effect at the moment. Closing in on Martin in the Bentley for the Seawolf team. Oh, he's going to have a look up to inside. No, he's not. He's popped back in. No move to be made in turn one on this go. Let's see what's happening with Liam Page. He looks like he's getting a bit close to Chris Vickers. Bet you never thought you'd hear me say that today. But the two drivers still very much right on top of one another. As you can see in the foreground there, that was Bourdon. Has got Sismani. In fact, Bagnall is past Sismani. Wow, so Sismani and Bourdon were battling. A lot of blue flags as we can see as well. What's possible? You let Bagnall through? Yeah, I kind of thought that. You would as well. The Fuel Junkies car is beautiful too. The Fuel Junkies car is really cool. Jimothy in the house. How we doing, bud? How we doing? I did promise you an unbelievable 6 hours of racing today, my friend. We are delivering, or the drivers certainly are. I'm just trying to contain my excitement and bring some semblance of order to what's going on. Positions changing more than I change my socks on a weekly basis. And if you've seen the size of my sock basket, people, you would appreciate just how much of a statement that actually is. Mark Leclerc, he's trying to find his way past Dixon. Dixon in that BMW looking seriously worse for wear still. Doesn't want to lose too much time getting repaired, but definitely might be worth it. But it is, as I'm saying, Mark Leclerc in the Fuel Junkies livery. Trying to remember that there. He's got Marcus Juzma closing up as well, actually. He was involved in that battle not so long ago. Through Sunset, taking all the curb there. Liam Page. Oh, still close to because I thought someone had got themselves between us. You don't want to get between these two. It's absolutely firing it up. To Chris Vickers, Sismani, who has been overtaken by Bagnall. They've got a Seawolf car there as well. Bordon and Romano just ahead. Drive through for speed in the pit lane for car number 22. And that is Chris Gardner for Balf Motorsport. Down in 40 seconds. So it looks like we've dropped 2 cars. Nico Bulsing, who was battling for podium positions in the first stint, comes into the pits and swaps drivers. It is now Luca Tavernari. Honestly, some of these team lineups are just insane. But it is Mr. Tavernari who's now going to crack on for the rookie monsters. Aidan Beaufort, Butler Pal, trying to get his way past Jusma in the Honda. And Darren King, after watching his teammate force to carve his way through the field back from 40th to 12th. It's now a slightly stiffer calibre of opposition that Darren is facing, but he is wasting absolutely no time at all in getting caught up to the back and getting involved in this battle. As Ben Crooks, he has directly in front of him. There's some SOP flashing lights going on there. Who would that be? Oh yeah, there's 2 C-wheel racing cars actually. So we've got one of them is slightly out of position, so slightly awkward. Blue flag situation here, but it is done. That is the main charger. He's looking to get a couple of overtakes done. That is Liam Page then. And who's got it done? Yep, he's dispatched one of the cars. Coming past the sausage of death once again. And it is Ben Crooks for position. Dalking now finds himself facing with Chris Vickers and Liam Page. Still inseparable at the moment. Chris Vickers, you can see he's got a bit of a space back to Crooks, but he wouldn't waste any time thinking that once Dalking gets a move done there, he won't be slow and crashing up through the back. Vickers with a phenomenal double stint so far, and he's still keeping Ben Crooks of the Seawolf NetRace Motorsport team very, very, very honest indeed, who is, of course, keeping a close eye on the battle ahead, which is Vickers and Page.
Afternoon, John.
Pretty inseparable. Hey, Simon, how are we doing, bud? Let me just make sure you can head on the steam. Yes, you can indeed. How has it been going for you?
It's been quite busy in the steward's room for the first hour and a half at least. Yep. Drivers were warned on the driver briefing that any lap 1 incidents, those who were found guilty of anything would be serving drive-through penalties, because we're trying to avoid those lap 1 incidents, and that's why we saw a whole host of drivers in the pits early on.
Well, happy days. I did ask specifically for the penalties on lap 1 to be doubled, so you all got off lightly. But yeah, lap 1 incidents, they're not the best. But I'll tell you what, Simon, I was saying it's an ill wind that blows no one any good. Basically, when a bad thing happens, it's, you know, I mean, if your house falls over, it's terrible for you, but the builders and things that get employed, it's absolutely phenomenal. From a viewer's point of view, to see Jan Willem van Ommen and Sam Bagnall in the gun carve their way back through the field after those incidents, it has been an absolute treat. Or have you been too buried in incidents to keep up with what's going on?
I have not watched a single bit of the stream, no. I've been buried in incidents, trying to sort all them out, catching up from the lap 1 reports that come flooding in. But I'm sure, it has been fantastic to see these drivers carve back through the field.
Yeah, it's been truly incredible stuff. Darren, Mr. Dalking, has just taken another position. You need to give him a big thank you, actually. He brought so many Alex in the chat, so rude. Listen to this, Alex, it's fact. He actually brought in a whole load of viewers from YouTube, but at one point we had 123 viewers, and we have reached and breached 1,000 followers on Twitch. We have had so many followers today, it is unbelievable. Colin Red, if you're still in the chat, can you let us know? There's another follow. Mr. Damage has just given us a follow. At one point we had 4 or 5 follows, a few follows, and Bailey said we were at 998, suddenly we're at 1,000. And since we got to 1,000, Patash, thank you very much for the follow as well. They are absolutely flooding it. There's KV Lion as well. Thank you, Simon. So many follows, so many thank yous. And a big shout out as well to Dalking for bringing all these viewers in to cheer on the broadcast.
I tell you what, I just realised as well, this is our first stream back in 2022, isn't it? So what a fantastic way to begin things.
Oh yeah, listen, ain't no thing like an SOP Sunday, I tell you. Big shout out as well to Jimbo Manzi, who gave us a Prime subscription. He's subscribed as well. We had iBars hosted. It has been absolutely going off. So yes, thank you very much that we get involved. 2022 done the right way. Some fantastic. That rhyme went well. I'm a poet and I don't know it. I do sometimes like to show it. But let's not overthrow it. But the racing is still absolutely phenomenal. How's the steward's office looking at the moment, Simon? Quieting down a bit?
Is dead as a ghost right now, and that's why I've been able to join you in the commentary box for a little bit.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. So now you're in the commentary box then. We've got Sam Bagnall is in 6th, Adrian Bourdon just ahead of him. Looks like he's going to be overtaken there. We've got Darren King in 10th. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. And we've got the rookie monsters making their way back through the field as well. So who's Simon going to be keeping an eye on, particularly in this half of the race?
Yeah, there's quite a few teams that seem to be doing rather well, considering. You got Christian there in 7th place, the 55 Lamborghini. This is their team's first endurance race on Assetto Corsa Competizione after they both switched from PlayStation. So I like to see where they're going to finish. And obviously, we've got our own SOP esports team currently running 9th, the top team for us at the minute, with the 222 machine. Running with Liam Page at the wheel currently. Obviously he's got Dalkin right behind him right now, so I wonder how much pressure he's going to be able to deal with there. But yeah, fantastic turnout, fantastic grid. I mean, at least we managed to get through 2 corners before an incident compared to yesterday's sim grid race. They couldn't even get off the line without 10 cars crashing down the straight. So
yes,
yeah,
indeed.
It was quite mental, quite mental.
Definitely 2 cars better off. Dan King's getting himself well involved once again. Oh, there's a car just come out the pits. There's going to be positions changed there. That's Chris Vickers double stinting for Team Abbey. That'll be one of the Aberdeen horses taking over very soon. Up to turn 3, nice and easy done.
Dalkin's through, yep.
Yep, so he has made it through. I'm just checking that out actually. Schaefer's still in 3rd, Dykstra's in 4th, Bourdon, yeah, he's in 5th, Bagnall still in 6th. He's trying to find his way past Adrian Bourdon. There'll be very little of. I'll have to ask though, Simon, what is Romero's gin? Does SOP have a new alcohol in the works?
No, so yes and no basically. So okay. So Adrian, who's at the wheel now, he's been working hard behind the scenes, and basically he's got Romeo's Gin, who are based in Canada, to support him and the USA side of the esports team.
Oh, nice.
And that's why they're running with the Romeo Gin's livery right now. They tried to run it earlier in the season, I say earlier, in last season's SRO series, but alcohol and tobacco brands are banned, so they weren't able to.
So?
Yeah, so this is the first championship that they've been able to run the full livery for Romeo's Gin, yeah.
Oh, nice. Well, there we go then. But yeah, they might be sponsored, but do not, under any circumstances, drink and drive people. It is a bad idea.
You might spill it, yeah. You might spill it.
Terrible person. Simon, you're a terrible person. If you do not condone that anyway, I will giggle at that one with my microphone on mute like a professional.
Nobody sue me. Nobody sue me.
Yeah, his thoughts are on and nothing to do with SOP. He only hangs about because we can't get rid of him, to be fair. He just keeps showing up. It's just ridiculous. Talking about keep showing up, though, it is Leclerc in the Fuel Junkies livery. Still trying to get his way past Miles Dixon in the damaged BMW for Pulse Sim Sport, but he is certainly getting the most out of that damaged machine. Adrian Bourdon certainly getting the most out of that Bentley. He is defending for all he's worth from Sam Bagnall. With 4 hours and 22 minutes left to go, approaching the 2-hour mark. Liam Page, they've swapped places. Liam Page has got a move done on Chris Vickers. Darren King, of course, up inside the top 10. Dalking YouTube channel having a phenomenal race. Liam Page. Like I say, he's finally got his way past Chris Vickers then. Another driver on a double stint. We'll be coming to the end of that double stint very shortly. Ben Crooks lurking with intent in the Porsche in the background. And I tell you, good benefit from these two having this little battle. Schaefer still got a 15-second penalty. Vornum leading for PCDC, and Andre Mesa, another driver pulling a double stint to start the race, finds himself in second position for Distinct GG. Simon as well, you'll notice in 7th position there, a certain Christian Romano making his PC racing debut. Someone very well known to us here at SOP. Phenomenal commentator, amazing driver, like I've always said. He's currently in 7th position with his teammate Militant, who's only just converted to PC as well. So it's good to see that these console drivers that were showing so much pace on the console are converting to PC and letting you and I are confirming what you and I have always said. Some really quick drivers here in the SOP ranks.
Yeah, this was, well, as I was just saying, that's the team that I was backing to do well. The number 55 Lamborghini, it's their first time. Their first time on PC. Their first time with a PC endurance, is I think Vado, it must be touching at least 200 PlayStation drivers at the Racing Hour community that have switched over to PC now. And a lot of them are featuring in this race, so nice to see.
It is, and as well, of course, let's give big shout outs, of course, Nico Hildebrand, get better soon, and Pete Greaves as well, currently out 29th, involved in a big incident, got himself a positive COVID test this morning as well, just before the race. It was good to see Pete out. He's always been a big supporter of the channel. I believe he did his first race with yourselves before I raced with him at ACR, I think it was. Or was it your first event? What was the thing with homeschool? I can't remember.
Yeah, he's been racing with us for almost since we began. He's one of those drivers that started on PlayStation, switched to PC, and has continued to race with us ever since. Yeah,
and he's always been quick. Really took it like a duck to water. There's Lindholm trying to defend from Brow. We saw Brow, actually, one of the Butler Pal cars, have a bit of a mistake early doors. He has recovered from that, and now sandwiched by SOP cars. Right, so it's Kenny Millard who is position-wise behind them. Well, they do have another SOP car ahead of them. That's Juzma. And then who's that? Who's in the SOP BMW, Simon?
So we've got two SOP BMWs. We got the main esports team BMW, and we got the academy team BMW racing today.
Okay. So Liam Page is in esports, and then who's in there?
Yeah, so at the minute you got Liam Page in 10th in the main esports team, and then if you have a look further down the field, I'm actually not too sure what car number they're racing in. I've been too busy getting this set up today to pay any attention. Where are they? Yeah, there they are. P28. Rafa Campos.
Oh, okay. Yep, I knew there was a new name. Yes, he hasn't raced much. That's what I meant to ask as well. New driver. He hasn't raced much with the PC. So when was he joined the team? Yeah,
so he joined the academy team when we formed the academy team, actually, a couple of months ago. But yeah, this is the first time he's joined an endurance race. The academy team did show up for the Silverstone charity event. I was part of the academy team, actually. I joined the two drivers that are also racing today, Matt Messiah and Mark Bunyan, who have joined Rafa. So.
Right, okay, sorry, I'm just eyes glued to the screen. More overtaking actually coming. It is Dalking trying to line up a move against Christian Romano. He definitely knows how to defend. You can see just ahead, that is Bagnall and Bourdon who are going out. So it was Bagnall and Busing early doors, it's now Bagnall and Bourdon. He does love the alliteration. Christian Romano, the keeper of 7th position. Dan King, keeper of the fastest lap so far, coming through Sunset. Absolutely tearing through every millimetre of track used there by Dan. Looks for a move up to inside on the brakes in the Aston Martin. The Lamborghini says thank you very much. You can have that position. Oh no, they're still side by side. Oh, they are still side by side. He's absolutely hanging it in there. He's keeping it side by side down through the S's, but it's Darren that has got his nose just in front up the hill. Absolutely phenomenal defensive moves there from Christian. Not quite able to hold off Darren. Phenomenal pace he showed on the uphill section of the S's, and coming down the mine shaft, it is another position in the bag. Now up to lucky number 7. Not bad going considering they started in first, went down to 41st, and they're now back up to 7th position. And they're going to be able to catch up to Sam Bagnall and Adrian Bourdon. Yeah, Simon, I don't think I physically got enough adrenaline to do another 4 hours and 16 minutes of this lot racing this close.
Do we ever see a quiet Scotsman, John? We don't. We don't. Come on.
No, we don't. The only thing that can make this broadcast more hyper is if we had Christian Romano himself in here, Chromadex, one of the greatest commentators on the planet, and showing he's not too shabby a driver. Either first endurance out and find himself comfortably inside the top 10. Ben Crooks has treaded where angels fear to. He's got himself between Page and Vickers. So not only has Page got himself ahead of Vickers, Crooks has popped himself in between the two as well. And it will be Wilczynski from the Flat Out Sim Racing team who's going to try and close that gap. We are an hour and 45 minutes in, which means we will be approaching the end of the second stint timer for a lot of these drivers. They'll be trying to get positions taken. Millard on Macaretta, trying to get that move done.
Just to let you know, John, there's someone waiting in the interview box for you.
Oh, superb! Yeah, let's get him straight in. As long as this, yeah, don't mind getting in the comment box, as long as it's not that Chris Minahan. Right, let's see who've got, it's oh, is he there? Please tell me he's not on mute and you heard that. Are you there, Chris?
You know, John, I came in here to say hi and say what up to my buddy, and then just immediately with the sass, and I don't appreciate it.
All sass all the time. No, we absolutely love you in the gang, Chris. How are you getting on, mate? Did you have a good Christmas and New Year, first of all?
I did. Really nice and quiet. Took a little time off of the racing. Just to, reset, relax, spend a little time up in some snow, and
nice.
Yeah, back at it.
Back at it. Of course, to tell the truth, you were waiting on SOP to open up this, so let's face it.
Always waiting, you boys.
To start the year than here on SOP Shores. SOP Sunday, 6-hour endurance. Kyalami back out with the gang in the Mercedes this time, straw pole. How are you finding? How was the first stint, bud?
First stint was lovely. New car, certainly a little bit of learning curve to go. We were a little not sure how this was going to go, but I think I qualified 31st, and in typical SOP fashion, even if I had done my best lap, it would have gotten me one place higher because everyone's so tight up here.
Yep.
But qualified 31, and then the wreckage somehow parted the Red Sea and came up in 21st. So I'm quite happy with my stint.
Yeah, I would be absolutely delighted.
Yeah.
I've got to ask you as well. Obviously, you guys raced wholeheartedly through the last season. You've come back in the Mercedes. When you looked at the lineup of teams and drivers, how did you feel compared to last year's? What was your thoughts going into the season? Did it readjust any potential targets for the season as for finishing and things like that? Because it's an insane lineup.
It's a wild grid. Yeah, absolutely. It's a wild grid, and we were certainly keeping an eye on it. I think we were early on, probably in the first quarter of signups, and as more people came in, we're like, oh okay, he's okay, gotcha. And so no, I mean, we're, as per usual with us, we're just gonna, we know our pace. I think we've done a good job over the off season between SOPs to increase our pace and our racecrafts. And yeah, we're just gonna do our best, stay clean, and race our race. And I think we know that it might be a little bit more difficult this season, but that just makes you a better racer. So
yeah, absolutely. I was just having a discussion with that earlier on another series. One of the quickest drivers was saying, I don't think I'll take part in it. I was like, nah, having drivers as quick as you on the grid inspires people to drive faster, if nothing more than stealing the replay so they can steal your lines and get themselves a bit quicker as well. Qualifying 31st, grid of 44. We'll have said it is a serious grid. You're up in 21st at the minute. There is still a long way to go. Any expectations at the moment of where you might finish, or are you not even thinking about that until we get into the last hour?
Yeah, I don't think about it. I'm just gonna, get back in the car at some point after Dave finishes here, and I think Hayden's gonna jump in, and I'll get back in the car. And yeah, as soon as I think Hayden's finishing it up for us, and at that point we'll start looking at position. But right now, just clean stints, good laps, just keep our heads down, and we'll figure it out at the end.
Yeah, and how are you finding the Mercedes? Obviously, it's a brand new car for you guys this season. How did you take to any initial trepidation, or did you jump in and think, oh wow, this thing goes over curves because it's a cheat car that Simon drives? Oh, he's not here anymore. That was aimed directly at Simon. But yeah, no, how has the adjustment been to the Mercedes? Because to say it's a tad different from the Audi you drove last season, bit of an understatement.
It's definitely an understatement. The curb interaction is very, very appreciated. But I love the car. I think it looks, sounds, and feels amazing. So for me, jumping into it was a treat. I think Hayden's had a bit of a adjustment period because he likes more of an oversteery setup, oversteery car, and this bad boy just wants to, take you off into the wall and hit the front. But I think we're all enjoying it. We're all enjoying having a more stable car, certainly a more I don't want to say easy car because we like the Audi, but this car is certainly more user friendly, definitely easier over curves. The fuel consumption change is very nice over the last patch. So
yes,
I think overall we're enjoying it.
Excellent, good to hear. We've just had Sam Bagnall come into the pits. We've just got confirmation he's coming out. Looks like he might be doing a third stint. So we'll see.
I was wrecked after one, so
yeah. Oh no,
more power to him.
Yeah, I've got an hour's race to do after this commentary today, so I'm going to need all the power I can get. I'm just having a look down the field. We're coming to the end of the stint. You mentioned a quick. Give me another rundown there. What is your, or if you can, what's your team's plan for the rest of the stint? Who's next? Are you going to be back in the car? No, you said someone else was finishing. Sorry.
Yeah, Hayden's going to jump in after Dave here, and then I'll hop back in. Okay. Then Dave, then me, or then Dave, then Hayden. Hayden's gonna bring it home.
Right. Okay. Got you. So I'm just watching because Sam Bagnall is in the pits. He was battling with Bourdon for fifth. Darren King is now 3 tenths off the back of Bourdon. It took Baggy 3 or 4 laps before he conceded and came into the pits. Gave up on the battle. Darren King is going to wait 2 corners, pop one up the inside of turn 1. Done and dusted up to 5th. As far as driving goes, we talk about we've got Vornum and the PCDC guys leading the way, but guys like Van Ommen, that charge he put from 41st all the way back up to 12th, that was a phenomenal. Did you see much of that particular Aston, or was it simply?
Oh yeah, no. So like starting 30th, what you did, and then going to 20th is like I knew there was already going to be some faster people behind me. And I didn't. So Van Omen, his name in game is Willem, and so I'm driving around and I got this Willem guy behind me. I'm like, oh, okay, this guy's pretty quick. I'm not going to fight him too hard. And then Hayden comes on the Discord call. He's like, hey, you got Van Omen behind you. I'm like, this is Van Omen. So immediately I'm like, yeah, I'm not fighting this guy. Go ahead, please. After you, sir. Yeah, so it's definitely it's interesting, right? There's certainly some pace differentials, but you just got to be aware of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's sometimes you got to know when to hold them, you got to know when to fold them. And Van Ommen and Dalking very quick. And the thing is, I was waxing lyrical about Van Ommen. Dalking came out and set the quickest lap of the race.
Yeah, of course he did.
Of course he did. Just absolutely ridiculous. We're still watching more battles. King is trying to get past Dijkstra. I think you were getting Mr. Damage in the chat. Macaroni, as long as it's not that Chris Minahan in quotes. I'm paid for that brutally. Alex in the chat. Yeah, so let's all go through the chat. So what is your immediate plans for now then? Are you going to go and get yourself some chill out time, or are you going to stay in full race spotter mode until you get back behind the wheel of the car?
I'll stay in the Discord chat and keep my boys company, keep it light, keep them focused. But yeah, nothing too fancy. Nothing
too fancy. Excellent. I'm just watching. Wow, this battle really seen him. Dijkstra's got right up to the back of Schaefer, who's got a 15-second penalty. King has got 14 seconds to go, and Crooks is catching up to Page, who's finally got the overtake done on Vickers. And I can confirm that Kenny Millard has got the move done on David. So the SOP Ferrari has made his way past their teammate. And you've got Pete Greaves closing down on you from 29th, so that'll be a blue flag you can catch you. Luca Tavernari and the rookie monsters behind you as well. But it doesn't look like that's going to be your problem by the time the pit stops iron themselves out. But yeah, quick run down of the race. But yeah, Chris, listen, I will let you get on. I am going to run and have a quick run down of the field because there is still, wow, I mean, are you looking how close this is? I cannot take my eyes off the screen. Oh. Dykstra and Schaefer.
While you're switching there, yeah, you came across our sister car there. I want to give a shout out to number 426 Bentley. We're under new management this season. Shout out to the staff and experience. This is our new team, and it's our sister car. So I just want to give a shout out. There it is. Look at that bad boy.
Oh yeah, Fuel Junkies. I did
good.
See that, and I did. I wondered why you were under TSE Deconi Racing.
Yep.
I thought
under new management.
Under new management. Right. Okay. Awesome.
Yep.
Oh, well.
We found a new crew, and we're loving life over there. So.
Excellent. Oh, so of course, Mr. Damage, TSE for life.
Yeah, I saw him in there. I had to give him a shout out.
Nice. Yes. Well, big shout out. Big shout out. Can return when you want me. Yeah, Alex, get back in here. Get back in here. Big shout out to Latitomi for the follow, along with Hardy as well. Thank you both for the follows. Well over 1,000 followers at the moment on Twitch. Massive influx today, and with the racing that's on display, I can't say I blame you. You all made a very wise choice, if I'm being perfectly honest. We've got teams like TSE, no more Industrial Night. But still, TSE will get all the shout-outs because we do love Chris and the gang, despite what I said in the first game of the comment box. We will.
It's TSE dash Industrial Night and Magic. We're still in there. We still have a little bit of. Still have a little bit of funding. Yep.
Excellent. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Just another mouthful for me to get through.
You can just say TSE Racing. It's fine.
Yeah. TSE ISMC / But yeah, we absolutely love it. Chris and the gang, it's phenomenal to see you back. Absolutely delighted. In fact, to have you guys back in the comedy box, and I think it's a fairly safe assumption we'll see you back in here at some point over the, if not today, perhaps the rest of the season.
Absolutely, we love it in here.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chris. Getting back involved. TSE, Industrial Night and Magic. We'll call him the main protagonist. It is Mr. Chris Minahan. He's off to G up his team and get ready to take his another step. So Chris, best of luck for the rest of the race, and thank you once again for jumping in. And he is gone just before I gave him the chance to say goodbye. But that's fine. I'm sure he wishes everyone the best. PCDC hype. Let's face it, they deserve all the hype. First and third. It is Dykstra in third. Mesa though, distinct GG. He was given second position in the lone outie, and he is absolutely hanging on to that bad boy. Darren King is now trying to catch up to the back of Richard Schaefer, something that will be aided hugely by the fact that Schaefer's going to have to serve that 15 seconds in the pits. We've got more cars coming at the pits then. It is Flat Out Sim Racing coming in the BMW. A few scrapes there. Kenny Millard looks like he's trying to get past Fernandez at the moment. This is letting Mr. Macaretta, teammate of Chris Minahan, catch up to the back of them. We do have, sorry if I've missed anybody in the chat, there is loads going on. Get a mark, appetite, send it. Can race control kit car number 2244. Several laps down and the yellow flag glitch has manifested. Okay. Right, so car 44, yeah, okay, those two aren't quite in there anymore, so that's fine. Let's jump on board. We'll look at Tavernari. He's got the ERT car just ahead of him. Kieran Clifford in the chat. Good afternoon, Bart. How we doing? Been an absolute monumental day for SOP, mate. We've just absolutely flown past 1,000 followers. We started at something like 980 today, and we have rocketed to well over 1,000 to see this absolute masterclass of a race that is going on at the moment. Just checking up on, oh yeah, there we go, look at that. Yep, doing the social media, just giving it a quick share. Let's get this out there. We've got another 4 hours of racing to go. Plenty of pit stops, plenty of action, plenty of drama, plenty of overtaking still to come. And I'm just... that wasn't quite as smooth. Like, there we go, David McIntyre. Back on board, he's still trying to close. Ben Crooks, in fact, in 10th. Oh, there is some rustling in my ears. It's everyone's favourite cricket commentator back once again. He has taken off the rubber gloves and the penny. All the housework is done. Dishes, ironing, sandwiches made for the week, ladies and gentlemen. Making his triumphant return to the comedy box, it is Mr. Alex Grove, just in time to see the lead butler Palcar get a 15-second penalty for a collision. It has not calmed down any at all. You will be pleased to hear, Alex.
Well, I have had the stream on whilst I've been preparing my roast potatoes, so I'm fully aware of all the action that's on track at the moment. I'm just loading my timing screen back up, and I will join you on track with the action.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we're watching action more of. Crooks has got himself in the middle of Page and Vickers. Bourdon has fallen foul to Sismani, the SOP teammates. Christian Romano still in 6th position, and it is Darren King who is in 5th, 1.7 behind Dykstra. His stint is going to be coming to an end within the next 20 minutes. Can he get himself up to 4th before he comes into the pits, or will he hand the chalice? Drive through for track limits. Oof, that is early doors to be picking up one of those bad boys. And it is, it's Latinen. That's not been a great race so far. That's why, because he is no longer in the race. But Black Snow Racing, and it is Eunice Latinen, finds himself with a drive through. That is a sore one early doors. Let's have a look and see where Mr. Bagnall is. He's on a triple stint.
Triple stint?
Yeah. He's, well, Bagnall's still racing. Oh, yeah. And he's just not long been into the pits. So I think he's going to be out for another fair old while. Couldn't
do 3 stints, John. No way.
No chance.
I raced for the first time yesterday for an hour. My shoulders are still hurting today.
Well, I tell you, I've actually done a fair bit of time on... I've done some Mazzano practice because I've got a race here tonight. I've got a race at Mazzano tonight for an hour against Simon. For New World Sim Racing, for a league that I'm in. I was doing some race room and I forgot just how much the race room vibration comes to the wheel. My wrists this morning. My days.
It was the first time since before Christmas, and my shoulders certainly knew that it was a direct drive wheel, put it that way, because this morning it still hurts.
Oh, have you got a DD?
Yeah.
Which one have you got?
Only the CSL, but the 80, I put an 8 metre kit on it before in November, and I thought, I'll go from 5 to 8, I won't notice much of a difference. My God, I've stopped going to the gym because of it.
Oh yeah, well I've got a CSL Elite, just one of the baby belt drives. And I only run that about 3.5, 4.
I run it on max, but I turn the gain down in game. But it's just incredible.
Just
like you say, did some race room over Christmas as well, and you do feel it through your wrists. You really do.
Oh yeah, you definitely do. The new tyre model, but it's not race room we need to discuss. It is Leclerc on Dixon's sister car for TSE Deconi Racing, partnered with Industrial Night and Magic. Everyone's favourite ex-pink car. Of course, they do like to put the car up to a straw poll with their friends. And they found themselves in the Mercedes. This is their sister car, the Bentley. Still trying to get past Dixon, who has done an absolute phenomenal job at nursing that damaged BMW. Although, there's definitely damage on that. I just wondered if it was part of the funky paint job. But he's doing unbelievably well.
There's some damage on that one, John. You can mention that one.
Yeah, definitely.
Liam Page has completed this driver swap with Horn. He's just exiting the pit lane now, P16. He's going to be have company on exit. He's actually racing on the exit. Lindholm is right behind him, and he's going to go. They're actually racing through turn 1 on the exit of his pit stop with his cold tyres. That's going to be interesting. But Lindholm is still neck and neck through turn 3 and 4.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
that was more racing than I thought it was going to be, John, because I thought the cold tyres there would have dismissed that one, but actually they were neck and neck for a bit longer than I thought. But Lindholm just hangs on to the position. He's a little bit further up the road now, but I'm sure they will soon be on the back of their bumper again.
Dykstra in the pits. Christian Romano into the pits. Darren King still on the hunt for Schaefer. He is at the moment about a second a lap quicker than Schaefer. He's 7 seconds behind, so if he can get 7 laps in, which I think he might just about have time for before the stint timer comes to an end, we could see a battle. There's Dixon coming into the pits as well. Just mentioned that damage BMW for the Pulse Sim Sport. He's come in. Leclerc has stayed out. The Crazy Fly team staying out as well. They really are stretching out the damage on that one as well. Mattia Marche out for flat out sim racing. A bit of separation again between the bonnet and the front bumper there. A bit of flapping in the wind. That's keeping the aerodynamics of that one stifled for the moment, I'm sure. That is Henrik Horvath just ahead in the GTR Masters. Turn 1, so I hold my breath there just to see what would happen with the damaged car. Kenny Millard in 23rd now finds himself back behind Hayden Harter. So these two must have either... Oh yeah, they must have come in the pits because Harter's only just gotten into the car. Nobody in the interview box. Kenny Millard behind him again then. So what went on there? Well, Kenny does look like he's got a bit of damage on the front of that Ferrari, so I wonder if that was an incident. It must have been a big one. If he'd managed to get into the pits and back out again. Let's see. You're doing a good job, lads. Dalking needs 80 kilograms ballast. Yeah, seeing good viewing numbers too. Indeed, 69. Hey. Machi is looking very close as well. Still at the top of the main shaft. Does look like, as I say, he's got that little bit of damage. Is he going to be able to override that? Bourdon and Vickers both into the pits. That's Darren King then. Sorry, still in fourth. Of course, he was already past Bourdon and Vickers. Fake news. The commentary team here really need to pay attention to what's going on. As soon as anyone finds any decent ones, give Simon a shout. I'm sure he'll be eternally grateful. Jimmy Boy Horn. But we're talking about a lot of drivers that have switched from console to PC. Jimmy Boy, one of the original SOP drivers on console, now find themselves successfully transferring, like a lot of the drivers, to the PC in the new BMW, running in 16th, just ahead of Team Car, with Marcus Jusman, the 985. There's Lindholm come into the pits. Every time I go and try and get Alex in the conversation, something else happens on track, much like David Bellinger back out. He's taken over from Adrian Bourdon, and he finds himself with car number 555 running out of position as Adrian Brown, who's got himself that 15-second penalty. In fact, no, that is a battle for position. Sorry, Bellinger is 13th, Brown is 14th, Jimmy Mahon, and it's Abram Hosa then come out for Chris Vickers. Good to see Mike out on track for Team Abbey. He is now going to be getting himself involved in this battle. Absolutely love to see it. It's just, where do we even begin to look now that Sergeant, Jusma and Lindholm have all come into the pits as well? Tavernari's up to 18th, and Darren King is absolutely moolering that gap to Schaefer. Alex, what do we even begin to think about keeping an eye on here?
Well, I'm actually on board with the Indigo Line Racing Sam Bagnall, because he's got a little bit of a battle going on here. He's catching Leclerc in front of him, who's actually just coming into the pit, so I'm interested. He's obviously going to jump in there. But then behind him, he's got Aronsman in the Lamborghini, who again is also catching him as well. So there's a bit of attack/defend going on with his race there. Obviously, Leclerc's going to be out of the way once he's cleared that pit stop. Then he's got Ben Crooks a little bit further up the road from him. So he's got a bit of a attack-defend scenario with him. And then the other one I'm keeping an eye on at the moment is a little bit further back, which is with Tavernari, who's just... One second, my mouse just has run off my screen. As I said, let's keep an eye on Tavernari, which is always a great help. He's actually having a bit of a race on his own at the moment. He's got plenty of clear track in front of him before Michael or Michelle, a bit further up the road. But then he's got Renai behind him as well. So he's having a steady race, as we know he likes to clean, consistent race. So he's just picking away there and working his way through the field. We don't have pit wall today, do we, John?
No, we don't, bud. But feel free to send Simon as many messages as you want.
John?
Oh no, okay, you've lost me, but the stream hasn't. Say, no, we don't, but feel free to send Simon as many messages as you want. Remind him to get that sorted out, because it's kind of boring.
It'd have been lovely to have seen those pit stop strategies.
Yeah, the pit times would be good.
And the pace graphs are fantastic.
Yes, Ben Crooks in the pits. Romano back out in 8th. Aronsman for PCDC in 7th. Marcin Hovarth looking very close to Romano. A lot of blue flags going on there as well. So that's definitely going to keep them bunched up. Race leader Till Vornum for PCDC is into the pits, which is going to promote Andre Mesa to race leader. Unless, of course, he decides to come in and take his pit stop. Let's stay on board and find out. The gap between King and Schaefer is 4 seconds. Marchi all over the back of Romano still. Horvath has dropped off there. Mesa has come past the start finish line.
He's also under a heavy attack from the BMW of stock behind him. He just obviously was on his outlap on the previous lap, so that's given the car behind that chance to Christian Stock just that chance to catch up behind him, and he's literally sat on his bumper now as they go through towards sector 2. BMW pulls out trying to make a move around the outside of 4 and 5, but can't make it stick. I say he can't make it stick, he's still going to give it a go now. He just backs off a little bit as they go in towards turn 5 and 6 there towards the chicane, so that's one to stop. The BMW just parking it on the line where Ian probably doesn't want it to be able to defend to his full. So you're on board with that now, actually, which is it's proven to be quite an interesting battle.
Yeah, it really has been. It really has. Let's just give a quick shout out in the chat. PPR Mark, the accent is strong in this one.
I assume you're talking about mine there, John.
Yes, yeah. I was just going to say we do work on his accent between broadcasts, and he's coming on. He's coming on quite well. To be fair, he is coming
about
on
as Lincolnshire as you're going to get, John. I ain't going to be any more Lincolnshire than this.
Yeah. Thank you for getting involved, PPR Mark. Oh, look at that.
Side by side there, no one lifted at all. I've actually got the hood open so I can see their inputs, and not a single one of them lifted there between the two of them.
Oh, sausage of death side by side. Oh, they've done it as well! They've done it! Can we get a standing ovation? People, please! What is the opposite to F in chat? Now, it's got to be an A. Can everybody get an A in chat right now? Because that was phenomenal, I'll tell you what. It's not been given up because the Honda is going to come straight back at him again. Ian Egan is definitely not for turning on the easy side. He's going to go side by side into turn 1, and I tell you, there's another Butler Pal car in the background ready to assist his teammate, and that's going to be a blue flag situation. Oh, and the BMW's on wide, and Ian Egan's absolutely held the brakes beautifully, and he has retaken that position with aplomb and vigour. Nicely done from the SOP driver. Oh, but he's straight back on the back of him again. It's Christian Stock once again. We know the Butler Pal drivers are all very, very quick. And I'll tell you what, if you look in the background, there's another Butler Pal and another SOP car. Oh, he's going round the outside the Sunset. He's going off the inside line into the left-hander. Is he going to make that stick? He absolutely is. He's got his nose in front. Oh, I thought I seen a bit of dust kicked up. That was from a car in the foreground. This is an interesting situation we have accruing. Butler Pal SOP. Butler Pal SOP. And it is the lead Butler Pal car that is behind these two. Let me just confirm that while throwing. And it is Schaefer. Schaefer, who is in 6th, who is battling with Marchi. No, it's not Marchi, so it's just Schaefer trying to make his way through. With the SOP BMW still in the background there as well. So it's now the two Butler Pal cars that are side by side. So Ian very quickly letting them through. I'm sure the Butler Pal cars will be quick enough to let one another through as well. Let's just see which BMW that is. It's just behind Ian. Okay, it's Miziak. Oh, it's Matthew Miziak now signed for SOP. I knew there was a couple of names. This is what happens when I get flustered and can't get into the start of the qualifying. But yes, Matthew Miziak is racing, of course, for SOP Esports now. And he is taking a stint inside the top 30. Anton's coming to pits. Greaves is out in 28th. We've got Butters in 27th at the moment. There is Nazadati and Thiago Mendes in 26th. Those drivers are still very, very close. There is Morant versus Lagasse. Morant for the Pulse Sim Sport team, and it's Lagasse for the TSE Decone. He's come out to take his stint. Let's see what Horvath is saying to it. He is all over the back of Christian Romano then. So this is for top 10 honours. Bellinger trying to get past Abrun Hosa. Team Abbey providing all the action. This time it's SOP driven Bentley, guided by David Bellinger. Of course, took over for Adrian Bourdon. Flying through the field, 22nd position, Sergio Boulinson, getting very close here with, that's the Crazy Fly team. He's getting close right up to the back of Slasher. The Butler Pal team got Kenny Milan and Hayden Harter just ahead of him, still carrying that damage, but that is Darren King that has just made his way through. Let's have a look and see up at the front. It is Marcus Lawrence. He is still leading the way then after the driver swap, because that is because Andre Mesa has swapped, and it is Ben Walker that he has unleashed on the track. And Mike Noble, anyone? How did I not know he was racing? Why is he not on the spotters guide? Who do we need to sack? He's not on the spotters guide. Nobody told me Mike Noble was racing with Dalking and Van Holman. That is quite phenomenal team lineup, if we're being honest. I don't know if anybody's going to compete with that. That is absolutely... No, what, they've got James Parker as well. Dude.
I mean, I don't think 15 kilograms of ballast is enough.
I don't think it's... I think they should have the Aston Martin GR GT4 as ballast.
No, they should have a
just
Robin.
pop that on the roof. Just plank it on the roof. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Ben Walker, by the way, is worth noting he's a second up on this particular lap. That's he's responding to the threat that's coming from behind.
Oh, Ben is quick. Like, Ben is quick. Look, there's how much he's pushing it.
I know, but he's just seen Noble's behind him and thought, Christ, I better put my foot down.
Seriously, I'm out of here. Get down. There's no time for this. Come on, get to the start line.
100 kilograms is the guys who cheated. To be fair, it'd probably keep them grounded through there rather than going up on one side.
I know.
I have just been back and watched that Ian Egan side-by-side through Cheetah, and I've saved the replay for that particular moment because that needs to reappear in the future, because that was fantastic.
Oh yeah, it really was. Bellinger trying to make a move here.
Sam Agnell's going to have some company in a moment. Aronson in the Lamborghini behind number 25. That's a little bit closer on this particular lap as well. He's been chipping away for the last couple since the driver swaps. So it won't be long before that Lamborghini is going to start threatening Sam in front. So whether Sam picks his battles or not, I don't know. He's certainly not going to pull out the way and let him drive by. But where he fights him and where he doesn't, we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Indeed we will. Just a quick comment on Homeschool Racer there. He has just handed the reins to Ian Hall. Anton's his son, has just handed the reins to Mr. Kingy McGee. Lee was obviously told that his biggest fanboy Alex was back in the commentary box, so he thought he'd better make an appearance on track, just to make sure we get Alex's full conversation for full concentration, it says me, for the rest of the race. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, message. Okay, that's an old one from Simon. Yes, Simon, because of the liveries, we can't get logged in straight away. We need to wait till everybody's in. Would be the answer to that one. Hopefully, not too busy in the stewarding box at the moment. There is third place, Darren King trying to make his way. Mike Noble. Unbelievable, Jeff. What a lineup. But yeah, he is making his way up to 19th at the moment. And that is Renee, who took over for Lindholm in the Porsche. Bellinger is looking very close as well. Got Arvin Hosa still just ahead of him. Wozniak in the Porsche is a fair bit down for the SeaWolf team. I'm sure he won't be long in closing that gap, as you see coming around the last corner himself. He won't be long in closing that gap if the two of them keep battling. It is still Horvath trying to find his way past Romano at the moment though. Romano doing phenomenally well, running in 8th. There he's here. We've got Mattia Marchi running in 7th for flat out sim racing at the moment. It is Richard Schaefer who's come back out in 6th position for Butler Pal after serving a 15-second penalty in the pits. It's really dropped him down the order. Promoted Anderson back up. Sam Bagnall is up to 4th. He is now hunting down Mike Noble, who is still the leader or holder of the quickest lap. It was Dalking to set that one, 41.022, redonkulous. Ben Walker, currently out on track, no slouch either. He is lapping the low 140s, although his last was a 43.3, so I think he got caught up in a bit of traffic. But it is Marcus Lawrence for PCDC as we come comfortably past the 2-hour mark. Finds himself in the lead of the race, was gifted the lead after a bit of contact early doors, and they have absolutely not looked back, and they've put in some unbelievable lap times themselves. Their quickest lap 141.060, so literally 0.036 seconds slower than the time set by Dalking. So it just goes to show you the level of pace that these top teams have absolutely got. And when you've got somebody like Ben Walker, Andre Messahan raised to Ben Walker in the gang, it is just incredible. We know that Christian Romano, no slouch as well. He's going to hand the rein back to ERS Militant, who had an absolute world day of a first stint as well. Chris Vickers as well, massive shout out for his opening double stint. That was an absolute blinder as well. Horvath still trying to get past Romano. And we've got Bullinson on Slasher. Let's have a Slasher. I'm always worried that I say that one wrong. It does sound like you're describing a type of genre, horror movies.
So what else we're about to see, John? We're about to see Mike Noble smash the current fastest lap record as well. And, he's 4 tenths up on his lap, and that team's currently got the fastest lap. So he's only a few corners away if he can make it stick, and that really will be something that separates him from the rest of the drivers on the track this afternoon, because he's already done a 41 dead. With his 4 tenths up, he'll be the first driver in the 40s.
Wow.
If he can make it stick, and it's a rally lap, but obviously information we don't have until the Aston Martin puts its nose across the line, and as he crosses the line, he does take it. He takes the fastest lap, 1:40.8. 36 has got a yellow flag. John, that you've seen that on the track. Just trying to jump on board there with Alexander Rene. Oh, there's a scattering the cars there. Looks like Cheetah's got the best of him. As scattering the cars looked like a firework. That did a starburst trying to avoid him in the middle of the track.
Yeah, there was a lot of movement there, a lot of cars. As you say,
I just can't believe I've just got a sub 41. Bear in mind the real life record around here is in the 42s. Obviously that was set in 2019 when Kyle Army was on that circuit calendar because of COVID, etc. So obviously been some developments to the car since then, but that is something.
Yeah, it really is. They're showing absolute blistering pace out there. As I say, Ben's just done 3 tenths within his own quickest lap, so he's lapping very, very, very consistently there. Noble is closing that gap though. Bagnall trying his best to close, but Aronson, as was alluded to, just the TSC ISMC car. INM car, sorry, ISMC is another team, they drove the McLaren as well. It's so confusing. But Aronsman, he's closed right in the back of Sam Bagnall. In fact, that gap the Noble has stretched now. It was 4 a bit seconds, it's now 5.6.
Oh, there, that battle is coming up a little bit there. I did say to keep an eye on that Lamborghini behind Sam, and that's the closest he's been yet. Especially as he comes through towards the start of this there. Oh, you tell you what, he used all of the track there and a little bit more.
A couple of 5-second penalties for car 1, 2, 3. Who's that? Field. Oh, Saldana. Down at 34th for Rockefeller Racing. Let's get back up. Oh yeah, it was Arnsman. Sorry, I got myself totally distracted there looking at that penalty. But it is Arnsman still trying to find his way past Bagnall. As they come
through there, just picked up a 10-second penalty, John. Don't know if that's the one you're referring to. That is the BMW 123. It's not having the best of afternoons so far. in terms of staying out of trouble. They've, to be fair, they've received as much as what they've given, so they're not having their best of luck this afternoon. That was for causing an incident, and I don't know what lap that was on. Don't have that information in front of me, but nevertheless, P34, they're still chipping away, and their pace is relatively representative of the cars around them, so not all is lost yet. Leaking McGee there, P32. I said he wouldn't finish last after effectively starting last, John, so he's picking his way off through the grid as well.
Yeah, he really is. Let's. He's having a good old look. Oh, he's going to go up the inside. I was too busy looking at the cameras there to see what we were seeing side by side. No, Sam definitely thought better of that, but he's got the straight cut back on. No grip for the Lamborghini on the curbs. But the Lamborghini does hold the position through the last turn, but did he get a good exit?
He should get the run on him into turn 1 here, John.
Yeah, I would say so. Definitely looking that way. He's going to have.
I know that Lamborghini's pulling away.
Oh yeah, it's quick in a straight line as the Lambo.
I know, but I didn't expect it to pull away that quickly, especially with the slipstream. Sam's so much later on the brakes there through into turn 1.
Oh, he does. Coming up the hill then, the McLaren right under the rear spoiler of the Lamborghini that's just made the overtake. Arnsman did close that gap at a fairly commensurate rate. Can he escape off into the distance? Sam is a bit of a ninja. He can definitely drive. He's more than capable of hanging in the slipstream. He is on his third stint of the race so far. Not many other drivers have done.
I think what he'll do, John, is he'll sit there and wait for that mistake. I don't think he'll push too hard. Like you say, he's on his third stint, and he's more than capable of hanging at that distance without causing anyone an issue. So I think he'll just wait for that mistake and capitalise on that when it comes.
Yeah, certainly hoping that comes. Oh, and there we go. Horvath forcing the issue up the inside. Beautiful move to take the position from Christian Romano. So Horvath for the GTR Masters team finds himself up into 8th ERS, sitting in 9th position, and it is Mike Arbencosa who's defending the Bellinger in the background. They'll be trying to close that gap as quickly as possible. Sam still keeping within the 610. Slasher on Millard. Again, through all this traffic, it's certainly bunching up some of these drivers and making it fun to know who to overtake and who to blue flag. Christian Stock having some fun in there as well in the Butler Pal car. 557. Let me just check that there. There we go. Quick shout out to everybody in the chat as well. How we're all doing. The racing is going pretty decent so far. Far Canal Racing, is there English subtitles for this? Just joking.
If they don't get them, I don't get them.
Excellent. Up the past 100 kilograms to go through. Liam Payne's just logged on following my stint. What did I miss? Come on, Liam. There's only 3 hours and 34 minutes left, mate. That's not enough time to go over what's happened in the first hour and 25. Trust me. At the end of the race, go back and watch this one through. It has been fun, and it is absolutely still going on. Bagnall still very close there. It's hard to know whether he's just going to sit there or go for the overtake. Romano still hanging on the back of Horvath. Bellinger now on Abrunhosa, which is saving Romano from having to defend from Abrunhosa. Send it Hayden. You've caught more battles in the last 20 minutes of broadcast than the SRO Esports guys caught in all 3 rounds of their series. That's why they can. You and I will have to compare definitions of big bucks, bud. How's the race been, CJ? The race has been phenomenal, bud. It's SOP. What else do you expect? The stewards have been kept even busier than I have, but it is the first big race of the season. Let's face it, there hasn't been any other big races so far to start off 2022, I don't think. So this is definitely the place to be. Well, for us, like I say, more follows than I change my socks on a weekly basis. And we have had action all the way through the field. We've just seen Sam Bagnall overtaken by the PC-DC car. So they have once again got 2 cars within the top 5 as Marcus Lawrence is leading the way for them in the sister Lamborghini to the car, currently running in 4th. Let's not count out though Team Dalking YouTube. In incredible. We've just found out they do have Mike Noble and James Parker racing in the team as well. Late entries, so congratulations to the race winners. No, it's going to be a very, 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 very interesting finish to the race. I did say on another broadcast today you can expect this to be a 6-way battle right down to the end, and it certainly looks like the drivers are going to deliver. Big incidents early doors. I've seen drivers carve their way through the field, drivers who would potentially be off and leading the race at a canter, not to be, there really are, having to work for this one. There is Tavanari. He was given the reins from Busink. There was contact between Busink and Bagnall. Bagnall received a 15-second penalty for that one. Stop go 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane for some poor soul. Oh, no, it's Renai in 32nd, of course, took over for Lindholm. So they've got themselves a penalty, and that is one of the 5-5 cars, the Butler Pal team. Ian Egan was getting big watches in the start. He now finds himself closing in on the aforementioned Butler Pal team. He's got two of them to try and get past. They're going to go 3 wide into turn 1, or they are from this angle, but not from that angle. Team Butler Pal, expertly done. The 255 cars side by side, synchronised driving, dual defended from Ian Egan. An impossible position for Ian to be in at the moment, but as far as Butler Pal go, 21st and 22nd, Alex, you would definitely take that. The two BMWs are going to be running absolute synchronised driving here, and Ian Egan's got a serious headache on his hands trying to get any overtakes done here.
He has, and that'll just frustrate him more and more as he follows those that little train that's created. I love the fact that numbers in the match as well, John, but P21, P22, you don't want to clear them as quickly as you possibly can, I would think.
Yeah, definitely. And look at Tavanari, will be looking to clear Morant and Lagasse as soon as he can as well. The Fuel Junkies Bentley still got that BMW behind him. Looking a bit better dressed this time, not a lot less damage on the front of Morant's car, and it is Tavanari there in the background. We all know how quick the rookie monsters are, and if you don't, we're going to find out very, very, very soon indeed. It is Tavanari at the wheel at the moment. Tony's going to be taking over at some point, and we may see Ilko back at the wheel as well. It's a 3-man team that they are running. So you would think it would be a straight 2 hours each, but you never know, depending on how things go. Let's have a look at Ian Egan. Is he still behind the two Butler Pal BMWs? Morant and the gang is still very close, and Romano not giving up the fight here. We saw Horvath get the overtake done, close the gap. Very measured move, made it stick. Isn't managing to escape, that is for sure. Romano, both of them having an interesting turn 3 through the left here. That was almost double curse of the commentator. That'll be a bit of graining on the rear tyres for both cars there. Putting on a show, and they are definitely committed to getting as many places as possible. Of course, there's 5 races in total, 30 hours of competitive race action brought to you this season once a month for the next 5 months. See, I can do that. That's about all I can do.
Barely.
I need to be less quick with the self-deprecating humour because there's always someone in the background ready to stick the boot in. It's excellent. Nice sponsor placement here. How's it been? Hey guys, BOA TV, how we doing? Tom G saying hi. Curly Red, back in the chat. Curly Red, go and give us an update on the number of followers we've got, please, bud. Because it's definitely over 1,000, my friend. We are absolutely smashing through it. Thankfully, I'm not the lead commentator, so I don't have to run through thank yous through at the end of the stream. Oh, yeah.
Look at you. I won't be here at that point, John, so you have fun with that one. I'm actually diving off to another race at that point, so have fun with that one.
Oh, excellent, excellent, excellent. So what have you got on this afternoon? Another race? Commentating, broadcasting, racing?
I'm actually commentating another race, the one I talked about earlier, got a bit of a COVID situation.
Oh, okay, yep, HFG. All the best, Jeff. Well, I hope he feels better, yeah. Send him my best.
I don't know how he's feeling, I've not spoken to him today, but no, HFG, they're running a GT4 Super Trofeo race this evening for Imola.
Oh, nice. Well, yeah, all the best with that. We've got more going on in the chat. It just says 1,000. I can't see the exact number. Okay. Far Canal Racing, thank you very much for the follow as well. Welcome. Oh, Tavernari has come into the pits. And Christian Stott and Stefan Slasher have swapped positions. And Ian Egan is still in the rear spoiler. Alex, if you don't mind, mate, do you mind if I go and quickly make myself, I'll put the camera on autopilot. And I'll go very quickly and make myself a quick cup of tea. Bud,
you can do that, mate, if you put your stream on Discord for me, just so I'm not talking rubbish to these people at home.
It is.
It's not.
How did that happen? Oh, because I closed the game to restart it to try and get. Oh my goodness me. I'm so sorry, Alex. Why is it showing that? Wow, it's
not a problem. I would talk rubbish normally. People don't know what I'm talking rubbish about, so therefore it makes a difference what I can see.
Ah, excellent. I like your thinking, big fella.
Thank you very much. Right, I'll see you in a moment.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll make a quick cover, ladies and gentlemen. I will leave you in Alex's more than capable hand with the camera on autopilot. Let's see what Joyce brings up, and I'll be back very, very quickly indeed. See you all in a second.
This is going to become very quickly become a test of how quickly I can respond to the camera being on autopilot. So you'll have to bear with me as we go through. Just to read through the incidents, we've got no further incidents under investigation at the moment. I'm sure based on the action and drama we've had for the first couple of hours of this race, we're now 2 hours and 34 minutes into the race. I'm sure we will have some more on the way. Track temperature is 18 and the air temperature 18 with an optimum track. Obviously that's going to get warmer. We are first thing in the morning. Anyone that's just joined us, the race started early morning, so the track is going to build up temperature as these drivers swap stints throughout the race. I'm just going to bring up John's stream and I'm going to talk you through some of the on-track stuff now. On board with Klaus Christensen, then down in P38. He's in the Ferrari this afternoon. He was involved. He got a drive-through penalty at the start of the race, so he'll be pleased that he's not running at stone dead last after he was one of those two drivers that was issued with the drive-through for out of position at the start. However, that may have saved him because of his starting position. He may well have ended up involved in that turn one carnage that we did see that took out the homeschool racer as well. His race very quickly came to an abrupt slowdown involved with turn 2 and 3. We did see plenty of people being issued with penalties for that. On board with Abramhosen then, the Aston Martin 3-2-1 as he comes around to the start of the circuit there. You have to bear with me because John's stream isn't exactly up to date, so therefore I'm a little bit behind what you're probably seeing as he now starts his lap. I'm back on board with Ian Egan, then still behind those BMWs, but he's also got the Porsche number 7 of McGovern there in between. That was the Porsche of Tavernari that we did see dive into the pits for the driver swap a minute ago, so he's dropped back into P22 with about 7/10 off the back of him. On board with Butters, Bentley car 74, as he also comes around with a yellow flag on the track. I can't see what that is. Again, I've got no control of the John's stream, so apologies for not bringing you what that looks like. It looks like the car 787 there at the beginning of the lap, turn 1. Looks like someone's gone around there. We'll have a look at that when John gets back.
Hello Alex, how are you, mate?
Very well, Simon, how are you?
I'm good, yeah, I'm good. I heard John was popping out, so I thought I'd just pop in.
I appreciate it. I've got his Discord stream open, but it's a little bit laggy, so I'm just explaining on the stream. I'm a little bit behind on probably what they are seeing, but we're doing our best. And what's it like in the steward's room at the moment?
Yeah, nothing to report in the steward's room. I think there's just one ticket being opened currently. Yeah, obviously, after the first 2 hours, it seems to settle down rather nicely, and everyone gets in their stride, and everyone gets down to business, trying to reel off the hours for these races, don't they?
Yeah, I think it'd be fair to say everyone remembers it is a marathon, not a sprint, after those first couple of laps. But it did say to John actually at the start of the race, it seemed everyone seemed to be a bit keen to make up those places quickly, which probably was reflected in the steward's room, I would think, was it not?
Yeah, there were quite a few teams that were handed drive-through penalties, as was discussed in the driver briefing for lap 1 incidents, and then obviously it took a few laps for us to catch up with all the rest of the incidents. But yeah, nothing to report at the minute. Everything seems to have calmed down. Nice to watch the stream and see these teams that are out of position because of the starting incidents carve their way back up through the field. Obviously you got the Dalkin Community Car 38 back up to third and trying to close in on the top 2. Agnell's made fantastic progress with his triple stint. Should see AJ take over the 46 machine in 5th place. And then yeah, just fantastic battles all through the field at the minute.
No, it's been great to watch, and Noble with that fastest lap there. I mean, he's in a world of his own there. It's the first sub 41 time we've seen. I suspect, based on everyone else's pace so far, we've seen most of the drivers in each team now, I would think. Certainly now we're heading towards that 3-hour elapsed mark. I don't think we're going to see anything get close to that. Obviously, when the fuel load starts to drop towards the end of people's stint, we might see something. But he put in a 1:40.8, which is the fastest by quite some margin we've seen all afternoon.
Yeah, and that's currently, well, if we're on board with P6, you know, they're still lapping 2 seconds faster than those around them, so they are making headway. Obviously there's been a couple of incidents that have resulted in penalties, as for the likes of 556 and 99, but they're making their way back through the field, which is great to see. And I love this freehand broadcasting feature where it just swaps and changes to random cars whilst you're trying to commentate on what's happening around.
I was thinking that earlier. I've actually paused one of the streams and I'm mid-conversation while you talking through it and it goes to something else. And anyone joining is going to wonder what on earth I'm talking about. But that Ferrari livery there, the Minton, looked great, that does. Number 51 Ferrari.
Fair Canal in the chat asking who are the esteemed commentators for today's race. So, yeah, we've got 00 Raven, aka John Wright. He's been the main SOP broadcaster for over a year now since he came on board. He came on board last January. And then the other man you've been hearing is Alex Roth. He's a team manager at QRT, isn't that right, Al?
It is. We've just started that up. We had our first event the other day. It's small but going well. But I've opted. I do the occasional bit of racing, but I prefer being in the comms box and from the pit wall. Life's much easier and I'm much faster thinking than actually driving.
And all commentators better in the commentary box and out on the racetrack. Is that why they switch to the commentary booths?
I'm just thinking of some of the Formula 1 commentators now, and I'm thinking that probably does make sense.
Yeah, that doesn't count for me, obviously. I'm legitimately fast as... Yeah, okay, never mind. Never mind, you two carry on.
Our Christmas race we had, John just drove past me at Spa, and it wasn't until a couple of laps later I realised why, and I was running engine map 8 and not engine map 1. And they wonder I couldn't give him a battle, and that gave him the ego he needed to drive off into the sunset after that, and there was no catching him after that.
Indeed. I want to thank you wholeheartedly for that. Hopefully Simon will show the same courtesy this evening when he and I race one another in New World Sim Racing at Misano. But I seriously doubt it. He's a pure class master. So he is. I'll have to say a big shout out as well. The commentator. I'm only as good as I am at commentating because of Kane Dinham. End of story. Greatest co-commentator on the planet. The man's phenomenal. Chroma Dix, who's currently racing. Christian Romano, he's been another excellent commentator here. There's been a guy called Simon Baggas. He's actually been not too bad as well, but I would never say that within earshot of him. And of course we've had Mr. SOP Curly Red, who's in the chat. Bailey, he's done a bit of commentating as well. We need to get him back in the commentary box. He's resting on his laurels a bit. A few posters do not an SOP founding father make, Bailey. So yeah, dust off the microphone. Get yourself back in the commentary box.
I tell you what, John, I'm mediocre at best at commentary. I'm mediocre at best at racing, but at least I give it my all. Okay?
Indeed, and you're better at both of them than I am. So please don't. We'll go above mediocre just slightly if you don't mind. Just slightly if you don't mind. But no. You do it. Yeah, Simon, give yourself a bit of credit. You're actually half decent at the rest. Oh, that almost choked me on the back. But yeah, no, you are actually decent.
Well,
you are pretty decent.
I am. Now you're back, John. I'll leave you to crack on with the commentary because I see some incident reports coming in, so I'm going to deal with them.
Excellent, you go deal with them, and we'll get updates from Alex on any previous incident reports, and we'll see you back in the commentary box towards the end when Alex leaves us for his other commentary duties.
Yeah, I'm going to attend to those roast potatoes rather soon, and then I'll try and get back in here with you, John, for a bit before I head off for my other duties this evening.
Yes, perfect. Sorry, I've just told us to type something in the chat. I do love my friends. They're such an encouraging bunch. Yes, but thank you once again, Alex, for joining us. And yeah, you're coming back again soon?
I'm going to try to be with you for another 5-10 minutes, John, and I'm going to disappear for a bit, and I'm going to try and get back again for one more stint if I can. But for the next one, I think we're at Bathurst next, so we're not, and I'll be with you for the full duration of that one.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Farkin, will there be any post-race protests or legal battles?
There is a post-race protest of the quality of commentary that we've had this afternoon, but
quality. Oh yeah, I just banned that guy straight away. Sorry, if you do come in here trying to sell followers or whatever, we've got the links deleted and we just banned you straight away because it's bots and you end up with bot accounts and your Twitch account gets closed down. And quite frankly, you're not worth it, so we just delete you and ban you. Thank you very much. But yeah, the way the incidents are going, it certainly looks like there's going to be some stewarding going on after the race as well. There is 985. He's got himself a 15-second penalty. That's Ian Egan right in the middle of this battle here. He's got himself a 15-second penalty. There's someone called Crack Rabbit. Can we get him back? Don't sell yourself short, George. There's great other stuff like alien isolation. Doc Nailbender with the encouraging ha-ha-has in the chat. Doc, too brute. Let me just get Alex to reach and pop that knife out my back. Thanks very much. Mickey in the BOE Sports car at the moment running P35. Just the two of us as Alan couldn't get in the server. Tom G, right, okay. There has been, there was definitely issues for people getting in and out of the server. The broadcast team themselves fell foul of that. Much to Simon's annoyance, but he doesn't have to run all these custom liveries when he's loading in, so he doesn't understand the pain of jumping in the server early and having people coming in late. It just makes a mess of absolutely everything, and the last thing I need is any distractions. Let's face it. Plenty of distractions on track at the moment. The main protagonist in my eye-fluttering craziness is Mr. Mike Noble. He's just done a 41.4, backed up with a 41.1. Still lapping at absolutely Olympic pace. And he is closing the gap on Ben Walker as we close in on the 100 lap mark. It is a Lamborghini driven by Lawrence leading the way. I love the way they do that. PCDC Motorsports are indeed in first position and in fourth after Tom's got the move done on Sam Triple Stint Bagnall. He now finds himself in fifth position. Marchie just down the road for Flat Sim Racing. And I actually see Sam in the foreground there as Mattia, I apologise, comes through turn number 1. Ian Egan with that penalty now finds himself behind one. Butler Pal car as one of them has come into the pits. Speaking of in the pits, Adrian Bourdon, everyone's favourite flat earther, he has come out of the pits and he's instantly going to get 3 wide into turn 1. Nope, thinks better of it. Sunday afternoon at SOP, Bentley, BMW and Honda all going at it in Kyalami, and 12th positions come into the pits. It's Wozniak for the Seawolf team. No, it's not, I apologise, it's Andre Michel for turn 1, and 13th they're going to drop down the order ever so slightly. Let's see how Bourdon and Ian, teammates, are getting on. Look at that. Let's hope there's a rear view mirror. Yes, there is. Phenomenal stuff. Wow, look how close he's getting. This battle here is, again, just highlights, Alex, how close, and the level of talent we've got in this field, how close this lot are driving. And this is a great fun track. It is technical though. You make the slightest mistake, you're losing the back end. And these three here absolutely highlighting the point that some world-class drivers taking part in this battle is a beaut.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's been consistent throughout. There's been the respectful, consistent, clean and clinical driving that you need, but the aggression that you also need to make an impact. I was actually just a bit distracted there by Ian Egan's 15-second penalty. I was just looking at what that was for. As I've just seen that pop up on my left screen there for the cause of the collision. I missed that when it first came up, and I'm just on board with him now actually, and he's making good progress, which is a bit of a shame. But no, as you say, John, it's incredible how close these drivers can drive next to each other and literally bumper to bumper and not punt each other. It's quite refreshing to actually see the respectfulness, and things have settled down now, and you can see people are trying to find their way, and they've got in their stride, and you can see the lap times are consistent, and there's no unnecessary aggression now making moves that aren't there.
Indeed, yeah, big shout out to Jimmy Boy Horn. Again, gave him a mention earlier, one of the SOP originals on the console, now finds himself on PC, 12th position at the moment. He does have one of the TSE cars absolutely breathing down his neck. They say one of the TSE cars, the lead TSE car. Hey, let me just still that one a little bit. So it is the lead TSE car at the moment, showing the rest of the boys how it is done. Oh, look how close Moranta's getting in the back of there. In fact, if I take off, if I go for a black hug, I know you're not supposed to do this, but yeah, there we go. Get a proper look at the rear view mirror there of that BMW in the background. That is Thomas Moranta. The BMW's been carrying some damage now and again, and I tell you, they've absolutely more than kept themselves in it. Very, very, very serious pace being shown by that damaged car, and they're keeping this top 10 on full alert at the moment. Let's see if Ian Egan has managed to get his way past Bourdon. That is a negatory, and they've got Slasher just ahead of him, so it is a three-way battle for positions inside the top 20. Ian on the bubble at the moment in 21st with that 15-second penalty. Definitely won't do him any favours. Kingy McGee is up to 27th. Alex will be cartwheeling back and forward. Great drive by Lee. He's got Ian Hall just behind with 28th, Matthew Miziak in 29th, Relay in 30th. Who's the driver I actually want to highlight? Is, yes, Brandon.
Sorry, John, I was just doing my car, otherwise I'd have tripped on the back of that conversation. But
I'm not even out of breath. That's
I am, however, going to leave you in the comp block for a little bit again. I'm going to head off, and I will join you back if I can, but with the time I've got. So hopefully I'll be back. If not, thank you everybody for having me again. And I'll see you for the full duration of Bathurst.
Superb. Thank you once again. Alex is off to get his nails and eyelashes done for the working week. We thank you once again, Alex, for your participation, and hopefully we'll see you back again before the end. But if not, here's the Bathurst, my friend.
Take care. See you in a bit.
Cheers, bud. So that was Mr. Alex Roth, our very own, what's his name? The guy from Formula 1, Ted Kravitz. Ted Kravitz 2.0, the SOP version. That is Mr. Alex Rowe. So that is me on my lonesome once again. So if any of the teams are in the chat, go Team Abbey, says Lurch. Yeah, TSE, says Mr. Downs. Honestly, John, you need the squirrel emote, says Dr. Neil Bender. Harter's up to P16, hell yeah. I hope some English guys do well in this race because Australia has won the Ashes. Why could you have not put in the chat while the cricket loving Alex Rowe was in here? Alex, I hope you heard that. Please reply in the chat. Then Busey, they're going good, mate. They're going good. How are things going with you? Interesting first stint. Would you like to jump in the comment box and say hello, by the way? Let us know how it went. Obviously keep the language clean and not too much bitching, moaning or backstabbing. We do have a steward's office for that. It's not an open invitation. Not that you would anyway, obviously, Busey. But yeah, we've got waiting to interview, so anyone that's taking part, any of the team managers, any of the drivers, if you're waiting to get involved, or if you're just in the team like 9K from the UK, don't know if you're watching, you've got Distinct GG in here. If you want to come in and say hello, grace us with your presence. Ian Egan. Now that's confused me. Oh, okay, blue flag situation. Oh, and he slightly missed the brakes. There's the Lamborghini came charging through. So wait, why is the Team Abbey car just ahead of him? Okay, he's in 10th. Okay, he's getting blue flag through, and there's the race leader coming through. So that's literally what, that's first, 10th, and 21st, all right on top of one another. Yeah, it's easy to keep track of what's going on. Sam Bagnall is in the pits. That's 3 stints he's just done. Is he going to go for a 4th? Is AJ to the P going to be unleashed? We will find out very soon. Mike Noble. I did wonder if he was going to be able to catch Ben, who was shown. Oh, and Ben absolute sideways. Is he going to hold it? Nope. Ah, nightmare for Ben there. Absolutely lost the back end up through turn number 4. And coming down into the S's, it is Mike, quickest man on track, Noble for Dalking YouTube, who is absolutely leading the way. Oh, sorry, that's. Oh, no, I say, yeah, it's a mine shaft. As you say, that's the S's now, but it's not as Klaus Christensen just ahead of him. Tony McCoven is in for the Rookie Monsters. He's got a Dati and Egan ahead of him. Egan's got a 15-second penalty and slashing him board on. He could well be within striking distance. Millard trying to catch up on Hayden Harter. Big shout outs in the chat for him, of course, up into 16th position. So great drive by them, qualifying 31st. So they've certainly made the most of the early incident. Rocky Rocco is back out on track. Stop, go. Speeding in the pit lane. One of the Butler Pal cars. One of the Butler Pals on. It's Christian. So it is 557. Stop, go 32nd. Mace, McGee, Hall, Ule, Miziak, Minton, Mueller, and Pizik. Chris Pizik. I'm really butchering that one, haven't I? Yeah, they are all going to benefit hugely from that. That's us just coming to the halfway mark in the race. D-Max 77. There's some really nice liveries in the series. Yes, there is. You better believe it. Yours is looking not too bad. Up to 16. Fantastic stuff. Not the lead car for TSE at the moment. Is there any in-team rivalries? Oh no, that's not the car I meant to click on. Alex Phillips, sorry. You'll have to excuse me if I do cough now and again. Yeah, talking at 600 miles an hour for this length of time does have a bit of an effect on the throat, despite what you might think. Let's see if Tony can get a move done. He's absolutely mullered that gap to Dati ahead of him. I didn't expect him to close that quickly, but he is absolutely flying in that Porsche. Trying to make himself back some positions from the early incident. Morant still trying to find his way past Lagasse, who is, of course, who I'm looking for. Is that how to pronounce his name, by the way? Lagasse. Maybe I can join after my next stint. We'll be driving. Okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. But yeah, actually, David, how badly am I putting Alexandre's name Lagasse? Is that correct? But yeah, we'd love to see Busey in the chat. Of course, anybody wants to jump in the interview box, come in, say hello, let me know how your race is going, how your team's doing, any of that good stuff. Still plenty of action we've got on track. Noble. Well, the team were down in 41st position at the end of lap 2. From down in second, and it's 100% on pure driving merit. Absolute alien levels of pace right throughout the whole field. Romano for ERS. ERS. He is in 8th position at the moment. Dropping back off of Horvath, another SOP driver. Still going with Laurent then. Let's have a look. Butter's now on a Dati actually. Let's get in there. Want to get there? Yeah, there we go. Oh, quick drink of the old tea. Can't beat a bit of honey in the tea. Lost wonders. Egan. Oh, and Tony's got a penalty as well. Christian Stock with that stop go. And then he's still got in. Oh, missing a few cards. Oh, Nate Speck is out as well. Nick Hewers for the Sausage Dodgers. Still racing along. Why is that one not working? Because he's not here either. Chris Bell is though, another Sausage Dodger car. There's Klaus Christensen there. Just side by side with third place then. down to 38th at the moment. Another driver that's not long switched from console to PC. That seemed like a big weave there. Was that an cut? What was going on there? Ben trying to find his way through the field. Couple of back markers just around him. Mike Noble, a fair chunk down the road. His stint's going to be coming to an end in about 15-20 minutes or so. Okay. Right, so I still don't have access to that. We've still got more tickets being open, so a couple of incidents that we've missed off camera. Closed in about 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, we've had a disconnect as well, so I'm just going through the steward to see what we can see. Stop goes clear for the Butler Pal car, and the Tazi coming out for Flat Out Sim Racing, making his debut in the racing series. Of course, the cars and drivers, the lineups could well change. You've got teams like Butler Pal, 18 drivers they've got registered on the SimGrid website, and up to 48 hours before the race starts, we accept the driver lineup. Anything after the 48, of course, Nico Hildebrand again. I hope you make a very, very, very speedy recovery and you get back to racing in due course. Don't rush it, look after yourself. But yeah, so the guys can change the drivers in each car right up to 48 hours before the race starts. Over the series, we can see a lot of drivers taking part. Teams like AKM, who do like to shake things up a bit. Best of wishes always to the AKM team, Andy especially, Lee, who, let's face it, he's the dueling. Oh, that's good. I'm only kidding, Connor the gang. Yeah, well, no, it's true. No, I'm only kidding. But yeah, so we could see a lot of drivers taking part for the different teams. You know, the Rookie Monsters as well. We've got 3 drivers racing today. Indigo Line, we've got quite a few drivers as well. Distinct GG, I've got a fair few. It would be good to see if James Lee can maybe make an appearance for them. Yeah, I've been singing his praises for years now. Absolute legendary driver. And yeah, he's no longer signed for Distinct GG, so it'll be good to see him out on track. Macaroni in the chat. Okay, you meant in the text chat, right? Okay, I was checking the interview box there. There's nobody in there. Okay. Yeah, just making sure. I wonder if they're not even taking part. They're probably still drag through. There we go. Oh, another pitch invasion. Once again, it's everyone's second favourite founding father, because we're all love Bailey. It's Simon!
Right, I'm going to leave again now.
Oh, awesome. I'm only kidding, Simon. You know I'm only serious. No, I'm kidding. How is the steward's office looking at the moment? Is it seems to maybe picking back up a bit? A couple of contacts and a penalty for Ian Egan. Not the type of thing we usually see.
Yeah, there was a few little incidents trickling in now. Ian Egan and in the 985 just tapped the rear end of the car that's currently ahead of him, actually. The 555.
Oh, Slasher. Yeah, he did have two Butler Pal BMWs directly in front of him at one point. Yeah, didn't quite catch it, but that was what it was, a contact with the car 555, yeah?
It was either 555 or 557. It was one of those. I can't really tell the difference between them now, and now the instance has been closed, I can actually tell you which one it was. But yeah, it was one of those. And then McCoffin's got a 15-second penalty for he was leaving the pits 2 laps down, and the blue flags were waving, and he got in the way of drivers battling over 8th and 9th, and that's why Adrian Baudon has dropped right down the order to 17th because they had a little tangle going into turn 1, so that's why Baudon's dropped from 9th to 17th.
Right, okay. Ooh, Ian Egan, looking for a move at the sunset. Thinks better of it. Let's ignore the stewarding side of things for a second, Simon. As SOP team manager, how do you feel the cars are doing? Obviously, we've just been told about Bourdon's dropped down to 17th. He was on Egan in 19th. Jimmy Boy Horn is up in 14th. So some decent performances from the SOP guys.
Yeah, it's not been without, the little niggles that come with these types of events. It's very rare that you have a full 6 hour or any type of endurance race where you don't have an incident or a niggle here and there that you've got to overcome. And they've all had their fair share this race so far. I mean, they got half the race over and done with now. New drivers are coming into the fore and jumping into the machines now. Sam Cairns has jumped into the Ferrari. He's taken over from Kenny Millard. Yep. So we'll see how far up he can climb after I think they're still recovering from the lap 1 incidents, to be honest. But then, the rest of them, you got the Academy BMW team. They're running around mid 20th places. And like you just said, the lead SOP car at the minute is Jimmy Boy Horn sitting in 14th place. He's got a nice 26-second gap to Hardy, the 100 machine behind him. So hopefully he can keep that gap there and he can stay in touch with the guys just outside the top 10. And I mean, there's Stefan to take over the wheel of that one as well. I'm not sure if Liam's getting back in for another stint. I think his 2 stints are over and done with. So we'll see if anybody can jump up into the top 10 from SOP. It's going to be a tough one because this is a very fast field.
King of the understatement once again, Simon Bagas. Very strong field, it is safe to say. Christian Romano still rocking it in 7th, Abram Hoses in 8th. Mike Noble gone sub 41. And Ben Walker making an uncharacteristic mistake, finding himself dropping down the field. So we're going to have massive battles right to the end. Stop and go 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane for a Butler Pal car. Oh, guys, it's not going well today. I'm sure the guys are more than a bit distracted with what's going on with Nicholas Hildbrand, so we can definitely appreciate you boys still taking part. I realise it's not quite going your way, but yeah, well done for sticking in there, and it's great to see you going to make it all the way to the end. Massive thank you to D. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, thank you very much, busting out the Prime subscription. That is over 1,000 followers and a couple of Prime subscriptions as well today, so thank you very much for that, indeed. Looking forward to seeing you on track on Wednesday night, even if I will be watching the broadcast from work rather than actually broadcasting it myself. Sad face. Horvath has come into the pits. That car has got SOP logos on it. Is that actually an SOP car, Simon? No.
No. Some of the teams, if you check over their liveries, they just requested the SOP logos to run with their liveries. So yeah, that was a nice tip. I think the Pal Motorsports have got them. A few of them got them on like the rear wing end plates and stuff like that. So nice.
Oh yeah, nice touch. Yeah, a lot of them, there really is a strong affinity these days for a lot of these teams at SOP, and it's great to see so many of them coming back. Nazadai Crazy Fly Racing, we know they've had teams before. There's got 2 of our, again, long-time protagonists. It's good to see as well, Simon. Notice that Seawolf have actually got 2 cars this time out, and we've got 4 or 5 Wiki Monsters in the Wednesday night, so the teams are not only coming back, they're bringing more and more cars with them, and it's just, the level of racing is just going through the roof, and 2022 is not half starting with a bang.
Yeah, it's been great support for us so far, especially on the PC side of things. It's really taken off early this year in January. Like you just said, the Rookie Monsters team, they've only got 1 car competing in this championship, but they've actually got 8 drivers competing in our World Sprint Championships on Wednesday nights as well. Yeah, spread across obviously the 3 different classes that we're running with the Pros, Silvers and AMs.
Yep.
They've entered 8 drivers for that championship, so it's going to be Rookie Monsters galore.
Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Right, okay, 7 natural colours in the name, but I did see that they put a rainbow liveries. They've got different colour rainbows, so yeah, absolutely massive. Oh, goodness me, we've got more. Oh no, I was looking at the wrong bit. I'm just checking on the follows. Flashato, how we doing, bud? Welcome along. Good afternoon. We have just passed the halfway mark of the. Where have you been? Where have you been? Come on, what's going on? But yeah, halfway mark of our opening Opening race of the Endurance Series for 2022, 5 months of racing. We've got coming up ahead of us in 2.5 hours of solid racing. We've got as the rookie monsters are now eyeing up a move. It's Porsche v Honda McCoven versus Egan. This is going to be a fun one. Romano, Abrun, Hossa and Morant all coming into the pits. And it is, militant. Just in time there. Akra was in the chat as well. Flashata was in the chat. And I'll tell you what, that is Thomas and Dennis has just come out of the pits. We're going to get some of the FRT guys. Flashata is FRT, isn't he? Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
and they're all moving over to PC as well now.
Oh, superb. Oh, Simon, you bring me the best news sometimes, honestly. You can come back to the comedy box, bud. So that'd be great to see the Firebeast Racing team getting themselves involved on the PC side of things as well. Can't wait to see that happen. And don't think we're going to have to wait too long to see any action between Egan and McCoven. SOP Esports versus the Rookie Monsters. And the liveries are definitely looking a bit swish as well. As we come towards the Sausage of Death, both drivers make it through safely. McCoven. Oh, we've got another ding-a-ling in the air. Flashata, thank you very much for the host, bud. Thank you very, very, very much for the host. Enjoying the racing. Ian Egan was feeling the pressure there. He's popped into the pits. He's going to take a stop. It's going to be 15 seconds longer due to that penalty he has received. Let's see. Do we need to be waxing any more lyrical about Mr. Noble? Hasn't quite gone any quicker, but he's still within a second of his quickest lap, so lapping unbelievably consistently. I bet that was a surprise, people. Yes. Pending penalties for 555 cleared by race control. Yes, there's a pending penalty cleared there. Never got confirmation on the guy's surname pronunciation. But it's going to be an interesting one. Any predictions in the chat? Anyone want to throw their hat in the ring on who's going to win this one? It's a brave person that does. Chris Minahan back out in 18th. 15th for... Oh, what's going on with Militant? Oh no, what's going on with Militant?
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. He's just RTG'd. Oh,
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Wow, indeed. The heartbreak of endurance racing. 3 hours, 10 minutes in. Bit of an incident there. I couldn't actually tell which corner that was, if I'm totally honest. Did anybody clock what corner that is?
And he's literally just got in the car as well, hasn't he?
Yeah. He literally just taken over, so he was on his outlap from the pits. He's now going to be stuck there for 2 minutes.
Let's see what happened.
Yeah, see if Simon can catch a quick look. Lee Kingy McGee, as solid as ever. He's up to 25th position. He's got Stock and Hall just behind him. The Butler Pal 557 car falling foul of a few penalties.
Well done. Just to report back, he obviously on the outlap cold tyres. He got the rear end onto the grass and it's spinning around straight into the barriers, and that's totaled that front end completely.
Ouch. Yeah, that is definitely not good. Definitely not good. So far into the race as well. So far in. Neopec, thank you for the follow. Welcome to SOP Motorsports. SOP Jimmy Boy Horn, probably me done for the afternoon, was super nervous beforehand. Not on pace with my teammates, but enjoyed that, and most importantly, we are still running a stunning double stint at the start from Liam Page. Indeed, Jimmy Boy. I will second, third and fourth those thoughts. Liam had an absolute stunning opening. The battle with Vickers, man, absolutely epic. I'm going to enjoy watching this back tonight in my bed. But yeah, listen mate, as long as you enjoyed your stint, yeah, don't feel under any pressure to get back in the car. I'm sure your teammates are more than happy to get back out there and give themselves some more laps. And yeah, don't be worried about pace, mate. The only way you get quicker is by spending some time on the track, so don't be selling yourself short. You're lapping around here a lot quicker than I'm capable of. So yeah, you're selling us both short, my friend. So yeah, tune up, keep the lapping coming, and I'm sure we will see you back out before the end of the series. We've still got another 24 hours of racing to come after this race. We've got another penalty just being cleared there. We're watching Jonathan Seville for Pulse Motorsport, and I tell you, he's got that one done. The exit to turn 3 down into the S's, and it is the BMW that's got the move done on Alexandre Lagasse for the TSE INM team. I'm going to persevere with it. You know what I'm like. Sergey Mace for Crazy Fly, trying to get his way past the other car, and yeah, it was good to hear. I actually meant to resonate those thoughts. The Mercedes, as far as looks and sound go, it is it's a pretty phenomenal car. Let's see, I might even enjoy some of the sound of this one myself. What a chase car this. Oh yeah, goodness gracious me. What a racket that thing's, mate. Absolutely love it. So we've got, that's the other TSE team. 17th at the moment. It's McCowan ahead of them, but with that 15-second penalty, that could certainly be decisive. We've got Christian Stock. Butler Pal. Oh, he's just run a bit wide there, and that is race leader. Oh no, it's actually Justin Dijkstra, so it is the second PCDC car. They're currently running in 5th, just making their way through. There's Lee Kingy McGee coming into the pits from 25th position. Is he coming back out? Or is he going to change over to Theo Anton? That was easy to say. All the alliterations today, and that's the one that trips me up. Marvellous. Ooh, the top two have pitted. Matt's Lynham is in and out again, and Mike Noble is just coming to a stop. Ben Walker has come into the pits as well. He's already stationary. So it's going to be a bit of a race. Is Schaefer going to come into the pits to lead the Butler Pal car at the moment? Dijkstra's just come back out. Tazio for Flat Sim Racing, they've obviously pitted. That's Ian Hall just popping himself out the way to let him through. So it is line up for PCDC. Back out in the lead. Noble is dropped and running. So is Ben Walker. Wow, they dropped at exactly the same time. And it is James Parker who is taking over for the Dal King team. Let's see if it's Ben Walker that's coming out or if he's changing over to Reese. Nope, so it is Ben coming out to do another stint. Schaefer did come into the pits then. Dijkstra will come down. That is the sausage of death he's coming past. He's coming past the pit entrance there. The last corner, of course, the start finish straight is ahead of him. Schaefer is very much stationary in the pits, so it is going to be the place back for PCDC. Re-promoted inside the top 5 then. Just as Schaefer is off and running, the Tatsu's coming along. Alex Phillips coming around the last corner. Can he make an impact? Schaefer is back out then. There's Ian Hall over on the right. Sam Cairns in 19th. Chris Minahan in 17th position. Tony still out in 16th. Van Hal out for the SOP Ferrari BMW, sorry. Bourdon. Got myself all confused, but we're back up and running again. Bourdon back up to 14th after battling inside the top 7. Bit of a contact. Found himself tumbling down the order. Dave Hardy is back out. Abin Hosa still out and running. So it is James Parker then just coming past the Sausage Dodgers. He is on his outlap. So is Ben Walker. Just coming down the mine shaft in the confirmation. Just a quick. And I tell you, James Parker's that quick. His outlap's actually 4/10 quicker than anybody else's has been so far. That's crazy. His opening outlap though, 1:47.4. So definitely looking to warm those tyres up. But it is Lynham leading the way then. James Parker in second. Ben Walker in third. Dijkstra for the team in first as well. Finds himself in fourth. Tazio for Flathouse Sim Racing in fifth. Schaefer for Butler Paladin sixth. It's Indigo Line in seventh. Then it is the GTR Masters Endurance team in eighth. Mike Abinhosa for Team Abbey Racing in ninth. And rounding out the top 10 at the moment is Dave Hardy for turn one was the Axeville. Lagasse, Bourdon, Van Hal, McCoven, Minahan, Mace, Cairns and Butters all inside the top 20. Marcus Duzman, the Honda, just outside the top 20 as well. Still got some cars running just further down there. Eric Albright. In fact, Nick Hughes is still running as well. Where is he? Oh, yes, Sean. There he is there. Nick Hughes for the Sausage Dodgers. Their Aston Martin entry. Then we've got a BMW entry as well. As we said, more cars. A lot of the teams returning with more cars. Elite Racing Team, Klaus Christensen, making an endurance debut here at SOP. Of course, races in the Wednesday night series as well. There's Ian Hall in 25th, coming in to take his pit stop. All pennies cleared. And it is Pete Greaves that is coming back out. So homeschool racer coming out to take a second stint as we pass the halfway mark of the overall opening race here for season number 2. Just trying to watch and see if we can get a time difference between Lynham and Parker. They're both on the same lap, so I don't understand why we're not getting a delta time between the two of them. Sure, we're seeing 40 seconds back to Walker. He's got Dykstra closing in on him. Mace and Minahan. As soon as I move this, yeah, can't see what's going on up there. Come on. What is the time difference? Let's have a look on track. Matt's lineup is just coming down the bottom of the mine shaft. And Parker is just coming through the S's. He's about half a lap down. So he
has got a long way to catch back up, John, yeah.
Yeah, he does. 2 hours and 40 minutes though. And I wonder what their strategy is going to be, because that is 4 really, 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 really strong drivers. I mean, how do they decide who's doing the closing 2 stages? I mean, and plus, what do you think is going to happen with Indigo Lime? Sam Bagnall did a triple stint. So do you think AJ's going to do a triple, or do you think Sam's going to come back out again?
No, I think that's it. AJ's going to stick around. He loves racing for longer periods than shorter periods of time. He finds he can find a better groove within the race the longer we can stay out on track. So I can pretty much bet that AJ is going to be in the car until the checkered flag now.
Alright, okay. Cool. And he is currently in 7th. So yeah, he'll be looking to, if he can stay out, definitely get some overtakes done. Schaefer's got himself caught up to Natazio. That'll certainly play into his hands. Miles Dixon, loving the stream. Can we look at car 53, please? Oh, never mind. There we go. It just happens. Neil Peck, did I say thank you for the follow? If I did, thank you. And Flashattle, thank you for the host. Dr. Nailbender, some really good looking liveries out there. Yes, indeed, there is. And Wacky Teddy says, especially car number 51, which is Ian Paskin for the Transatlantic Sim Racing. Yeah, it is. That is old school. Oh, that's the colours that Bonnie used to race in. But yeah, that is. Oh, let's get closer. That is a very nice looking livery. And we're going to go there. Pulse SimSport, of course, the other one. There's a fair bit of damage on that car right through the race, but they've definitely sorted out and they've showed some phenomenal pace even with the damage, and that's certainly paying over a comfortable position inside the top 15. Let's see if Chris Minahan can make any kind of move. He is trying to get close on the crazy fly car. Mace at the wheel. Through turn 1, Mace using all the track. The Mercedes very, very, very planted though. Come into turn number 3. Oh, the Mercedes really isn't lighting up those back tyres, getting the power down. Coming into Sunset, he's going to look to at least keep this close. Try and get close through the S and potentially make a move at the bottom of the mine shaft. If he Take a lot of curb on the inside here. Doesn't get quite as much as he wanted and runs wide on the exit. That certainly will happen if you don't turn in early enough there, but still within striking distance of Mace at the moment. They're coming up towards the mine shaft entrance.
Not too far behind that battle, John, is Sam Cairns closing as well in the 333 Ferrari.
Oof.
So whilst those two do battle for 17th place, he's closing all the time.
Yeah, he really is. And yeah, I didn't even realise that there, but he is suddenly, as he's actually closer to Minahan now than Minahan is to Mace. As they come down through the bottom of the mine shaft, Cairns is going to get a choice of lines through here. Minahan kind of by Mace there. Last the sausage of death. Will all three make it through? 1, 2, 3. Of course, they do pass the pit entrance to finish. Yet another lap. I think we're fairly close. Oh wow, yeah, 100. I'm afraid to say we're close to the 120 mark. The leader's on lap 118 at the moment, so we are well into this one. 2 hours 36 minutes still to go though. Positions could well be changing hands sooner rather than later. Cairns popping out the strips. But that's easy for me to say. Popping out the slipstream.
I tell you what, the number 38 machine in second place must have done about 1,000 laps this weekend at Kyalami. Obviously, they've been racing in the sim grid Kyalami endurance as well as this endurance, and obviously all the practice lap that they've done for it as well.
Wow, yeah, so they'll have done a lot of laps on the a lot of laps. Oh, that's the wrong way. I can hear myself speaking. Oh, there we go. Let's see, a bit of McLaren Monaco livery in it. Should be transatlantic. Yes. Mr. John, please show the Team Abbey car. We have supporters in Zimbabwe and Mozambique texting.
Wow.
Why are you not showing our car? Well, to be honest, mate, the first half of the race all we showed was your car because it was constantly so close to Liam Page, the SOP car. So yeah, but honestly, feel free to go back and watch there's been plenty Chris Vickers action. Maybe not quite so much actually with since Mike's been in the car, but it has been a relatively quiet stint for Mike since he took over. But yeah, there he is there, always happy. In fact, I'll tell you what we've not done so far, so let's do it, you guys. There we go. Have a bit of freestyle on the free cam. Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. SOP on the end plates. Love it. Team Abbey Racing. Carrying a fair old bit of dirt there. That's to be expected with a race of this length.
They're saying that the granddad loves you now, John. From one granddad to another. How does it feel?
Now, don't get caught up in that, Simon. And uncle and nephew. Right, honestly, don't get caught up. They're absolute, trolleys. But I love it. I love their dedication to winding me and you up. Especially after one of them messaged you to say, could you correct the commentator? Like, yeah, no, you're all winding me up. There you go. Team Abbey in the Aston Martin looking absolutely phenomenal. So definitely no favouritism shown here, absolutely not. There we go. Oops, maybe put it off free car. Yay, there we go, back to the racing again. Absolute professionals here at SOP, right through and through. So we are. Lieutenant Leonard Natazio though, he's not falling for any of my nonsense. He is closing in on Schaefer. Schaefer's not long got the move done, but Natazio is definitely not letting this top 5 position go. I'm still looking. We're still not getting a readout of the time difference between Parker and Lynham. But
is that big, John?
yeah. Well,
is the gap still that big?
Yeah, the two of them are lapping within a tenth of one another. They literally are trading lap times at the moment. There's third place, trying to get his way past Abreu. That's the Moravia Street team. Yeah, needs to caught himself just out the way there. Let the Stick GG podium sitters make his way through. Because he does have Dykstra closing that gap. Schaefer, as I said, Natazio 5th and 6th. Phillips is going to hope they battle to try and close up since he's in 7th. Simon Rixey could be in the driver's seat right till the end of the race. I'd certainly say it was a safe bet given we had Sam Bagnall pull himself. Grill cam, stick it on the front grill. Okay, yeah, we can do that. What car's got a good front grill? Oh, we've got a
BMW.
Oh, the new BMW.
It's got the biggest grille on the grid, that's for sure.
It does look a bit like Darth Vader, if we're being honest. So definitely a 1970s
what even is Star Wars?
Simon, don't do it, Simon. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. That's the film that came out the year I was born.
Who even likes Marvel?
I so hope my daughter's watching this broadcast right now, because you're about to get it all 3 barrels. Definitely going to be some scary times ahead. There we go. Some nice front grille action. The BMW, it does look an absolute monster of a car.
I think he meant stick it inside the grill to watch the racing, not look out the grill.
Grill cam is quite cool, actually. Right, okay, you've got me rabbiting and squirreling through many different things now. Let's just see how the race. Are we getting a timing difference on these two? No, we're still not at the moment. We know there's 14 seconds between Walker and Parker. I've seen some cool ones actually where they put it on the rear. Thingy, the M4 feels the best. Yes, it reminds me of playing Gran Turismo as a kid. Excellent. Yeah. Gran Turismo 7 comes out at the same time as the next gen ACC. That's going to be a fun one. Let's see how the sales of that go. Just having a look down the field though. We're getting a bit of a spread out. Ben Sullivan still running in 40 for the Sausage Dodgers. His teammate just ahead of him. Samba has come out, Nathan, for the ERT team. I keep saying ERT when I mean ERS and the other way around. But it's 38th at the moment for the team. Rocco's just come into pit from 32nd.
Okay, John. So, update on the ERT race team.
Okay.
They actually didn't realise that one of their drives had disconnected from the server for a number of laps. And so they both had to leave the server and reconnect in order to carry on racing that, and that is why they are 5 laps down.
Nightmare.
Yeah, so it was Dexter that disconnected from the server, but because he was driver 1,
he had to rejoin first. Yeah.
He had to rejoin first, so Samba had to leave the server completely as well, and then they rejoined and carried on racing.
Nightmare. Especially when there's points up for grabs. But they will finish the race, I'll tell you that. Klaus or Nathan, neither of them are going to give up, especially driving that amazing Ferrari. It is the best car out there, so why would you not spend as much time as possible? Ding-a-ling in the ear. Yeah, just glossing over something. Mason Roth, 13, thank you for the follow. Joining the long list of follows I'm going to be reading out at the end of the broadcast. It's going to take me about a week to get through them all. But thank you very, very much for getting involved and giving us the follow. If you do want to get involved in this discussion, bots popping up in the Discord link. Let me just lean back from the microphone. If you do want to get involved in the racing, PlayStation and PC is what we cater for at the moment. We can put you in touch with an Xbox community as well, if that is the way you are inclined. But yeah, as far as racing on PlayStation and PC, definitely the place to be here at SOP. Hurrah! Important, I don't know it. But yeah, give that link a click, get yourself involved, and you can get on track. Ooh, I tell you what, we just missed. Who was that I was watching there? That was an SOP car, got very close to the back of another one there, just as I flicked over to see what was happening at the front of the grid. We'll flick back up to the front though. Yep, just checking incidents as well. We'll get an update on those from Simon very shortly. Tony's still out on track with that penalty. Adrian Bourdon back up to 14th. After that incident, he was involved in it. Theo Anton's come back out on track. Lee will be taking himself a bit of a break. Lindholm is back out on track as well. Oh no, that's ERT there is Sammy Lindholm there, sorry. So he has come back out as well. Saran Pat in 37th for Black Snow Racing. He's out putting in some laps.
The 55 machine's back out. That's nice to see as well. The Lamborghini Milton after that heavy shunt into the wall.
Yes. Oh, yes. Okay, yep, I didn't notice that. Whereabouts is he? He's outside the top 23 because, he had to serve that 2 minutes. But, yep, they are back out on track. Excellent to see that. 32nd at the moment, showing so much top 10 promise as well. Again, I'm sure they will be more than keen to make it right to the end of the race. Mason Roth doesn't even have the game. Well, there we go. We appreciate you even more then jumping in to watch. Are you just a racing fan? Do you just watch the racing? Do you not take part yourself? Or is there another racing game? Are you a race room, Gran Turismo, Project Cars? Any of them that you get involved in? Miles Dixon, Johnny 2 seconds from P11. Oh wow, yeah, he is, yeah. In that BMW, he is closing in on Wozniak for the SeaWolf NetRace Motorsport team. They've got 2 cars running, as I mentioned earlier. Had the one last season. They've got 2 in this season. Such is the level of quality we've got here at SOP Motorsport. They're bringing back the same teams with more and more cars to get involved. There is Horvath. He was involved in some action early doors with the SOP drivers, and it looks like he's going to be getting involved with some Indigo line. That's Alex Phillips that he's closing in on, the Lexus versus the McLaren. And it does look like it's the Lexus that's got the legs at the moment, as he is closing that gap. Kind of lost track about the times. What are we on? 4th stint. 25, yes, so there could be still a fair bit of time until the next pit stops.
It's not a car that AJ is very familiar with either. It's a car that he's started to learn now at the beginning of January, obviously, because he's got the Endurance Series and is what Sam Bagnall likes to race with. But as we know, AJ really likes to race in the Aston Martin and Bentley style cars.
And there's a fair bit of difference between the McLaren and the Bentley. One's a cheap car, and the other one's a middle engine. Middle engine machine that takes precision to drive. So there we go. Middle engine, rear wheel, all the way. In fact, I tell you what, Simon, I did actually make a complete fool of myself this morning when I declared the GT3 car was 4-wheel drive. Silly boy. Honestly, what an absolute donut. But there we go. Made a pig's ear of that one. Definitely no 4-wheel drive cars in the GT3 class.
I'll tell you what as well, it's nice to see that there isn't a BMW M4 winning the race. I know it's got 20 kg of ballast, obviously because of the popularity ballast that we're running for the series, which means that the BMW, McLaren and Aston V8 are all racing with ballast throughout the entire series. But yeah, the top BMWs are 5th and 6th at the minute. 20 kg ballast, it seems to have worked wonders because, well, there's only one car within the top 5. Sorry, 2 cars in the top 5 with ballast, but the cars that are in 1st, 3rd and 4th have no ballast, so it seems to be working wonders.
Yeah, it certainly does. Horvath, oof. Oh, he's getting close in the background. Alex has just been overtaken there. Great move by Horvath at the bottom of the mine shaft into Galway and Cheetah. And he's made that one stick. Let's see if Seville's getting on as well. As I say, he's closing in on the number 73 Porsche, the SeaWolf Racing team again, coming into the mine shaft. Bentley, a lot of traction down that hill. The Porsche is going to find himself under all kinds of pressure. Through the full tilt left-hander. Heavy off balance braking zone here. Easy to light up the back tyres, give yourself a bit of understeer, oversteer, any type of steer. It's the wrong type of steer, and wiggle that car on the way in or out. Neither driver falling foul. Ooh, and he's hit the sausage of death.
Hey, someone's picked up in chat that there's a Welsh commentator on the broadcast today.
Hey, there is. He's the only one
nice
who's
to see you. Nice to see you.
Yes, GL10, that is Simon. Not only is he a commentator here, he is, him and his fellow Welshman, Bailey, actually founded this whole community. So there you go, there is hope for them yet. Look at it.
Big up team. Yeah, SOP Motorsport was founded by two Welshmen just outside of Cardiff, so I'm sure he'll know where that is. But it seems to be the running theme that the broadcast team is a Scotsman, Englishman and Welshman, so you never really see them in a room together, do you?
No, you don't, yeah. And the odd Australian chucked in for good measure. It's certainly multi-talented. But yeah, Scottish, English and Welsh is the usual. I think it's Alex is going to try and come back again. He is as Yorkshire gets, let's face it. But yeah, so it is a plethora of accents that is on. It's almost as varied as the international entries we'll have into these races. Just watching Chris Minahan still trying to close in on Sam Cairns, and we've got Seville still trying to get past Wozniak. Parker still in the fastest car on the grid. He's not quite going as fast as his previous teammate did with a 1 minute 40.860. So far the only car in the race to do a sub 41, although Matt Lynham's car leading the way. They've done a 141.060, so really couldn't have gotten much closer. And in fact the rookie monsters have done an identical fastest lap to the car currently leading the race. I've just realised that they've both done 41.060s.
Well, they did qualify P5, I believe, John. They were caught out at the beginning of the race. Oh no, they weren't. Yeah. They had a tangle with the Indigo Lime of Sam Bagnall, didn't they?
Oh yes, they did. Yes,
that's where they ended up losing out some time. But they're coming back up through the field now. P15.
Yeah, they certainly are making their way comfortably back through. I'm just watching that. Tony, there we go. The rookie monsters have come into the pit. A couple of battles on the screen there. It's going on in the foreground. Ooh, and the Seawolf team has run wide there, caught a lot of care, managed to save it, but he's going to lose momentum. The BMW is definitely going to have the run through the S's. Will he try anything up the hill as they come down? Oh, the Porsche has definitely gathered himself there just enough to hold on there. Well, that was very nearly at the position gifted. Well, it's really just handed over. Oh, they're going to go side by side. Down the mine shaft to BMW. Oh no, it falls back into line once again. Doesn't manage to find his way past this time. Oh, and a bit of a lag there. Hope that looked okay on the street. Bit of a jump. Oh, he's going to go up the inside of Ngawe. Much later on the brakes. Has he gone too deep though? The Porsche is going to be side by side. He's going to have the inside through the sausage death. He's still got the lead, so the BMW did run too deep. Oh, and the Porsche has clipped the sausage. He's run too deep, got some dirt on the left-hand tyres coming at the last corner. They're right on top of one another. Seville and Wozniak still trying to get this done again. A bit of a lag in my end of the screen there. I hope that's okay on the stream for you guys at home. But it is Seville and Wozniak still going at it. 128 laps in we are. Lynham, Parker and Walker leading the way so far. Dyson, Schaefer, Natasio, Horvath, Phillips and Abrin Hosa inside the top 10 with Dave Hardy rounding out. On the outside of the top 10 is this battle that we're watching at the moment. It is Wozniak and Seville right in one another's pockets here. As I say, almost 4 hours into this race, and we've still got cars that cannot be separated by much more than a layer of paint and a wing mirror, and it's certainly proving to be so with these two cars here, the BMW and the Porsche, trading lap times, and they're coming up to some back markers as well. Is that going to have any kind of impact at all on the position between these two? Let's have a quick look down the field. Pete Greaves back out from the pits. Looks like he's doing a double stint. He just came in, so it's him back out. Double stinting in the middle of the race. He is in 27 with Slasher just ahead of our Slasher, but that is Ian Egan actually in the SOP Honda. What position is he in? Oh, it's Juzma, sorry, 22nd position. It is in fact Juzma, who's just ahead of Homeschool at 22nd. Mace is coming into the pits, or is he just leaving the pits actually, Sergey? Yep, just coming into the pits. So we're seeing the 4th round of pit stops starting to come into fruition. Lynham and Parker. Parker 2/10 quicker than Lynham on that previous lap. So he is moving a bit quicker, not by much at all though. Only a couple of tenths a lap, if even that. The two of them trading lap times very succinctly at the moment. Still on board with Seville though, on Busink. I'm seeing a quick hi in the chat. There he is, back out on track. He's got Sergen just ahead of him for the Crazy Fly team. Busink, of course, up inside the top 5. Now finds himself in 20th. Plenty of pit stops in action still to come though. Chris Pizik, who is teammates with Mr. Leon Seeley, of course, out in 30th position for the Run DJC racing team. Coming round the last corner. There's Lindholm. Just having a look. Busink is still. Oh, that's Bjornsson, sorry. Because he's got Christian Stott chasing him down. Seville still very close there again. Two drivers, wow, right on top of one another. Oh, and he has gone up the inside, and the Porsche is going to fight straight back and try and cut back again. Seville might have picked up a penalty there, or at least picked up a warning. He did run himself a bit wide, but he has made this one stick this time. So is Seville up into 11th position. Wasn't out for the Seawolves, now down into 12th. So look, just ahead of them then is Dave Hardy for turn 1, trying to catch up. Yeah, trying to catch up. Sorry, got distracted by someone in the Discord there. Yeah, but don't worry, cats. That's all good, mate. That's all good. These things happen. It's Abrin Hosa trying to catch up to. Let's get off helicopter. He's got James Parker actually in 2nd position overall, just behind him. I'm sure he's going to look through it very, very quickly. Quickly indeed. There's the line. We've got the ERS drivers. What is Chrome Dixon chat actually? GL10, big up to the commentary, RCI. I also vet called out for BLP. Nice. RCI, I'm not sure I know that. Enjoy the rest of the race. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope everyone is enjoying the race. Simon, I am going to nip for a quick comfort break. I will put the camera on autopilot.
Okay, yeah.
Jump about some of the action, and we'll see what we can see. But I shall return in 2 or 3 minutes, but okay?
Yep, not a problem at all, John. So whilst John is away then, folks, we will do a full rundown of the running order. We have 40 cars, 40 teams still racing in this endurance round 1 at Kyalami. There was 45 that took to the grid, but it is the number 13 machine driven by Lynham at the minute leading the way. They got a comfortable lead over James Parker in the 38 machine. Obviously they had that incident on lap 1 and they were facing the wrong way in the barrier. They dropped to the rear of the field and it's taken them just under 4 hours to climb back up to 2nd place, but it's going to be a tough old task if they're going to try and close down the race leader at this point. Ben Walker sits in 3rd, the 94 machine. They're having a cracking race. Distinct GG. They had one little off-track moment when they were having some pressure from the 38 machine and they've just dropped off the pace. But they do have a 18-second lead over P for the number 25 machine. So they're looking comfortably in the top 3 should nothing go wrong with those. 556 Butler Powell Motorsport, they're comfortably in 5th place now as things have settled down. They were in the top 3 running order at the beginning of this race after benefiting from the lap 1 incidents. The 99 machine also has climbed back up through the field, having a great one there. The top 2 BMWs at the moment. The Lexus machine, the number 80 of Horvath, is sitting there in 7th place, and he's got a 5-second gap over Alex Phillips, who has taken up the running for the Indigo Lime team. He should be triple stinting until the end of the race, because Sam Bagnall triple stinted at the beginning of the race. Abram Hunter in the 321 machine there in 9th place, having a good run into the top 10, but closing only a second behind is Mr. Hardy there in the 100 machine. The turn 1 team fighting back through the field, also now up into the top 10 and looking to close into the top 9. The 53 machine Seville is there in 11th place, some 11 seconds behind, with Wozniak just under 2 seconds adrift in the Porsche number 73 machine. We'll call him Legacies in the 426, and he's sitting P13. Unlucky for Sam, not for him though. He's having a brilliant race now, sort of in a race of his own actually, because Baudon is quite adrift of that battle for the top 13 places, but only 1 second his teammate behind him, Van Hal, there in 14th and 15th, and actually Sam Kane's in 16th then. 3 SOP Motorsport drivers in 14th, 15th and 16th. Sam Kane's has found his way past Minahan, who's in 17th, with Butters in 18th, Bussink in 19th, and Seragin in 20th. Just outside the top 20 right now, you've got Marcus Dewsman in the 985 machine. Bullison is there in 23rd. Stock is in 24th, the other Butler Palm machine. Anton, the AKM Racing Team 959 there, fighting back through the field. They were a massive disadvantaged team on the lap 1. They got caught up and spun round and hit from side to side, and they were at the rear of the field the majority of the opening stints, but they're back up in 25th place now. Peter Greaves is in 26th. They're having a good old battle with the drivers in the lower half of the field. Messiah in the 313 in 27th. Final Butler Powell Motorsport machine, the BMW machine, in 28th. Weeks in 29th, Seeley in 30th. And then the rest of the teams now, they're over 5 laps down on the race leaders because they've had to deal with their own issues. The 55 machine, Milton, had that off-track excursion after getting tyres onto the grass and hitting the barriers pretty hard. You got Paskin there in 32nd, Lindholm in 33rd, Taylor in 34th, Saldana in 35th, Mueller in 36th, Latinen in 37th, Samba in 38th, Albright in 39th. And Sullivan brings up the rear to complete the 40 runners and riders that are still motoring on here of the 6 hours of Kyalami. But we are on board with Leon Seeley right now as it switches back to the Totsia, the 99 machine actually, who is having to defend from the number 80 machine. Fantastic battles going on here right through the field still, with 2 hours and 10 minutes left on the timing board. So plenty of action and racing still to happen, and we will just wait and see how things unfold for these drivers. A brilliant rear view camera angle here on board with Leonardo for Flat Out Sim Racing. Currently in 6th place, having a fantastic recovery drive. Just 1.2 seconds drift of Horvath in 7th, with the outer position Lamborghini there, the number 55 machine, just moving out the way there, so that releases the number 80 Horvath in the Lexus. We'll see if we can close that 1.2 second gap, or rather we won't, because we'll ride on board with the race leader. Lynham's coming through to pass the 222 machine for another time. Then they are in a world of their own, that number 13 machine. Lamborghinis are doing rather well here at Kyalami. 134 laps completed for them, out in the lead on their own. They've got half a lap over James Parker, currently in 2nd place. So comfortably out in the lead of this one, should nothing go wrong for them, hopefully. Kept it clean all race for the PCDC drivers, and they're reaping the rewards right now. Just over 2 hours to go for them. And whilst they're out in front leading this way, it must be rather lonely, you know. You just got to reel off the laps when you're leading, and you're leading by such a margin. You just got to stay focused and make sure you don't make any mistakes lap after lap. Watch the timing boards tick down, and you'll be crossing the line victorious after this one. James Parker at the minute hasn't got an answer, because they're pretty much lapping identical times right now, is Lynham and Parker. Obviously, I'm sure we're going to see some driver swaps and different pace drivers enter the field as we're getting close to the next stint timers.
I'm back.
As John is back with us then.
Hello. Yeah, I was actually just sitting back, enjoying that. I was jumping about. It's always good. Listen, like myself, if you've been sitting watching this broadcast for 4 hours so far, you are a legend. Thank you so much. Please get up and move about. Get yourself a drink, give your legs a shake, do some star jumps, get the blood pumping. Self-care is the most important thing, as I'm sure the drivers will testify. We've seen, look how close he's absolutely getting. He's climbing right into the back of that BMW as they come down in through the S's. But yeah, people, please do feel free to get up, move about, get the blood pumping, and look after yourself while you're enjoying the action that we are bringing you. I've just had myself a little jog up and down the stairs. It certainly gets the blood pumping and the adrenaline going. Not like we need any help with the adrenaline going with the action that we've still got going on. 2 hours and 7 minutes to go. 3 hours 53 in the bag, and we've still got battles right inside the top 10. I did say this was going to be a 6-way battle right down to the end for top spot honours, and it's certainly proven to be so. Horvath will be very racy. He's trying to catch up with Natazio, as Simon was just talking about. The two of them are getting very close to Lexus. In fact, no, not that one. That one. Let's see just how close he gets. Listen to the sound of that engine. Absolutely loving it. And we've got another ding-a-ling. Droopy Gamer, thank you very much for the follow. Whippy Whip, Lynham Anderson is a noob. Okay, dokie. I agree. Absolute beginner driver. As he's struggling on the track at the moment.
I don't know who they're talking about. whether they're just having a bit of sarcasm talking about the race leader. Lynham leading the way.
Oh, Matt's Lynham. Oh no, they're saying Lynham Anderson is a noob. Alright, okay. He's leading. Right, okay. Right, okay. Oh, and I tell you what, we've seen an overtake, or you guys have seen an overtake. I've seen some stuff in the chat. Oh no, sorry, we're on board with Lynham at the moment. Right, okay. I thought Natazio. Oh, he has. Oh no, he's still defending. Horvath is still in second, and that is actually the car just behind him. That is Militant, who's down in 31st after that collision with the garage. He's finding himself back. This slasher actually for Butler Pal, the 555 car. They've come into the pits. Leon Seeley is back out for the Run DJC team. He's in 29th. Matthew Miziak for SOP. He is come into the pits. Why is that doing that? Yeah, that's all broken. But yeah, Miziak has come into the pits. Let's see, there we go. We'll get back on with Sam Butters, one of the Seawolf Net Race teams. 18th at the moment. Finds himself just behind Chris Minahan. These two will be well aware of one another after all the racing they did in the first endurance series we held here at SOP. Still, it is Horvath and Natazio, though. It doesn't matter where you look down the order, these two are the closest two on track, and I would guesstimate that Militant might actually be getting slightly held up here, because he did show some absolutely Olympic pace in that thing. So did Chromodix, of course, the two of them well inside the top 10. In fact, they would have actually been battling with these two cars for position, rather than simply having to yield behind them, because it is a blue flag. Of course, the two cars 15 positions further up the order than Hovarth is, than the ERS car is at the moment. So yeah, but unfortunately he had that mistake on the outlap on the cold tyres. Definitely been denied a battle, because as I say, he could well be in here fighting for this position rather than simply tailing these two. And this battle, I think, it could well play in the hands of Phillips. We did see Horvath catch up to Phillips and get the overtake done pretty toot sweet, it has to be said. But with these two battling this, it could certainly bring Alex straight back into it. Oh, excuse me, I need to sneeze. My apologies. That one snuck up from notice. As you'll know, Bourdon is in the pits and Phillips is in the pits as well. 2 hours 2 to go. Ooh, 65-minute stint timer, so one more stop with 55 to go. Quick bit of maths. Speaking of quick bit of maths, let's get a Formula 1 engineer, or a trainee Formula 1 engineer, a very, very quick driver and one of the best co-commentators on the planet. An ERS recent convert from console to PC. It's everyone's favourite Italian. And like I say, one of the best commentators on the planet. It is Mr. Chromedix, Christian Romano himself. How's you going, Christian?
Hello. It's a difficult moment at the moment.
It is a difficult moment.
Yeah, because we were P7.
Well, yeah, I
And
was
now-
actually just surmising that. The fact is, you are currently behind 6th and 7th. This is a position you should actually be battling for position, but at the minute you're kind of having to yield to the two cars that are battling ahead of you. It's, an unfortunate, definitely an unfortunate turn of events, because up until that incident, Chromedix, you must have been absolutely delighted with the opening stints that your team had put together.
Honestly, I think there were the 3 hours, the best 3 hours in my racing career.
Oh, superb.
Because we were in front of certain names. Yep. My objective was like not being lapped multiple times. When I was being lapped just once, so it was just it was already over the target, because the Lamborghini in first place is basically he's playing in another class. It's basically the hypercar class.
Yep. Yes.
Until that moment, I was on another planet, and then the first endurance race, I think I'm gonna remember it.
Yeah. So where was it? Sorry, was it the end of turn 1? I missed the incident. Simon did catch it on the replay, so talk us through what happened. Was it Militant? I take it he was on outlap tyres. He just came out the pits.
Yeah,
And,
basically, I just they're gonna crash each other if they don't. The one in front. Basically, turn 1, turn 2, probably cold tires and just being put into the traffic because there were some back markers up in front and in behind, and it was basically as soon as my stint ended, so it was the very beginning of second stint of Milton, and we catch up some oversteer and had a meeting with the barrier, and unfortunately that gave us basically a ticket to 30.
Yeah, a one-way ticket to P30. But yeah, I mean, I'm so pleased to hear, because I was singing your praises on the start of the stream. You know I'm a massive fan of you, your commentating and your driving. And yeah, the highs and the lows of sim racing encapsulated in one race. Granted, it's a 6-hour race, so there's plenty of time for it. But yeah, the opening 3 hours certainly did sound like they were absolutely awesome. I take it it's not going to discourage you. I mean, obviously, the highs and the lows. Still got 2 hours left to go, and like you say, these two in front of you look like they need to sort out their business. So, in case of damage limitation from here, are you getting back into the car, and what are your thoughts ahead of Bathurst?
No, okay. It's 6 hours. It's endurance. Honestly, we are already in the points. If everything goes smooth, we can aim for a 25th place at least. And honestly, I prefer not to retire the car, although it has some damages that are irreparable at the moment, because Milton is having some troubles managing the car, because it's some damages are irreparable. In fact, it has some problem into turning, especially in slow corners, but it is what it is. And considering last season, I saw that people not even finishing the first race, not even participating in the first race. I took as an example the Indigo Lime car that not even did the first round, and yet they finished the, was it P5 in the championship, if I remember correctly?
Fourth. Finished fourth in the championship.
Okay, yeah, fourth, famous number.
Yeah.
So
indeed.
basically, until we score points, they are points. So we were battling for P6. At the moment, we would have been behind the Lexus, so this is our actual position, but some laps behind. Probably we would have finished in P7 also, if hoping for the best. But if we did it in this race, we could. If we did this once, we can do it twice. So it's buffers. We just have to keep things clear and avoid to kill ourselves again.
Yeah. Yeah, learn from the mistakes and moves on. Can we just say as well, massive pat on the back. That is absolutely the attitude to take into this. These things will happen. Carry on to the end. You never know what's going to happen in the next hour and 56 minutes, and every point absolutely counts. As you were saying, you had the Indigo Line team didn't take part in the opening round of the race, and they only finished 4 points behind third overall in the championship. So not only did they finish fourth,
what I said in fact is this.
Points.
4 points, it's, what is it, P27, like?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah.
P21 is 6 seconds ahead of us. You can do it.
Yes, indeed. Oh, wow, yes, there's only 6 seconds, yes, so you're still plenty of time to catch up. I love this attitude. This is exactly the type of attitude you need going into these long races. There's still 24 hours of racing to go. Another 4-6 hour races. So still plenty of time. So realistically, you were obviously looking very comfortable for that top 10 finish. You've been tumbled down the order. Not too much time between you and the car ahead. What are you sort of aiming for now? Are you just looking to finish? Are you trying to get in the top 25, top 20? And are you going to get back in the car?
Yeah, I'm gonna get back in the car for the final hour, so I'm gonna cross the finish line. Probably after getting some dinner, because this is the double stint for Milton, so I have some spare time to use for doing some ravioli.
Oh, nice. Any pineapple
yeah.
in the ravioli? No, I'm looking.
I don't know, I bought them at supermarket, €2,50.
Excellent. So expectations for finishing the race?
No, yeah, the aim at the moment is just to keep on going. We have the 555 ahead. We can get them for sure, because Milton is currently on 42 flat, and I think he is on the 42 high, so we can get him in some laps. There are still 2 hours to go. Honestly, there is no reason anymore to just not finish, because we have done plenty of work. Our setup, basically, there has been there's been a discussion between us two, which settings to use, but not a big setting like a big value, a completely different setup. No. A single digit of tow.
I absolutely believe that. Yeah.
There has been 30.
Go for it, mate. Yeah.
There has been we tested the car yesterday, and we did like 40 minutes of practice, completely not changing anything of the car, just that single digit of tow, because we were like, yeah, this one is good. No, this one is better. No, it's not. We just encountered a sideways Mercedes. Okay. Oh, and
Macaretta.
Yeah.
Oh, the other Mercedes, so Macaretta in 22nd there. So was that almost a contact? We weren't quite a militant there.
No, there has been any contact with us.
Right, okay. Woofed. Deep breath.
But as I was saying, basically there's been 40 minutes of us practicing in the server, not with any setup changes except the single digit of tow.
Wow.
In the end, we changed the camber.
As you do.
The entire
As
40
you do.
minutes have been completely useless for the toe setting because we still use the same toe setting and still we change the camber. Good.
Wow. Wow.
But yeah, now the final result is honestly it's our first race on PC. We never Milton did another race on PC. This is my first race on PC, and honestly I feel happy by the fact that I was battling for positions and not some cheap position, some high-end positions. Probably I had some pace for the Lexus in front of us, but I had some more fuel probably because I pitted 10 laps later. Not 10 laps later, 6 laps later than the Lexus, I think, maybe. So I had some fuel more, some backmarker in the way, and basically our pace is tied with the Lexus of the number 80. But yeah, it's just unfortunate moment, the fact that we had a crash while we were in the best form possible.
Yeah, the highs and the lows, my friend, the highs and the lows. But mega impressively, you've taken it on the chin and you are racing onwards. So love to see it. And yeah, can't wait to see you back in the car. And I will do my best to make sure I capture you crossing the finish line, because you know at SOP there's one thing we do well, and that's miss people crossing the finish line. But I will make an extra effort to make sure that we get you crossing the line, bud. Okay, now you go, enjoy your ravioli. Do a few laps in the house to get the blood pumping, and we will see you back out on track very shortly, bud. Best of luck.
Thank you, and good work on the commentating. I was also following the race while I was resting, so...
I appreciate that, bud. Thank you. Coming from you, because you know your stuff with the commentating, so yeah, I appreciate that, bud. Thank you very much. And you'll be pleased to hear that Horvath has just come into the pits. So that means Militant has been released. He's got himself a bit of clear air. So he's going to be making up some positions, I am sure. So all good there, Chromadix.
Okay, so now we are P6, right?
Correct.
I try to put a smile on it because honestly, that's it. We can't. There is no reason to cry about it. It happened.
Exactly. Move onwards and upwards. Well, and onwards and upwards he goes. Ravioli and more racing in the future. Chromanix, once again, thank you very much for all your racing. Thank you for the commentary, and best luck with the rest of the race, bud.
Thank you. Ciao.
There we go. Ciao. To Italian. Junior Lock and Load, big love for all your effort putting on the show, SOP. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying it. You cheering on anyone in particular? We did get the latest follow. It was Troopy Gamer. You cheering on anyone in particular, Lock and Load, or are you just a racing fan in general? Sunday afternoon on SOP is definitely a well spent Sunday. Just having a quick look there. Schaefer is coming round the last corner. Dykstra is in the pits for the second place, the PCDC Motorsports car. Very much stationary. Schaefer will take that position. More pit stops still to come all round. Of course, a maximum driver stint timer of 65 minutes. So until there's 65 minutes left on the clock, there will still be pit stops to be taken. And due to some early incidents, we might see pit stops as late as 25 minutes left to go. You heard that here first. Let's see how wrong I am. Wozniak for the Seawolf race team. He is in 8th at the minute. The pit stops are all coming to fruition now. Alex Phillips is back out. He is into his second stint. His teammate Sam, of course, did 3 as well. Got some blue flags waving down at the bottom of the mine shaft. Conrad on Abrun Hosa then. Turn 1 versus Team Abbey. Lexus versus Aston Martin. We have a car out tonight, 315. Oh, dude! You race with Leon Seeley, who is one of the greatest ACC drivers on the planet. I absolutely love Leon. What is your actual name, bud? If you don't mind me asking. I mean, I don't imagine you would mind me asking. You've entered the team and you've publicly given us your name. So are you Chris or are you Javier? And if you're Chris, how do you pronounce your surname? Please, sorry, in case I've been butchering it. But yeah, side by side. Team Abbey's going to hold the position. Nelson making the move. We've got an absolute dash for the pit. Seville, Wozniak, Lagasse, all in. Butters, Sergan, all into the pits. So we're going to see more positions change. Is turn 1 Lexus going to get a Team Abbey Aston Martin along the start-finish straight? It's certainly going to be slipstream engaged as they come towards the greatest turn 1 in motorsport, it has to be said. Absolutely amazing. And I tell you, they've got Seville just come out the pits as well, and he's going to hold the position. But he's on outlap tyres. He's going to get gobbled up big time. Very blessed to have Leon with us. I am Junior Hughes. I am registered for the series, but on trial duty tonight. Got you. So you're not racing tonight, but you are cheering on the team. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. And yeah, Leon is some driver. Like, he really is a proper, quick. And how quickly he's taking the PC as well. And he still races console. I'm not a fanboy, you are, but he still races console and PC, and he's mega competitive with console. It's just, it blows my mind. Patrick Star 87, thank you for the follow. We started today with like 980 followers, and we have gone so far past 1,000 now. It's actual crazy. Can't thank you all enough. Although it's going to be fun at the end, reading out all the thank yous for the follows this evening. It's a good thing my race doesn't start till 11 o'clock. If anybody does want to see me racing tonight, by the way, I've got my own channel, Double O Raven. Oh yeah, Mike. Fast dudes, come on. It's insane. Simon and I will be racing tonight in New World Sim Racing. We're in the same league. We're even in the same split. I don't know how I managed to get in the silvers along with Simon, but I did. So expect him to take pole position and win the silvers. I'll be there or thereabouts, last in silvers, but I'll be loving it. And that is the point. And we did have, and again, big shout out to Chromedix and the gang. They had that early incident, that's what he said. Every point counts. Look at Indigo Line. They missed a couple of races in the last one, and they were only 4 points from finishing third overall. So yeah, grab every point that you can. Conrad is now trying to get his way past Seville, who's come out of the pits. He's actually held on to that position, which is very, very good for him, because Conrad is going to need to come into the pits again, obviously. Lanier has come out. For the GTR Masters. So Lanier did make an appearance out in 8th. That's promoted Phillips up to 7th. Of course, he's going to come back into the pits as well. Marche, Aronsman, 5th and 6th still, and it is Lynham, Parker and Walker who are leading the way again. We make no apologies for not spending much time showing the leaders when they're off in the distance, but there's too much action on track. But let's give them some camera time, let's give them some love. The car was gifted, literally gifted P1, and they've accepted that gift gratefully with both hands. They have put in some of the fastest laps of the race so far. They've shown some serious consistency, and they've got themselves a very comfortable lead over a very, very, very quick team of drivers in the Dow King YouTube team. An absolutely eye-watering lineup for absolutely sure. Distinct GG. Again, no slouches. Andre Messa leading the way for the gang up into second at one point. It's only the efforts of Parker and his predecessor that made second place possible for them, and demoted Distinct GT third. But I'm sure they would absolutely take a podium finish all day long on this one. Schaefer for Butler Pal, the lead Butler Pal car in the competition so far, is in 4th. Running all the track there through Sunset. There's Arsman, as I said, PCDC's second car, running in 5th overall. We've got Marchi for Flat Sim Racing in 6th, Alec Phillips in 7th, Lanier is in 8th. We've got Jonathan Seville for the Pulse Racing team, Pulse Sim Sport, in 9th, and it is Titus Conrad for Turn 1 in 10th, and Nelson Abrunhosa after an stellar opening double stint by Chris Vickers. They find themselves in 11th position, and they're putting in some pretty decent laps as well. Who is this now? That is Chloe don't know. I hugely apologise. I do not want to butcher that surname. Degarofle? Clo? Can we get anybody? I apologise, but thank you for the follow, Clo Degarofle. But yeah, thank you for the follow. Apologies for the butchery, but when you give a Scotsman a mic, you're never quite sure what is going to come out. I struggle to say purple burglar alarm. So yeah, that surname is a cracker, but please feel free, chuck a pronunciation in the chat, and I'll do my best to get it 100% right if I can. But yeah, welcome along. 1 hour and 42 minutes left to go. We have had 4 hours and 18 minutes of racing, and they are still close right through. I was actually, that's exactly where I was about to go. Battle for P9, Conrad and Seville. It is looking very close there. Conrad definitely closed that gap at a very commensurate rate of knots. Let us, in fact, we'll go free cam into the grill. No, let's do it. Oh yeah, there we go. The onboard there, you get the good mirror as well. Excellent, so let's jump on board here. Just having a look down the field. Ian Egan in 24th, Lee Kingy McGee 25th, Ian Hall back out in 26th. He's just, of course, been handed reins by Mr. Homeschool Racer himself, Pete Greaves. Hopefully he's doing well. Leon Seeley, he's got his teammate in the chat. He is in 28th at the moment. Milton Tomlinson, of course, Tomlinson Dennis, will have his teammate Chrononix, Christian Romano, in the commentary box, giving us an update on the team. They are cracking on with that. Did have the opening 3 hours, he said, best 3 hours of his sim racing career, but with the highs come the lows. What goes up must come down, and a set of cool tyres fresh from the pits. So Tomlinson Dennis test the rigidity of the barriers, and it turns out they were a lot firmer in the front of his car. A lot of damage, a lot of time in the pits, and they found themselves down in 20th. Of course, they were stuck behind the battle for 6th and 7th, which was somewhat ironic, considering that was the battle that they should have been involved in, if not for that mistake. And now down in 30th. Still an hour and 40 minutes to go though. Can they make any moves? Let's see. Eco Buellsink is getting close to Bellinger as well. Of course, involved in that early incident. Didn't quite manage to make their way back through the field the way the Dalking team did. They've now come into the pits. Ooh, who is going to come back out? Will it be Van Ommen? Will it be Dalking himself? Or will it be the driver Mike Noble? What a choice of lineup we've got Alex Phillips out on track for Indigo Line. We've seen his teammate do 3 stints. Alex is now into his second. Simon reckons he's going to hang in there and do a triple stinter as well. Likes to get in and actually spend some time in the car. Lindholm got the penalty there. Adate's trying to get himself past Macaretta, the Mercedes that had a spin early doors. Conrad, I did think he was quicker than Seville actually, but I tell you, Seville is not for turning. Ben Walker has come into the pits, which means we will have, pit stop right down within the last 30 minutes. There's a Butler Pal car coming in. Schaefer coming straight in from 4th. So he has responded straight away. Yeah, big gap forming there. Lanier is going to have to look over his shoulder though. Seville could well be closing in there. And he's got a battle with some back markers just ahead of him. He's got Adate trying to get his way past Macaretta. Ian Hall is closing as well on Brandon Ule. For the X-Kart team, again, they were involved, had a much better qualifying position than 27th, involved in that early incident. There was a big pile up early doors. There we go, just checking the incident reports again. In fact, we still have Simon in the chat. I'm sitting here wandering off.
I am. I've just put my headphones back on, actually.
Literally just put them back on. How are things looking in the stewards office? We've seen a couple of penalties pop up. Could you give us a rundown on what's been handed out and why? please?
Yeah, so, well, there's only actually one outstanding ticket. There's one that's not been filled out. It was just a 15-second penalty for car 45, the McLaren sitting in 21st. Because whilst there was a back marker, it's like a few good laps ago now, actually, but it's only just been processed. They spun around car 123 sitting in 31st place. The 123 BMW was trying to move out the way of two other cars lapping them, and then the 45 kind of just lunged into the corner, also trying to make way at the same point, which was almost impossible to get three cars through in one corner whilst they're all trying to unlap themselves, and he ended up spinning the 123 machine, so that's why he's just got a little 15-second penalty for that.
Second there. Okay. He is looking close to David McIntyre. We did see David just caught the end of the spin as he was coming through. Oh, Niederkoffer has come out. Luca now taking his place for the Butler Pal team. Again, can't stress this enough. I know these guys have got a lot on their mind with what's going on with Nico, so absolute full credit to them for coming out and taking part. All three cars out on track, and we have another new driver. Okay, we'll answer one question. It is Darren King who's come back out, the first driver from the Darkwing team to take a second stint. But it is Matt. Oh, I don't know how to do that surname. But it's Hyla for the PCDC Motorsports team. The car that is leading the way have a debut driver for stint number 5. Love to see it. Nelson Abram-Hosa is actually still out on track. I'd imagine he'll be changing soon. Andy, how we doing, bud? Good afternoon. I'd imagine it's been an interesting one for your good self there. Certainly a strong field AKM team, certainly represented down in 25th at the moment though, well outside the top 30. How's your afternoon gone, if you don't mind? Give us a bit of updates, or even jump in the comms box if you want. Let us know how it's gone for the team. Let's have a look at this one then. Leon Seeley versus Ian Hall. This is what happens when you have random accidents. This is Nelson's first stint. He will go to the end. Okay. Oh, because Mike, have you been out? Of course. Yes, Mike's already been out. Sorry. Yeah, I was paying attention, I promise. But there we go then. As I was saying, it's no wind that blows nobody some good, and here's a battle I never thought I'd see down in 27th, but it's Ian Hall versus Leon Seeley. Well, actually, I had one of Leon's teammates, Ruby Yuki Racing. Yuki, is that correct? Yuki Racing. I like the accent. Ruby Yuki, thank you very much. He's Welsh.
It does sound like a Welsh sort of word.
Oh, yeah, no, I meant you. I meant the accent, you. But Ruby Yuki, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Scottish, and the gentleman you can hear in my ear that runs the place, he's Welsh. So we've got a nice variety accent. We might even have a Yorkshire accent coming back in towards the end. We did. Oh my goodness, it's pop. That's what happens when you listen to the engine sounds while you're commentating. You should leave them turned down. It's just too distracting. But we'll have a Yorkshireman back in soon as well, hopefully, to close out the end of the race. We shall see. Still positions being fought for right through the field. Is... Oh, I'll tell you what. Jonathan Seville then. I thought Conrad was going to get the move done, but he has caught right up onto the back of Lanya. And I do mean right up onto the back of Lanya. You can see the BMW badge almost looks like it's on the back of the Lexus. He is so close. He's going to go up the inside of turn number 1. He's going to go late on the brakes. Is he going to hold it? Is the Lexus going to try a cut back? No, there's a bit of contact there. Not much the Lexus could do. The BMW really needed to make that one stick. Didn't quite. I'm not sure who the stewards would give that one to, if I'm honest. But it is Lanya that has been overtaken, and it's Jonathan Seville for Pulse Sim Sport, who has taken himself another position and finds himself in 8th. And it is Conrad who now finds himself trying to catch up to the back of fellow... Oh no, it's the BMW that's left, it's the Lexus. Yeah, he is now hunting down. So it is Lexus v Lexus potentially on the cars. Nelson has come in to the pits. Ow. Lurch in the chat, go Nelson. AKM Racing got caught up in lap got caught up in first lap incident where top car reversed onto the track. So ended up 44th. He only got a drive-through, came out in front of us, which didn't seem fair. Yeah, that was a bit of a sore one. Reversing back on track, that is an absolute monster no-no. Like, legitimately, no idea. But yeah, that was a sore one. That was Mr. Van Almen, actually, from the front of the race. Yeah, got himself a drive-through. The drivers were told it would be first lap penalties. And he certainly received one. Sam Bagnall as well got one for a first lap incident. It was a fair bit of old car. It's not quite as much as Singrid, at least that we made it to turn 2, as Simon was saying. But it has certainly calmed down ever since. There's been some serious on-track action. What do we reckon, Andy? Yeah, no, I definitely didn't expect to hear either, mate. I was completely surprised when that one came through. What do you reckon for your finishing chances now? You've got Ian Egan just ahead of her, Niederkofer and Mendes as well. They're doing battle just now. Do you think you can see any improvement on places with an hour and 30 minutes to go, or do you think this is just damage limitation for the AKM team and on to the next race? And speaking of the next race, are you going to make any driver changes? I'm throwing all these questions. But yeah, you've got a decent roster of drivers there, so I'm curious to see who is going to be showing up for the various races. Hyla and King still leading the way. 22nd if we're lucky. Cool. I reckon it's 22nd. There's been a couple of drivers. Christensen as well, actually, his teammate. They got disconnected from the server and had to rejoin. They are still cracking on. 36th position. Definitely not where they envisaged. Where's the RRL team? Let me just. Car number 29, the Mercedes. They are. Are they still in the race? Yes, they are still in the race. There they are. Oh, found them. It's Henrik Matz. That is at the wheel of the RRL of Fun Liga. They're currently in 35th position. They have put in some sub 43 laps, so definitely no slouches. 142.7, the quickest lap they've put in so far. They are on lap 149. The leaders are on 156. So could well be they picked up some damage. Definitely a lot of blue flag action back there, but there is Henrik Matz for the RRL team. Niederkofer, not even going to try that one again. Niederkofer for the Butler Pal team, still applying all kinds of pressure to Thiago Mendes there. And it is Aston Martin versus BMW. The BMW gets a very good run out the corner. And David Macaretta has been overtaken by a Dati, and you can actually see just off his rear spoiler another Butler Pal car. That one is much further up the field though. Let's have a look at Ilko Busink.
I was just about to mention that.
Yeah, all over the back of Bellinger at the moment. And I tell you, Conrad and Lanye now actually. Seville is leaving these two behind. And yeah, just going past the back marker there. Busink and Bellinger. Is Bellinger going to be finishing the race, you know, Simon, or will Adrian be coming back out to take more time in that Bentley?
Your guess is as good as mine. I think they're going stint for stint, Adrian and Bellinger. I think they've been doing 1 hour stints each, so it might see Bud on jump back into the car for the final stint.
Right, okay. You'll certainly see Yoko saying he might jump into the voice chat actually when he finishes his stint. We'll see how he's going with that one. Conrad on Lanye is still going on there then. Crooks, Leclerc. Yeah, Seville has shown them an absolute clean pair of heels. And I tell you, he is lapping at a slightly quicker pace than 7th placed Alex Phillips. So I tell you what, I did say early doors that BMW was showing some pretty good pace given the amount of damage that it was carrying. Now, no damage. They're lapping in the low 41s. So, very, very, very quick team indeed. It's going to be an interesting championship going into race number 2 and 3. Trying to just keep a track of any potential overtakes. Lanyon Conrad is looking lively. Leclerc on Crooks as well. Ben Crooks for the Seawolf team. He's driving in the Porsche. He's got 31st place just ahead of him. That is Simon Lindholm. And through Ben goes Martin Leclerc for the TSE INM team. Fuel junkies down the mine shaft. He goes past the blue flagged Porsche just to chase another Porsche. The battle for 11th position. Johannes Weiss and Rhys Tattersall both making their first appearance in the competition. They both come out the pit side by side, and it is the distinct GG driver that finds himself having to make all the defensive moves. They come down the mine shaft to the full speed left-hander, and it is the BMW trailing the way behind the Audi. He's going to try and go later on the brakes and take the tighter apex. Oh, and they're going to go side by side, and the Audi just keeps his nose in front towards the sausage's death. Pretty much guarantee Johannes is not going side by side through there. Far too much race IQ for any of those shenanigans, and he's coming to the pits. Rhys is coming to the pits. What's going on there? He's only just come out the pits. He's only just come out the car. Oh, nightmare. Distinct GG. I think there's been a problem there. Any Distinct GG drivers in the chat?
Interesting developments, that is, John.
That really is. They were third place. I wonder if that's a technical issue or what's going on there. Hopefully everything's okay with the drivers and things. Chromedix forgot to refuel. It is potentially, in the heat of the battle, you never know, it could be. But that is definitely, and again, he's still going to have to do, he's going to have to come back into the pits again, and everyone 25 to go, he still needs to do, there still needs to be a 65-minute timer cleared. Let's have a look. Well, Leon Seeley still trying to get his way past Ian Hall. No Distinct GG guys in the chat at the moment. It would appear. What is going on there? Third place. Yeah.
Well, and what was I saying earlier, John, about, it's very rare that every team or any team in an endurance race has a clean sweep. And you're just seeing here now, they were in third place, now they've come back out in ninth due to some little technical issue, which has totally undone all the hard work that they've done for the last 5 hours.
Yeah, that is incredible. Absolutely incredible. So we've got Andre Mesa coming back out. So I can only assume it was some kind of technical issue then for Rhys. It was his first stint out in the car. He'd barely done 2 laps and come back out. So yeah, I'm wondering if it was a technical issue that he's had. He's come back in and he's handed the wheel back to Andre. Andre now with all to do. Wow, second position at one point. It was only Darren King's team that managed to overhaul him, and it is now put PCDC in an unbelievable position, first and third. Talk about making an entrance. The first time we've raced here at SOP. They're looking good to take 2 podium positions. Certainly makes it an interesting dynamic going into the rest of the season if you've got 2 teams leading the way. And
yeah, someone was whispering in my ear before round 1 began, and they said watch out for the PDCD team because they're a force to be reckoned with, and that's ringing true right now.
If that person happens to send you any tips on the horses or lottery number, Simon, feel absolutely free to share them because they are on the money. Talk about on the money. Titus Conrad on the brakes. Lexus v Lexus into turn 1. They're going to be side to side on the exit up the hill. It's going to be nose to nose. No, it's not. It's going to be turn 1 falling into line, but they're going to take the apex. A little bit of contact around the corner. Both of them keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard, though. It's turn 1 that temporarily has the position, but it is Thomas Lanya for the GTR Masters Endurance team coming through Sunset right back under the spoiler. Definitely not going to be looking to let this position go without a battle. Oh, and that's a bit of a sore one. And he's given the position back, a bit late on the brakes there. That isn't a battle for position, that is an unfortunate blue marker, back marker. That's one of the sausage noises as well, who have inadvertently, they've given away the 2 positions to the blue flags. The 2 faster drivers have went on a bit of contact and thrown themselves right back into the battle for 32nd position. Lamas takes that apex. But yeah, after such close racing, oh, and I tell you what, that is actually Andre Mesa that's just behind them. If they make a mess of that again, not even apologise.
Hey!
But thanks very much. I'm here all week. Tip your waitress, try the steak. But yeah, they make a mess of that again, and Andre will certainly pounce. He will be looking to get himself some positions back. Still no distinct GD guys in the chat. I think 9K from UK, and that would have popped in. But if anybody could give us any insight on what has gone on with the distinct GG team there, we would love to. In fact, is CJ Max still here? No, he's not. He'll be... yeah, what's one Steve? Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out what happened there. Not to be at the moment, so we will crack on. We'll ignore the squirrels in my brain, and we will pay attention to the racing, which sees Hyla for the PCDC team tipped before the race to Simon. He kept that one to himself because they've absolutely blown me away. Find himself first and third. Darren King and the gang find themselves in second position. Absolutely worldy of a team these guys are as well. And there is the third placed car, second for the PCDC team. Rounding out that podium, Johannes Weiss for the Butler Pal Motorsport team. I tell you can never ever count out Johannes, whatever car Johannes is in. I really didn't think it was going their way at all. But yeah, coming towards the end of the race, they're looking very strong for a top 5 finish. Vai Marco Marche.
John, I'll be back in a second, okay? And
cool.
I believe there's someone waiting to be interviewed for you as well.
Oh, excellent. I hope as long as it's not that flat earther Adrian. But before we get to that...
oh, love it.
Before we get to that, before Adrian starts insulting me back on air...
no, I will pop out.
Saucer of milk for table 2, saucer of milk, table 2. But Venerio, thank you very much. Vai Marco Marche. Sure, this is you mean. My Italian is almost as bad as my English, so you'll forgive me if I don't reply. But yes, joining us in the commentary box. I was expecting him to be back out on track, not to be involved in a big incident after battling for solid top 10 positions. It is everyone's favourite Canadian driver, Mr. Adrian Bourdon. How are we doing this evening, Adrian?
We're good. Still fighting for a decent result. So it's all at play at the moment. Trying our best to move forward.
Yes, indeed. Big incident, like you say. You're still on for a good finish, 13th. I mean, the strength of field here, I brought it up quite a few times on the broadcast, but it is no understatement to say this is an absolutely world-class field of drivers that you find yourself up against here.
Absolutely, it's fun. It's fun to see that SOP second season is getting so much interest from very good drivers. It's fun to compete against them as well. You know, being involved for battle, whether it was when we were fighting for the top 5 or when we had to repair some damage and stuff after incidents. All the way back to at least P20 where we were at some point. It's really hard to battle, and it's super interesting, and everybody's progressing with that, so it's fun.
Yeah, they certainly are. Pre-race, did you have any expectations pre-race of any type of finishing position, or are you just completely going into this one as a blank canvas?
I guess the only thing we were trying to do is beat our lovely teammates at SOP. I mean, I've put a box of maple syrup on the table for this internal championship. So we are trying our best to respect that and to not have to pay all the shipments. But this is gonna be a long championship, and no, it's the field is so strong, and in endurance racing you never know what can happen. So it's all good fun for now, and we're just trying our best, and we'll see where we end up at the end of this race and at the end of the championship. But just trying to do our best is the main thing.
Indeed, yeah, and that's been an attitude shared by Chromodix. Actually, he had Chromodix was actually battling for top 10 positions. With ERS
it's
lost it on the outlap.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them. I mean, it's really cool to see all those drivers from the SOP PlayStation Championship. I think it's a good testament that people loved what they were doing on another console, and they stay with SOP, and we keep battling on PC now. So it's all fun seeing them at the front after it's their first race as well. So hats off to them.
Yeah, massive hats off to them, and they are going to finish. I like you saying, because Chromodix actually said in the team chat when they were talking about the crashing, I said, look, Indigo Line last season missed one of the races, but they still only finished 4 points off a third in the whole championship.
Yeah, no, it's endurance racing. It's super close, and you never know. Some people are having DC, and it's really you cannot predict endurance racing. So you keep your head down, keep plugging away lap after lap, and you see where you end up at the end of the race. I mean, we're P13 at the moment, but some fast cars are behind us, and some we hope to catch some others in front of us. So Dalking and his team are a good example as well. They were way back.
Yeah, 41st.
Yeah, so seeing them drive their ass off to back of the front is awesome. Hats off to them as well. So now it's can never know what's going to happen in an endurance race.
Yeah, motorsport is motorsport. It is the unpredictability that we do so love. There's Eco Busick coming into the pits. There's the race leader trying to get past Leclerc and Crooks. Are you going to be getting back into the car, Adrian, or is that you done? Yeah, you are getting back in, so you're going to be doing the final stint. How long have you going to have left? What are you talking about?
Probably an hour. I mean, the unfortunate part of the incident that we had at turn 1 with back markers, and then we got hit and had enough damage that we had to come, but it was we had to come to the pits and just do a drive-through during my stint to make sure that we could do 2 normal stint at the end. So yeah, it's gonna be a full stint for me at the end, but David is doing an unbelievable job at the moment, and we'll see what happens. It's gonna be an interesting end of the race.
It certainly is. Congratulations on the sponsor as well, by the way. You mentioned a lot of drivers. It's great to see a lot of the console drivers switching to PC and battling in their first races. I know that when you switched from console to PC, you instantly got into the SRO Silvers for North America, so absolutely no slouch. It's great to see you. Whoa, that's getting a bit close, lads. Right, please go and let the race leader through now. That's been quite a few corners. You are making me hella nervous. This is not about what this to be decided. There we go. He's on his way through. We can all breathe as silently once again. So yes, you've got one more stint to go. You are at the moment the lead SOP team. Do you think that will be the case come the end of the race?
Well, we'll try. We'll try our best to keep it that way. But so many fast drivers on our SOP team, so we never know. I mean, you just mentioned our sponsor. We got to thank Romeo's Gin for the effort that they are doing at the moment to support us. We'll be representing the brand and SOP in the upcoming Quebec, I would say, almost Canadian National Championship that's starting up soon. So it's gonna trying to represent that brand really the best we can. I mean, if people are a fan of gins, you can find those bottles in the UK at the moment. So if everybody is interested, you can make sure to find out where is the closest store to get it.
Yeah, gin is actually a big thing. Don't drink and drive, but I know that gin is massively popular these days. So, so what are they called? Romeos or Romeros? Sorry.
Romeos, yeah.
Romeo.
Yeah.
Wherefore art thou Romeo? I'm sure Shakespeare is delighted. Speaking of delighted, we've got more battles on the track. So, Adrian, I will say thank you for just now. I'll let you take it. You're going to be jumping in the car in about 10 minutes' time, so you'll be doing some last-minute prep.
Exactly. So thank you for having me, John. Thank you to SOP, all the organizers. It's awesome to see that championship getting underway for a second season, and looking forward to all the races.
Excellent. Thank you very much, bud. Honestly, it means a lot, guys, like you coming back and racing. And yeah, echo those thoughts. It's been fabulous to see their turnout for season number 2. But for now, Adrian, thank you once again. Best of luck for the rest of the race, and of course for your Quebec Nationals and the rest, more importantly, of the SOP World Endurance Series, my friend.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers. There we go. Adrian, of course, SOP's very own Bumblebee. Does all the website stuff in the background, all the stats, all the spotters guide, all that marvellous stuff that makes me look semi-competent, because it brings all the bells and whistles to the stream, and it gives the pretense that I know what I'm actually doing, man. It's guys like Adrian in the background that make it all happen. Of course, Curly Red, whose little heart fluttered when he thought I was going to forget about him. Coming into comedy. How could we forget about you, Bailey? Let's have a look and see Leon Seeley and Ian Hall. They are still going at it hammer and tongue. That is a fabulous battle those two are having. It is Leon that finds himself in arrears at the moment. An hour and 11 minutes to go. So there is definitely going to be more pit stops to be taken. We did get confirmation in the chat that the Abrin hosted Team Abbey, had some technical issues. So it is Mike that has been thrown back into the car to bring this one home. Leclerc and Crooks still very close to one another indeed. And Andre Mesa, big shout out to him. He got a very comfortable looking overtake done on Lanier, coming up behind one of the SOP Ferraris. Yeah, but he did get himself up into 9th. Still no confirmation from any of the distinct GG team as to what went on there. But we'll certainly try. AGMC Daddy, good to see the Turn 1 number 100 car. Why did I struggle with number 100? Car running in the top 10. They've been running in the top 10 and they've been putting on a serious show up at the front. Yeah, there he is, Titus Conrad. Yeah, well inside the top 10. 8th, in fact, so looking very good. Leclerc and Crooks are still going on. Adate's still got that penalty. Oh, Dingaling's in the ear. Explorer of Light, thank you very much for the follow. Joining the ever-growing band of followers that we've had. Now, wait a minute. I want to do that and that. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Oh, he's not leaving that one alone. He's going to the inside. Oh, there we go. And we've got a subscription from the TSE team. Dude, thank you very much. TSE INM Legends on and off the track. Another Prime subscription. Phenomenal stuff. Thank you guys for getting involved. And yeah, subscribing to the channel as well. Absolutely love it. Thank you. And keeping the chat alive as well. You guys absolutely got it. How are you looking? You've got a bit of a battle on your hand at the moment. It's looking lively. Where have you gone there? Yeah, oh, he's actually gotten through. He's actually, Butler Pal have just gotten their way through there. Just gotten their way through. We did see that bit of a spin. Was that a contact with the Death Sausage? Was that a Death Sausage incident that we saw earlier? We did see it was sideways a bit earlier on. The Mercedes, although you could also put it down to a new car. You know what I mean? It's all good. Still running good, though. Could well get themselves inside the top 10. 169 laps in. It's Hyla King and Aronsman leading the way. Butler Pal, of course, in the top 5. Marche is 5th. Phillips is 6th. Seville 7th. Conrad in 8th. Mesa and Lanier rounding out the top 10. And it is Crooks and Leclerc battling for 11th that we're watching at the moment. Porsche versus Bentley. Stunning livery versus stunning livery. I hope the blacks are coming. Has anybody noticed an issue with the blacks recently on like the shadows and stuff? What is going on with that? I noticed that on a couple of broadcasts recently. It looks terrible. Yeah, it's amazing. I really do need a squirrel emote, by the way. We'll see new car.
John, we're back.
Hey,
we refueled. Cup of tea, 2 sugars.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, I've actually left the tea bag in the travel cup this time because I've got to put, yeah, I've got to put you in your place later on tonight at Misano. So, yeah, complete silence here from Simon as he rolls over on the floor laughing.
Okay, John, sorry. Misano tonight, you said, was it?
I said, yeah, I've got. I left the tea bag. Oh, bit of contact. And I've straightened up Leclerc and Brooks, and I tell you what, that could give Bellinger, it's an 80-second gap, I know, but a few seconds here, a few seconds there, some back markers. I was just saying I've left my tea bag in the travel cup for extra caffeine because I need to put you in your place tonight at Misano. And then you went silent, and I said that was Simon rolling on the floor laughing.
I can't believe we're doing a 6-hour broadcast here, and then because we're based in the UK, even though we race in an American league together, we're not racing until 11 o'clock tonight, and we're not finishing until 1:30 in the morning. Absolute crazy stuff, isn't it?
Indeed. Yeah, thankfully I wasn't up at 9:15 this morning to commentate on Australian Gran Turismo Sport Leagues. Oh yeah, that's right, it was.
Only 9:30, John. That's late in the afternoon for me.
Yeah, me as well, Simon. That's a long lie. That's why I like the Sunday morning shifts. That's nothing like a long line on a Sunday morning. I don't know where to look now. We've got battles closing in. Explorer, come on, Mark. I believe. Here we go. He just lost the back end.
Oh, yellow flags. 985.
Oh, 985. That's Ian Egan. That was a short off-track excursion. Yeah, the yellow flags do ping for minimal reasons. Niederkoffler and Mendes. Butler Pal once again turning on the overtaking content. Is that David Martin? It is David Martin for Seawolf. He's out with the Seawolf Bentley, and David Macaretta is, I'll tell you what, 22nd position, and he is right on the back of this lot as well. Right on the back of this lot. We've obviously still got, we're just getting to the stage now, so as soon as the clock says 1 hour and 5 minutes, anyone that comes into the pits will be able to go right to the end of the race. As it stands, every car here is going to have to come into the pits, apart from, not because he's out the race, and so is he out the race. So the 3 cars that say are in the pits aren't even in the race. Fantastic. Lee King McGee's in 25th position. Trying to catch up to Ian Egan's, just a bit of an off-tracker. Konstantin Volkov for Crazy Fly Racing making his SOP debut. Love to see it. David Macaretta in 22nd position. And Mark Leclerc absolutely flying all over the back of Cook. The two of them in battle lap after lap. Slightest of contacts, he did give the position back. It was the slightest of contacts. Just slightly misjudged it. He's given the position back, and the battle between the two of them has continued. And Crazy Fly trying to get past. Oh, that's a blue flag situation. Let's have a look at Mendes. He has still got, and a bit of action in the back end, yeah. Well, that's Martin for C. We've got Macaretta right behind him. I'll tell you what, I don't know whether I'd want to be one of the TSE guys right now. This is, this is some sweaty stuff going on. Trying to get the overtake done into turn 1. Is he going to get it around the outside? There is the ERT Ferrari just ahead of them. Again, hats off to those guys. Had to disconnect completely from the server after a connection issue. They've come back in, a few massive penalties, but they are still racing again. Every point count is highlighted by Chromedix, the ever IQ monster that he is. Last season, it was only 4 points separated, 3rd and 4th, and the team in 4th missed one of the races entirely. Every single point will count. come the end of the season, especially with the strength of this field. David Macaretta has come into the pits for TSE. North Star bicycle shot slapped across the side there. Let's jump back on board with the battle between Mendes and Niederkoffler then. Butler Pal versus Marabia ST. Nobody in the interview box. Ibar,
yeah, you just got to put it with me, John, sorry.
How do you go, bud?
I'm saying there's no one in the interview box, you just got to put up with me.
Downer, send help. I'm looking. We've got plenty going. Now, there's another. Alright, so okay, Andre Mess has now come into the pits again. So that's distinct GG. 3 trips into the pits in 6 laps. But it is within the hour and 5 minutes. So he's obviously looking to get out. I wonder if he sees a gap in the traffic or something he wants to particularly get out. Well, that'll be his final stint. Heil is still leading the way. King, I tell you, the gap has remained pretty constant between these two teams. So yeah, this PCDC are definitely showing some serious pace. Weiss is now up to 4th with the pit stops going on. Aronsman for PCC, the team that are in 1st are also in 3rd. Marche getting some love in the chat in 5th. Phillips still in 6th. Then it is Seville for Pulse Simsport in 7th, and he is still absolutely flying. Conrad, again, getting some love in the chat, finds himself in 8th. He's actually got... Oh, it's Reese has come back out. Nice. Oh, there we go. Hopefully, whatever technical issues... I'm going to throw my hat in the ring and say it was a technical issue now. And it's one that they've managed to fix. And that's why Reese has come back out. So it's good to see he's going to get a chance take a stint in the race. But I tell you, what could have been... Well, it's crazy now, but I'm Simon, to think about it. With the position changes that we've had, some of these teams that are going to finish further down the order, it really is going to make the championship very, very interesting straight off the bat.
Yeah, it's always the same. Round one's always the feeler round, and if you have a bad round and you're out of position after the first round, is always playing catch up. But it always makes it interesting for round number 2. And yeah, there's a lot of drivers and teams that are out of position in this round, and they'll obviously be on a fight back for the remainder of the series now. But you can't take anything away for all the teams now and where they are and how they race. 5 hours down. Every team is deserving of the position that they're in currently. But like I said, Tabernari, the number 7 Porsche machine, they qualified in P5, so they're naturally out of position down in P16 currently, trying to fight back through the field. 959 King McGee qualified in the top 10. They had that first lap incident, they're down in 25th. So all these teams that are out of position, you'll see them right at the front of the grid again for Bathurst in the next round, and I think is going to be the walls that are going to be the problem rather than the drivers around
yes.
too.
I think so. Let's not forget as well, we've got the team containing Leon Seeley. They were involved in the incident as well. They're way down the order, and big shout to Milton Tomlinson Dennis and his teammate Christian Romano as well. Currently running in 29th after deservedly battling for positions well inside the top 10. And he's currently still lapping at a pace commensurate with the top 5 drivers, such as the pace that this Lamborghini has got. This you ain't no championship like an SOP championship. And another 24 hours of this racing. What could you possibly ask for? I'll tell you what we could possibly ask for. Rhys Tattershaw. He's managed to get whatever ailed him sorted, and he's getting straight involved in a battle that to the liking, I'm sure, of Adrian Bourdon, because it is teammate David Bellinger that is coming under attack. Rhys taking no time at all in getting to grips with that car. Evening from the Sausage Dodgers. Yes, against him, we've had a few technical issues as well. The Aberrant Hosa team, Team Abbey, the lost force feedback, one of the drivers. Bellinger's come into the pits. That means Bourdon is about to come back out. Ben from the Sausage Dodgers. God, both teams had technical issues. First team internet disconnect. I got Team 2 up in the mid-20s after stint 1 until a driver swap and his view was messed up and couldn't drive the car until we figured out what keyboard shortcut was hit accidentally. Hence last place and 2 laps down.
Ouch.
Cruel, cruel, cruel mistress. It is safe to say sim racing absolutely is. The absolute highs and the lows. Yeah. It's they talk about the highs and lows of other sports. No other sport runs for 6 hours at a time. There is a lot of scope for things to go right, things to go wrong. Bourdon comes out the pits. Phillips is still in the pits. Hyla's still leading the race. Darren King is still in second, and his Thomas Arensman is still in third. Phillips is still in the pits. Conrad and Tattersall. Let's see how Reese is getting on. Don't hit F2 more than once without knowing what it does. That's a broadcaster's best friend, mate. Definitely don't do it. Oh yeah, no, I know you guys have found Chris. Yeah, if there's there's never ever a question in my mind that you guys wouldn't finish. What about that? Yeah, I get it. Absolutely 100% commitment all the way. Every second you spend on a racetrack is a learning experience. How you choose to embrace that and move forward with it can define your sim racing career. To finish first, you must first finish, and all the rest of that guru type nonsense I like to spout every now and again to make myself sound intelligent, but it's all true. It's all very, very, very true indeed. There is Mike Abramhosa, currently running 4th. They weren't without their issues as well, and what a battle Vickers had with Liam Page. That is going to be what I'll be watching with my tea tonight before and after my Mazzano catastrophe. We won't quit. Top effort though again. SOP and the commentary isn't too shabby either. I know Simon is really good here, and Alex is not bad as well.
Triple 2 machine drive through for track limits. That's going to halt their progress.
Oh, Van Hal. That is a sore one. Oh, I tell you what, Simon, your luck's in tonight. I've actually broken the chair. I'm only 11 stone. I've broken my racing chair.
You've broken your chair?
I've broken a GT Omega RS9. Just as soon as you sit, the whole thing collapses. I measured the distance. It's actually a 5-inch drop because I had to redo my field of view for race room. So
you can't beat a Crusty Place Heat challenge. £100 has done you good for over a year now.
I know, you know, my mistake was I started with the Place Heat Evolution. That is one of the worst racing seats on the planet because it's got that silly steering column that holds the wheel. You just can't get your pedals in the right. You can't get your pedals in the right position. It is impossible, especially when you're 6'3".
What you need is
think that would make it easier. What I need is what? Sorry.
Big feet.
Even with those, still struggle. Well, there we go. Enough of our old manny moaning, because Simon is an old man as well. Don't let him fool you. He's actually 40. He has to convince him that he's younger than me. I don't know why he does it to himself. Let's see, the Sausage Dodgers are running in the last at the moment. There is Luke Sherlock out on track for them at the moment. There is Tim Williams.
7 days until my birthday. I'll turn 32. I'll have you know. Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Young enough to be your son.
Can I tell you what, Simon? We'll stick to our pre-described jobs here. You do the race organising, I'll do the jokes, okay?
Okay.
We'll keep the divisional labour as is. Your son. Oh, you're going to pay for that on track later on. Mark Bunyan is out on track for SOP Esports. He's in 38th position. He is closing in, actually, on Klaus Christensen. Two of them will know one another very well from their console racing endeavours. And they're now finding themselves very close to one another on the track. 1 lap left to take that drive through. 30th position is Luke Rogers for the Butler Pal team, and he's got a fair bit of damage on that 5.5 machine. Again, a bit of separation between the bonnet and the front bumper. Definitely detrimental to the aerodynamics of the car, and he's going to struggle to keep up the type of pace he had, and they've dropped way down the order as well. Pete Greaves just tested positive today for COVID after spending a week or so looking after his good lady wife. And yeah, still out putting in some serious track time here. So mad respect to the homeschoolist of racers. If you don't know, get to know. Get on Twitch, Homeschool Racer. Go follow the guy. Legitimately nicest guy on Twitch. Javier Ranz is out for the Run DJC team. That is, of course, the team who, one of them in the chat said they found themselves very unfortunate indeed. I would agree with that statement. To have Mr. Leon Seeley in their ranks, put in a stellar performance. They're in 27th at the moment. Brandon Ule for the partially phenomenal team. I wonder which part is phenomenal. The livery is certainly looking pretty funky. There's Lee King and McGee. Hayden Harter, of course, in the Mercedes. Oh, Sam Cairns is coming to the pits. And Liam Page. Oh, now that is an interesting one. That must have been stint timer, or do you think that was a mistake? The SOP team, Simon. They've come into the pits with a drive-through, changed driver rather than serve the drive-through. That's an interesting one.
Stint timer limit for those guys. So it's going to be Liam that's going to be peeling into the pits now.
No, yeah.
Well, he should be. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, without that drive-through...
Yeah, he's going to serve Stefan's drive-through. There we go.
Yes, he is. Shearing is caring, people. I'm not sure many times we agree with that. Nikor is cheering on car number 100, and rightfully so. They are putting in an Olympic effort at the moment. They've currently find themselves in 10th. They're into the closing stint. It's Titus Conrad, but there is cars ahead of them that still need to pit. That's going to close the gap. They could find themselves well inside, but they do have distinct GG's Reece Tattersall right behind them. He is closing that gap. He's got Mike Abramhosa, Team Abbey, keeping him honest as the day is long. Pete's still in 28th. We'll see if he is going to run to the end. 29th. Tomlinson David Dennis is in the pit. Stefan, Stefan in the chat said he got the drive-through on his last lap. That is a stinger. Absolute stinger. There's Martin come into the pits for the Sea Wolf Bentley. Listen to my equipment creaking. You're constantly dragging this microphone every place so I can look about all three on the screen. Aronson's still in fourth. And I'm looking on the map at the moment, and it's still very much the same gap between Hyla and Darren King. So those two, and I tell you what, how does that happen?
There we go. The timing gap is actually finally shown, John. It's under 30 seconds now.
Oh, it's under 30 seconds. Yeah, but look at this. The two PC-DC cars are right on top of one another. But Anson,
okay.
yeah, actually a lap up.
Yeah, the leader's lapped up to P3, which was pretty incredible. His own teammate.
David Martin. Seawolf. They were, I tell you, they were title protagonists last season. I did give them a shout. Where wasn't they finished again? They were inside the top 10. Yeah, they did. The Audi last season. They took the Audi to 8th overall. A couple of podium finishes with the drivers in this very car. Stockwell 32nd in what we will now call the closing stages. That is a bit of a painful one. Let's see how Leclerc is getting on. Again, no relation to the Formula 1 driver, but he's certainly showing a fair turn of pace himself. Just checking out King, Hyla, Arnsman, Y, Seville. And then, why does that show? Okay, there we go. That's just changed. Haha, excellent. Mr. Death Zone, where have you been, bud? We've been going 5 hours, 11 minutes. Come on, you need to go back and watch the whole thing, I promise you. Absolute phenomenal race. Here's 7th place. They did say there's going to be more cars coming at the pits. And it is the GPR Masters. Lanya coming into the pits. Will we see a driver swap? Alex Phillips is going to be re-promoted back up to 7th place. The player's going to follow him through. Conrad is coming around the last corner. We're sound like Helicar. Been watching various streams. Excellent.
Only our stream counts, though. Come on, Nelson, you should know better than this.
Exactly. Face panorama. Lee King and McGee. Let's have a look at this one then. He finds himself 22nd. The boss man Andy was in the chat saying he reckoned 22nd was on the cards. Of course, there's going to be more pit stops to come, but if he can get himself a few positions before. King McGee had problems. Busey in the chat. Yes, he was caught up in an early incident, and I don't think he qualified this highly. Where did he qualify again, Simon?
No, I think he qualified in the top 10.
Right, okay.
He was used as a ping ball.
Yeah. The Van Orman reverse.
Opening lap.
That's right. The opening lap. There was an incident. Van Orman went off track, reverse back on. He got a drive-through penalty for it. It was Lee that took the rear of the reversing car full in the face, along with another couple of drivers. But coming back to this one for the voice of Scotland. I'm not sure there's many Scots would agree with that. What a move up the inside of the death sausage. That was a death sausage overtake right there, and Fernandez is getting involved as well. Ian Egan is going to be watching that one. He's just further down the road actually, but that is Fernandez. He got a great view of that one there, and he still does have a move, and it's a great move by Lee King and McGee. Busing is in the chat. I am going to have to. You are Scottish. Yeah, I was hearing all about that earlier actually. Yes, someone was in the chat. Dart Destroyer, Pete. That's what you're saying. He said, Raven, my wife says you're Scottish, and she's Scottish. So there we go. You've inherited one of the crazy ones. I am going to have to nip for a quick comfort break. Far too much coffee and tea and excitement before the race, Simon. But what I'll do is I'll chuck you back on autopilot, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes if that's okay.
Okay, no problem at all.
Perfecto. Bye in a second, peeps.
So I'm not sure if John's left it. No, yeah, there we go. We're on the free view broadcast, so we'll swap and change between drivers. We'll try and give you a quick update on how everything is going, and then hopefully John will be back. Let's start at the front of the field once again. Hyler now is leading the way for PDCD. They're 182 laps in, and they've just overtaken their teammates in 4th place, the 25 machine, so they've lapped everybody up into the top 4. So pretty incredible stuff from this lead Lamborghini. Darren King and the Darking Community Aston has been closing in ever so slowly as this race has unfolded. 26 seconds is the gap now. They've only got 45 minutes. I don't think they're going to be half a second a lap faster than that lead Lamborghini to close up to challenge for the lead. But you never know what may happen in the closing stages of an endurance race. At the minute, the 556 machine is back up into the podium positions. I'm not sure if that is out of position. They might have one more pit stop to make with the 25 machine. The teammates of the lead Lamborghini, they're in 4th. 53 machine Seville is there in 5th place. 99 machine is in 6th. Alex Phillips is there in 7th with Leclerc in 8th. Conrad is in 9th. The 100 machine, they've had a brilliant race so far, but they are 15 seconds adrift of the top 8 with Tattersall, the number 94 machine. They've dropped back down through the field, unfortunately, of Distinct GG. They had a fantastic start. They were up into the podium positions. We think there was a technical issue with them around halfway of the race because one of their teammates took over and then they had to pit within 2 or 3 laps to swap drivers again. So we're not sure what happened there, but that is why they've dropped so far down the order. The Lexus machine of number 80 is there in 11th place. Ben Crooks is there in 12th. Tabanari, the rookie monsters, find themselves back up into 13th place. So that is a good recovery drive from them after being caught up in the lap 1 incidents. I know they finished P3 in split 2 of the SimGrid Endurance, which was an identical race as this was yesterday, because we also had 2 teams competing in that who finished in 10th and 11th. But Adrian Baudon there, he's back out in the 787 machine. He is in 14th place. Just coming out of the pits then for the final time is the 321 machine there in 15th. Liam Page after serving his drive-through penalty then for the 222 machine. They are in 16th place, trying to close back up to the top 15. The 45 machine is there in 17th. They've still got that 15-second penalty to clear as they do come into the pits then for the final time. Millard is there in 18th. Walcott is 19th. The 557 machine, the second Butler Powell Motorsport machine, is there in 20th. Harter is the 77 machine, the Mercedes AMG Evo, my favourite car of all. They are the lead. Mercedes is in 21st. And then you've got the number 21 in 22nd, 985 Ian Egan's in 23rd. 74 machine of Martin is in 24th. Weeks is in 25th. Rands is in 26th. Peter Greaves is 27. Kingy McGee is 28th. Luke Rogers is in 29th. And Christian Romano is back up into 30th. And they are the point finishing positions today. So all those 10 drivers outside of the top 30 will not be scoring points this afternoon, even though they put 6 hours of hard work into this, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, unfortunately as well for Lee Kingy McGee, he's only in 29th because he's just been disconnected from the server.
Oh my word, their luck could not get any worse today.
It really couldn't. I was trying to highlight him because D. Lewis was actually in the chat asking where he was, so I was trying to be clever and highlight him. I couldn't click on him in 23rd, and he's just landed in the pits in 29th. If I'm right, he's going to be stuck there for a while because there's a 2-minute tax on returning to the server. So he suffered the same fate that Team ERT suffered. Speaking of Team ERT, where are they?
ERT, yeah, that's right. They're down at 37th. Christensen's at the wheel.
Yeah, a few laps down they are. But yeah, Kingy McGee is stuck. Think disconnect from AKM, says D. Lewis. Did Militant in the chat. How we doing, bud? F the whole corner cycling through cameras because of the virtual mirror glitch after driver swap.
Yeah, John, let's not mention that he got on the grass and spun himself into the wall all by himself. Let's not mention that.
Well, no, I think that's what he's saying. He made a mess of that corner because he was cycling through his views.
Sorry, Milton. I had to mention it.
Listen, Militant, if you ever start, just mention Pramabolica. Okay, we've actually named the whole corner after Simon after an Olympic toy thrown out the pram.
Hey, I'll not mention the Monza incident, okay?
It's the silence that makes it funny.
I didn't reverse back onto the track, you did.
It's what, sorry?
I didn't reverse back onto the track, you did.
Ah, there we go. Everyone's throwing everyone under the bus today. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. That kid's only a game, so they say. 186 laps in, though. It is Darren King and the gang on the podium after being down in 41st position. And it is Highlight leading the way. Still no idea how to pronounce that first name. We'll hopefully get some pronunciations in the chat. I nearly took my finger off with that mechanism there. Mike, indeed, an eventful race is what we always guarantee here at SOP Motorsport, and I think we have once again delivered spectacularly, or at least the drivers have. The broadcast team couldn't even get in. We could barely get in for the start of the race. Love technology. Also love the top 10 that we've got at the moment. It is Lanya still inside the top 10. Rhys Tarsall out on track for distinct GG after some technical issues. We're assuming saw his team tumble from podium 3rd down to 9th, but he's putting in some serious laps at the moment. 39 minutes left to go. I can't believe there's only 39 minutes left to go. It's
but the night is only just begun, John, isn't it?
I know, seriously.
It
really has just been. Come on, Conrad, turn 100. He's properly getting some cheer in the chat, and I tell you what, great drive from the Turn 1 team, currently in 8th position. James Gilbert has come out for the Pulse Sim Sport BMW. That thing is going to be one to watch through the series. I'm telling you, the amount of damage they were carrying earlier and they're still, look at them now doing lap 1 minute 41.3 is their quickest lap, so they're only half a second off the quickest lap set through the whole race, which of course still belongs to Mike Noble. Or was it James Parker that set it? Oh, it was Darren King. Sorry, Darren King. It was Darren himself that set it. No, sack. But that's his own. With a 1:40.860. Or what's it? Who was it that set that? Yeah, Alex would know because he's competent at commentating. I'm too busy keeping an eye on everything
I think
else.
it was Mike Noble that came in and set the fastest lap, and then he beat his own fastest lap to go faster again.
Incredible.
I mean, not that it makes a difference between any of them four, because they're all absolutely rapid drivers. hence why they climbed up 40 places on the grid after lap 1.
It's incredible. And I tell you what, like I keep saying, the gap between Hyla and King, between the 13 and 38 car, has pretty much been, it looks like it's closing ever so slightly at the moment, but it's been, if you can imagine these two nose to tail. I did say there would be some serious battles all the way to the end of this race, and we're going to be gifted another one. Here is James Gilbert up the inside. This Paul Simsport BMW, I'm telling you now, they are going to be one to watch. He is just absolutely dispatched, and that is the Aberdeen host. That's Team Abbey in the background. So he's in 15th, that is 7th, it's just ahead of him. Yeah, so that's a complicated little blue flag situation there, but that is the battle for 6th and 7th position. But I tell you what a team of drivers they have here in car number 53, Paulson Simsport, absolutely flying through the field. There is King coming to the pits very quickly. Simon, who do you give the final stint to out of those 4 drivers?
Like I was just saying, I don't think it really matters which one of them jumps into the car. I think we've only seen Mike in the car once, so we might see
everybody's
Mike back
well.
out
Darren's the only one that's done 2 stints.
Yeah, we might see Mike jump back in. I think that's my best guess.
We'll certainly see it. I'll tell you what we're going to see. Actually, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, I get my hands on him in the commentary box. This is going to be the longest 36 minutes of this poor man's life, ladies and gentlemen. Rookie monster extraordinaire. It is Mr. Ilko Busink, the Porsche maestro himself. How we doing, Ilko?
Good evening. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. It was an eventful evening, sadly.
Indeed, the sadly right on the end. I mean, I have said it's an ill wind that blows no one some good, and for entertainment value, seeing cars such as yourself come back through the field, it's certainly been an entertaining one. Definitely not what anybody wanted to see. This definitely this series with the level of talent that we've got, it looks like it is a proper 6-7 way battle for the win. And yeah, that first lap incident for a team like yourself, that really could be a costly one, do you think?
Well, it wasn't actually the first lap. It was lap 10 with the McLaren.
Oh yes, with the McLaren. Sorry, of course. Yes, Bagnall in the McLaren. That was yourself and Bagnall. Yes.
Yeah, we don't really know what to expect from this championship. We know we will be up there somewhere. Today showed that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's if you keep out of the accidents, then you might go high.
Indeed, that is pretty much the golden rule. If you can keep it clean, you'll certainly get to the end. When you had that incident, I mean, before the race, and you've obviously looked over at the level of competition before the race started, what was your expectations for finishing position in the race, and what were you sort of looking at overall for the championship? And how much has your championship been reframed just based on this the first stint here in the first race?
We haven't actually looked at what we wanted as a result for the championship. So after yesterday, we had P3 for the Endurance Cup, the Sim Grid race. We should have won that race actually, but we had a few mistakes and things we shouldn't have done, like getting a drive-through. But today, after getting P3 at qualifying, we expected a top 5. Would have been nice, and for the championship that would have set us up pretty nicely for I think a top 5 still.
Yeah, it definitely would have. It definitely would have. The lineup we've got for this season's competition is absolutely dripping with top-end names. You qualified in third. Was first and second place who you expected to be there, or who do you expect? Is there a team you're looking at thinking, yeah, they're kind of the ones we're going to have to really beat if we want to win this thing? Or is there any standouts for yourself? For a driver like myself, the whole top 40 drivers, it's just incredible lineup from top to bottom. But for someone like yourself, is there anyone that you're looking at and thinking, yeah, these are the guys that really are going to be the ones to beat? And any surprise packages from this race?
Darren King is doing pretty nicely. I think he will be strong the entire season. I've never heard of Hyla, for example. The number 13 Lamborghini. They're bloody quick.
Yeah, they are.
I didn't really expect them, but Lambo is a good car for this track, so that's for them positive. I don't know if they will do as well at the next track.
Bathurst. I'm not sure the Lambo does massively well up and down the mountain.
The Porsche will be scary.
I'm glad you said that, because I tell you what, the Porsche is going to be an interesting challenge up and down that mountain. We've got about 32 minutes left. Luca, of course, another, the talent you've got through the Rookie Monsters team is absolutely phenomenal. He's closing up on the gas. What are your expectations? Do you reckon another place or two in this race, or do you think 12th is going to be about it?
Well, we have one problem, and that's the stint time at this point. Because of the early stop for me, Luca can't finish without an extra splash and dash. So we might end up in 13th, depending on if anybody gets into an incident in front of us. But I think we can keep this position.
Right, okay. And you were saying the Porsche is going to be scary for Bathurst. What sort are you looking at Bathurst as, let's just get there, get the points done and get on to the next track, or are you giving it obviously a serious run at taking the top spot?
I don't think that the Porsche will be too bad. It's about keeping it alive, and then we might end up at the podium.
Okay, see how it goes. And obviously for the Wednesday night series, that must be, it's amazing for us here at SOP that Rookie Monsters coming back and forth, but you've got 8 drivers in the Wednesday night series after such a nail-biting finish between yourself, McGee and Tavanari last season. You've got 8 guys on board this season. You really are going for it this season, aren't you?
Yeah, we would like to challenge everybody to beat us, and maybe we can surprise with a few drivers. The difference this time is that I'm not in a Porsche. I'm in a little bit of a slower car.
Right, okay. Yeah, what is it you're in again, sorry?
I'm in the Honda.
Oh, the Honda. Oh, that is an interesting choice.
I used it once in the sprint series, but it's been a while, and it's quite different from the Porsche, and way different to set up.
Right. Oh yes, entirely different. Yeah, it's going to be phenomenal. See, how do you see your chances in the Wednesday night series title contender? You've got to genuinely see yourself as one of the favourites to win this. Yeah.
Not really.
No,
Lucas in the Lexus. I think he will be a bit stronger this time.
Okay.
Tony McGoffin is in the Porsche. He is close to our pace, and he will be bloody quick on Wednesdays.
Right, okay.
And also we have McGee still there. He will be mental.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm actually devastated that I've got to work this Wednesday. I'm on night shift this Wednesday, so I'm going to miss the opening race. I'll miss the first race back, so I'm a bit gutted about that. I will be watching it from work, let's not tell anybody, no one's watching. And can't wait to get back to that one the week after. Before I let you go, we've got 30 minutes left. Tavernar, as you say, still got to come back into the pits. What is the Rookie Monsters? Obviously, you're not going to get the top 5 finish that you were aiming for in this race. You said not really any expectations for the season overall, but where Do you think you can still get that top 5, top 3 perhaps for the series overall? I mean, there's still 24 hours of racing to go, so legitimately anything can still happen.
Yeah, I think we still have a shot at that. So as long as we keep it safe and clean, then we might end up quite high. But yeah, as I said, it's all about keeping it clean.
It is indeed. It is indeed. Well, Ilko, listen, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in here. Hopefully we'll get to speak to you again very, very soon. And best of luck for the rest of the race and indeed for the rest of the series. And of course, the Wednesday night as well. You're fast becoming one of SOP's favourite drivers, bud. So thank you for popping in.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Cheers, bud. You too. Thank you. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Ilko Busink from the Rookie Monsters. There's his teammate, Luca Tavanari, on screen at the moment. Of course, main title protagonists in our previous Wednesday night series that went right down to the wire. This one not quite getting the result that they would have hoped for, but they are still cracking on. Luca has got to come back into the pits, as Ilko was just saying. He could potentially still hold on. Here he comes in now, 27 minutes left to go. Hyla has come in and taken his pit, and Darren King yet again, that gap still about a third of the track separating these two cars. Dykstra back out for the PCDC Motorsport team. Johannes Weiss for Butler Tal, still rocking fourth. Then it is Flat Out Sim Racing doing all the work in fifth there. Pulse Sim Sport in sixth position, and Titus Conrad getting lots of shout in the chat, currently in seventh. So phenomenal driving from him. Alex Phillips from Indigo Line going to be bringing it home, eighth position at the moment. He's got Reese Tattersall, the Distinct GG team, battling for a podium. Some kind of technical issue we are guesstimating. Saw Andre Messa take a very short stint after Reese took an even shorter stint. Reese has come back out, got himself a couple of overtakes under his belt, and running inside the top 10. Thomas Lanier for GTR Masters is the driver currently rounding out the top 10. Then he's got Ben Crooks for Seawolf in 11th position. The Porsche car running the better of the two at the moment. Then it is Alexandre Lagasse for TSE INM, the Coney Racing, the leader of the two cars. Very, very quick driver mark out before. And his teammate is definitely no slouch either. 12th position, well up the road from their teammates Hayden Hartwell and the Gann, back down in 21st in the new Mercedes car. Let's have a look in the chat. AKM,
Just about to say, John, I was waiting for you to spot that one.
Wow. Wow. So yeah, Lee's wife put her bag down on the broadband socket and disconnected Lee from the internet. We were 21st.
You couldn't make something like that up, could you?
Seriously, that is absolutely savage. There is Busey in the chat. Tavanari just in the pits. Sadly fell back to 14th. Should be a good fight though. Yeah, I would say so, because it's Adrian Bourdon just ahead of him. And they've got Lee King and McGee back out on track in 34th in between them. Luca is on the start-finish straight. Oh yeah, he's just coming into turn one now. Off. 25 minutes to go, plenty of time to get caught back up there. Let's have a look. Christian Romano is back out, 29th position. He's currently lapping in the low 42s. Great to see him back out. There's Ian Paskin out for the Transatlantic Sim Racing team. There's Lee in 34th, as we mentioned. Henrik Matz out for the RRL Fun Liga team. Trying to get through as many teams as we can. Mark Bunyan's out as well. Sam and Pastel out. Big double stint for the Black Snow driver. Nathan Samba out. Klaus Christensen will be recovering, I'm sure. Chris Bell for the Sausage Dodgers. Bring up the rear in 39. No, Nick, you're sorry, in 40. It's still on the track. So we'll have lost 4 cars over the piece. Not too bad. One of them for reversing the full length of the pit lane. If you do feel like doing that during the race, please don't sign up. You will be disqualified instantly.
Madness,
thank you very much. Why? is the 24th letter of the alphabet and not a question on its own, I understand. But yeah, the confusion is real, people. The confusion is real. We've got some proper fans in the chat, so let's get them back on screen. Where's Marchie gone?
Well, let's not forget as well, John, I'm not sure it's been mentioned at all during the broadcast that the prize money on offer for this endurance series, it's $300 for the top 5 teams. Obviously, that's what they're all fighting for during this championship. The first placed team will walk away with 100, second place walks away with 80, third place 60, fourth place 40, and then fifth place gets their money back and has a free championship.
A free championship and plenty of free entertainment to go along with that. Why can't I find?
Thank you, ACC Sim Series. Raiding with a party of 22 at the minute.
Wow.
How was your stream today?
Yeah, how are you guys doing? Thank you very much. You guys are absolute legends for organising this championship. Ilko, listen, thank you very much, mate. We're bringing drivers like you. How can we not keep organising them all? Absolutely Olympic levels of pace. But yes, ACC Sim Series. Sorry if that notification didn't come up properly. But thank you very much for the raid, bud. Yeah, indeed. How was the stream? Welcome, Raiders. We are SOP Motorsport. This is our PC Endurance Series. It is Season 2. After such a successful Series 1. We do a Wednesday night PC Series as well. There it is. Nope, that's... Simon.
What? Where? When? Why? I don't know. They were racing on Kyalami too, John. There we go. It was a full weekend of Kyalami racing.
Oh, yes. Go Kyalami. Dude, it is absolutely phenomenal. It's one of the greatest tracks ever. So much overtaking, so much action. Absolutely love it. So you're on ACC, you were racing on Kyalami. So what was your event? What are you caught? Are you PC, your PlayStation, Xbox? What sort of length of race was it you were doing? We had, like I say, this is an endurance series, so this was a cheeky little 6-hourer. There's a lot of that going around this weekend, of course, with the Singrid one yesterday. Plenty of action unfolding. Plenty of big names. We've had Jan Willem van Ommen, Mike Noble, we've had Weiss in the gang with the Butler Pal team. Sam Bagnall came out and did a triple stint. Alex Phillips not to be outdone. He's going to have himself a triple stint as well. We've got the rookie monsters. Look at Tavernari involved in that unfortunate early incident. Find himself back down to 14th. Yep, PC, our race of our pro split. Nice. How many have you got in the pro split? All the questions. Love knowing that there's lots and lots of people out driving on ACC. It is a phenomenal game to get involved in. Contact physics might not be the best, but the rest of it is certainly well worth a nosy. And it is Luca Tavernari and Adrian Bourdon that are looking to put on a show coming towards the end of the race. Look how much later on the brakes that Porsche is. As they come down the mine shaft, it is the rookie monsters hunting down the now sponsored Adrian Bourdon. Oh, choose Bernini. He comes for SOP down towards Ngawe, towards the Sausage of Death, which is its official name. This one here on the right, you all know which one I'm talking about. The one that gives you a free pass into the pit entrance if you get it even slightly wrong. Neither of these drivers getting along, and the exit speed from the Porsche absolutely phenomenal. Looking for a cheeky cut back up the inside, perhaps. He's going to be in the slipstream, bit of bump drafting maybe. Oh, he was a bit too close to hang on to the slipstream. It would have caused a bit of rear contact. Now he's got the drive to get back into the slipstream, or not enough drive, sorry, to ensure that he can get back in the slipstream. He's going to have a look upside the inside of turn 1 on the Porsche 2x2. It's a one-way hill, and it is the Porsche of Luca Tavernari that gets the overtake done, back up to 13th position. And there's Lee King and McGee had to rejoin the server after his wife put her handbag on the server on the internet socket. Running in 21st position they were as well. Unbelievable bad luck for the AKM team, but they have rejoined Toot Sweet and are back out lapping, and that is 13th and 14th that have just made their way through. It's looking very quick. That's Helicam. We're not big fans of that. But there is the race leader. It is Hyla for the PCDC Motorsports team. Still with that third of a lap lead. In fact, He's just come off the start-finish straight as Dan King has just come on to the start-finish straight. What a race we could have had if not for that lap 1 incident. That was less dramatic than expected, says BC. Yeah, it's one of those, you've got your heart in your mouth and you say, oh my goodness, what's going on? But yep, they both made it through. Two unbelievably quick and clean drivers as the BOA Motorsports. Livery just coming through the foreground. More back markers to make their way through. Fair chunk of change up the low road to Lagasse for the TSE team, leading the way. And it is Bourdon and the gang. I'm right in thinking they are still the lead SOP car. Liam Page just down the order ever so slightly. Himself and Chris Vickers were battling wholeheartedly in the opening couple of stints. He is now battling once again with the Team Abbey team. This time it's Nelson Abrunhosa at the wheel of the Aston Martin. 18 minutes to go, and these two showing absolutely no signs of letting up at all. Places and points up for grabs, as Simon said, prize money as well. $100 to first place. Tarsall as well, I tell you what, talking about showing some pace, Simon, for his debut stint after technical problems. He has got to within a second of Alex Phillips here. Do we think he can get the overtake done? He is showing some serious pace at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with AJ towards the end of this stint. Maybe the 3 hour, the triple stint behind the wheels was getting to him a little bit, but he had to deal with Conrad a few laps ago, the turn 100 machine. As soon as that Lexus got past, he's just sailed away into the distance a little bit. And Alex Phillips just doesn't seem to have the same sort of pace that he had at the beginning of his triple stint. So now he's coming under pressure from the 94 machine. Let's not forget they were on the podium for the first half of this race. They were running up into P3 until they had that technical driver issue where they had to come to the pits. So they definitely have the pace to run with the top 5 and on the podium positions, and they're slowly fighting their way back up through the field.
Yeah, it's good to see as well. Like I say, it was Reese's first stint out.
Okay, actually, in the chat there, John, Phillips' car is broken. He lost it in front of Nelson about 20 minutes or so ago, so we missed that one.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got some damage on that McLaren machine, so he's nursing it to the finish line. He's got 17 minutes to go. And that's obviously freed up the rest of the drivers to catch up to the back of him. So maybe we'll see a pass for 8th place in these last 16 minutes. I'm not sure if AJ will be able to do much about defending from that Audi machine, especially if he does have damage. And we've got another raid, 9,000 RPM. Thank you very much for the party.
Yes, Simon, you couldn't hear me. I had you muted while I was saying hi. Amazing, 9k from the UK. I'm really in the market for a new rig. Hello. How you doing? Welcome, 9k. What happened with the stink, GG bud? I've been waiting on you to jump in the chat. What happened with the stink? What happened with Reese? He came out the pits, went straight back in, and then Andre came out and then came straight back in, and Reese came out and started putting in overtakes. So I guessed that it was an issue, a technical issue with Reese, a problem with his pedals or something. Give us a pointer in the chat. Great to see you though. Thank you for tuning in, bud. We are 6 hours and 27 minutes into the broadcast. We are 5 hours and 45 minutes into the opening race here at season number 2. And as promised, there's action right down to the checkered flag. And I'll tell you what as well, Simon. There's 15 minutes to go, and there's 19 seconds between the leading two drivers. That gap has been reduced by 21 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a time to jump into a SOP broadcast, they should know by now. It's always at the end of the race where it comes to life out of nowhere. We'll start to see passes galore, positions changing, battles commencing. And we're on for a good old battle for 8th place currently. Try to make a move on the last lap. He's lining a move up on this one now. We'll see if he gets him before the start line straight, but not this time around. As Liam Page also then, battle going on for 8th and 9th, a battle going on for 15th and 16th. It's all developing. A battle going on for 19th and 20th as well. 2 tenths separating all these drivers now in the last 15 minutes.
Wow, yeah, it's all going off yet again. down the field. They're still keeping one another on. So there's even a battle for 26th and 25th. Weeks and Rands are going at it. Let's have a look at Liam Page, though. He is looking very close to Abby and Hossa. So Abby and SOP. 200 laps completed. Dalking has been on an absolute charge. Him and his teammates have just put in some phenomenal. But let's not take away from Hiley and his team. They've been lapping at a commensurate pace. And there's been a lot of traffic for them to make their way through. As you can see, the race leader surrounded by cars in 18th and 34th. He's making his way through the SOP Honda of Ian Egan. He's in 23rd at the moment, trying to close in on that Honda that's now in the rear view mirror. 19.1 seconds still the gap, so might be too little too late. Oh, Tattersall. Quick. Oh, he's got the move done. He's got the move done. We'll have missed it. Are we surprised? No, of course we're not, because there's that much going on. I've got no idea how I'm going to keep up with anything. Let's see if I can catch Liam Page getting past Abrin Hossa. Is Abrin Hossa going to continue to defend the way Vickers did? As I say, these two cars going at it. One slightly different driver, but Liam Page was definitely all kinds of involved in that opening first couple of stints. And we've got Serrigan. He is trying to get his way past one of the Butler Pal cars, Crazy Fly. They've got that car repaired, easy to see, and they're putting in some absolutely phenomenal laps. SOP Jimmy Boy Horn, go on Liam lad, cheering in the chat. Absolutely phenomenal driving from all the drivers in these closing stages. Rands has come into pits. I did say we would see pit stops potentially in the last 25 minutes because of some of the early incidents, and 12 minutes to go we've seen someone have to come in and trying to get that timer cleared. Liam Pace still trying to get past Abu Hossa. Alex Phillips is still hanging on to the back of Rhys Tattersall then. And oh no, he's lost him a bit up that hill. So let's go back and see how Liam Page and Abu Hossa are getting on. SOP versus Team Abbey. I really need to remember to breathe more often. But it is these two cars still, the 222 and the 321, still going at it 5.5 hours in. Still can it be separated by any more than an itsy bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini that was sounded by a purple burglar alarm. You're right, I'm just showing off now. But these two are absolutely going at it hammer and tong. Liam giving it the bit of the light flash there, trying to distract his competitor any way he can. The left-hander down the mine shaft there will come into Ngawi and Cheetah. Over 200 laps completed for our race leader Liam and Nelson here. Are looking to complete lap number 200 at the end of these three corners. Serrigan still trying to get past the Butler Pal car. These two still very, very, very close. Let's see what the difference is with Dalking up at the front of the field. Is it any less than 19 seconds? It needs to be less than 12. Oh, it's 18. So he has made up a second over the last 4 minutes. So it does look like it's going to take a fair Hail Mary for the Dalking team to win it, but to make it back from 41st pole position to 41st back up to second ain't too bad. Oh, he's gone right up the inside. What a lunge. He's absolutely missed it and caused carnage. Goodness me, Liam. He's locked up on the brakes on the way in. Overshoot. Got an unsolicited, uncalled for, uncontrollable whoop-de-boop there, and ended up making contact with the back of Abin Hossa. Both of them are going to have ropey tyres after that one. Just as Mike was in, lost so much time with Nelson's feedback. That's right as well. Come on, Titus, get that P6 turn 100. And just as Mike popped that in the chat, curse to the commentator there, Mike. I'm going to blame you for that one. They'll have after that amazing battle. Just the slightest of touches there, but just yeah. ACC contact physics. Let's give some more camera time to Titus Conrad. He is closing in on Gilbert. 1.3 seconds to go. I tell you what, the Lexus and the BMW have been singing Gilbert's praises while Conrad's catching up to the back of him. So let's sing him some praises then. The Lexus and the BMW looking like they're doing well. Simon did say he thought the ballast had worked out quite well. 3 BMW, Simon, 4th, 5th and 6th. So yeah. They've done particularly
well. Yeah, exactly. It's working well. They're not winning. What do you mean? There's no BMW on the podium. That's what the ballast is there for. Come on.
If I didn't give you a hard time about something to do with the server, Simon, it wouldn't be an SOP broadcast. You know that. You've got to stick with what you're good at.
Yeah, you'll want rain for Bathurst, won't you? That's what you'd like to see.
Yes, midnight thunderstorm. Do it. You know you want to. Come on. Gudrun Conrad. Oh, I'm going to practice that one. Speaking of Conrad, let's give him another shout out. Great run he's having. He is closing that gap. It was 1.3 the last time we had a look. It's only 9 tenths at the moment. 9 minutes left to go. Darren has made up 3 seconds. Darren's just made up 3 seconds. He's now at 15. He needed to be there about 2 minutes ago, but I tell you what, he is keeping this one. What a manoeuvre he is on. Who's doing the Toto impressions? That's Simon. I've told him so
Michael,
many times.
no.
I've told.
Not right.
I couldn't have put that better, Simon. That was awful. Not right is an understatement.
Yeah, well, a Welshman trying to impersonate a German doesn't work out too good.
No, it doesn't. It's almost like a Scotsman trying to play a Spaniard. Oh yeah, Highlander. Never mind. Liam Page once again. SOP versus Team Abbey. Reese's wheel died. That's why Andre went in again. Okay. Jimmy Boy Horn said he didn't realise Toto's from Yorkshire. Jimmy Boy Horn, we love you. I tell you what, we'll love Titus Conrad and we'll love James Gilbert, because those two are about to have themselves a little battle in the closing 8 minutes. Why not? The gap's at 16 seconds then, so he's steady the ship. Wonder if Hyla had a bit of problem getting through some traffic. There is the back of Pulse Sim Sports BMW, and that is a Lexus looking shiny and blue, very much underneath the rear spoiler of that car. Get him, Titus, says Nikor. He is absolutely getting him. I tell you, look at that track map. Look how close the rest of the field is. Sector 2 looking a bit lonely there. But Sector 1, Turn 1, very busy indeed. Darren back under the 16 seconds, but only 7 minutes left to go. Page and Abramhosa. Oh, the Lexus. Much better on the brakes there. I wonder if that's a setup thing. I thought the BMW would be better on the brakes, but the Lexus keeping them very honest indeed. Let's have a look at Abramhosa. Liam Page running a bit wide, bit of dust on the tyres. That's Ian Egan and Klaus Christensen behind them. They will be respectively holding their position. Ian's in 22nd, Klaus in 34th. Let's get back up and see if Gilbert has succumbed to Conrad yet. Not quite. Will he? Nikor is in the chat. He will certainly be hoping so.
What are the chances, John, that the Turn 1 team make a move into Turn 1? I think that's going to be a...
Oh, absolute poetry in
There we
motion.
go. Next lap, I think that's going to happen.
Here we go, Mystic Meg, or as I'm sure most people call Simon, Septic Peg, is making those predictions. And he reckons there's going to be a Turn 1 move. He will come along to Turn 1.
It's a good thing you're witty, John. It's a good thing you're witty.
Half of it at least. Yeah, I only get away with it because I'm on the other end of the microphone. Oh, Simon, I tell you what, he's absolutely attached onto the back of that. He's latched on to the tow bar on the back of that car. Not quite got the move into Turn 1, but very nearly climbed into the back seat there. Gets himself the right amount of curb through Turn 3, coming along the back straight on to the S's then. Oh, sorry, into Sunset, I do apologise, getting ahead of myself. We've still got 2 corners to go before we get to the S's, big fella. Pay attention.
Marcus Lawrence, please keep those comments away from John. We don't want his head to get too big.
Thank you very much. Raven is the reason we're all racing here. Easy, Tiger. But yeah, remind me to send you that check in the post. It was 50 quid, wasn't it? Look at that, he typed it word for word as well. Thank you very much. But yeah, no, listen, the racing is like
here we go.
Back. I just get excited about it. Here we go.
The outside-inside move there then. Didn't quite.
I'll tell you what.
The BMW just seems to have a better exit, doesn't it? But the Lexus just seems to be so much better on the brakes.
It does. I was just checking it actually. Alex Phillips is now coming under pressure from Lanier as well. That is battle. Oh, look at the Lexus. The death sausages have gone side by side and they've both survived the death sausages. They're going to go side by side into the last corner. He's going to go for the cutback. Is Simon's Turn 1 prediction going to come simply 1 lap later? Let us find out as they fly along the start finish straight. That Porsche knows he is getting right out of the way. They are going to go side by side along the right-handed kink into turn 1. Here we go. There's only and they've just made contact on a straight. Come on. Into turn 1 though, side by side. It is the turn 1 car that's got the apex, and he's got the move done in turn 1. Simon, boom, septic peg, bringing the predictions. Nicely done. Do you think he's going to hold it though, Simon? Because I tell you, that SimSport team, they are looking very quick indeed. The Pulse guys, it's, do we think that's job done, or has Conrad got his hands full for another 4 minutes?
It's definitely not job done. There's 4 minutes of Pulse's racing right now from Pulse SimSport. They're going to be wanting to get that 5th place back, that 6th place back rather, and he's not going to let that Lexus disappear, that is for sure. As is all happening behind us as well. Phillips has lost a place, and he's also got a drive-through for track limits. Can you believe it? 4 minutes to go. Phillips is going to tumble down the order with that drive-through. He might even fall out of the top 10 with that one. That's going to be very unfortunate for him after they were running up into the top 5.
Yeah, unbelievable, Jeff.
Liam Page disconnected from 15th.
Oh, what? Over almost 6 hours into the race. It was almost done. And his DC.
We do have a rule with SOP Motorsport. I'm not sure what the actual percentage is on that, but if a driver's completed, I think, more than 95 or 96% of the race, there is a possibility that they could be reinstated back in. I'd have to check that rule with the rest of the stewards, but we have a rule, like a certain percentage completed. It might even be like 97 or 98% completed. If they get disconnected at the end of a race like that, they can get reinstated into their finishing positions.
Well, yeah, fingers crossed from Liam, because that's an Olympic effort that team have put in. And he's just rejoined the server. What an absolute hero. That's the 3rd team that's done that, disconnected and come straight back in. P12 in sight for the rookie monsters now, fusing in the chat. Look at
who said these final laps aren't exciting, John? I'm not sure.
No one that's ever been
absolutely
to SOP.
Incredible.
That is
incredible
stuff. Sure. This is what I meant 5 hours ago when I said, Simon, I don't think I'm going to have enough adrenaline for this. If that was the opening stages, this is what we get in the closing stages. It is James Gilbert still trying to close in on Conrad, who's getting some massive cheers in the chat. I don't even want to pick one of these 222. Speeding in the pit lane. I know what car that is as well. Liam. Liam. That is unfortunate. Liam's been done for speeding in the pit lane after getting disconnected and reconnecting. Oh, wow. You could not write some of the stuff that's been going on during this race. This is unbelievable. AGMC Daddy, get in turn 1. Great job, Titus. That, my friend, is an unbelievable understatement. Let's give this guy full credit. I mean, look, I've got to. I was giving Gilbert in the gang for Pulse.
Track drive through as well. 53. Oh my word, it's all happening, John. It is all happening at the end of this race.
I'm 44, people. I can't take this. I've had a lot of caffeine, okay? Can we calm this down, please? I'm like, what is going on? So, James Gilbert. Unbelievable.
Only 44? Are you sure?
Easy, Tiger. Listen, I can still mute you. What? You're breaking up a bit there, Simon. I'm sorry, you're breaking up a bit there. You're breaking up a bit. The leader is on the final lap, though. He's not had much camera time. Commensurate to the pace that he's shown up at the front, 14.4 seconds ahead of Darren King and the gang. The battle that we have been denied, one can only dream of, but we will be back. We've got a first time chatter in the chat, Matt Slinan. Matt, thank you very much for joining in with the chat. It's good to see the Raiders hanging about as well. Thank you to all the Raiders. What a close we have been treated to, and look at Tavanari. It's not done yet. He's got one lap to get this done. It is the TSE INM team that he is up against. What a performance they've put in. They've hung on to 12th, but it's Luca Tavanari in the Porsche. Yeah, I think we all know how this one ends. There he goes. He goes and takes it outside line. He's given the Bentley the apex for turn 1. Will he get the move done into turn 1? Is he going to do it on the back straight? Is it going to be going down the mineshaft? The attempt, I guarantee you, is going to be coming if it presents itself. And no disrespect to Lagas, but Tavanari is otherworldly, especially in that Porsche.
Leader coming around the final corners.
Yes, let's get the leader crossing the finish line. We don't do that often here at SOP, but after 6 hours of that action, absolutely well deserved for Maciek Hyla. PCDC wins the race. Congratulations to them in that Lamborghini. What a drive from that team. Coming in the last corner, it is Darren King for Dal King YouTube. What a drive they put on. 41st back up to 2nd place. Can you even believe that? And I tell you what, Dijkstra was right on his rear spoiler as well. Talk about a big drive right at the end there. Dijkstra caught right back up onto Dal King. Let's...
1 lap down, John, 1 lap down.
Oh, 1 lap down, 1 lap down. Let's have a look and see what Luca Tavanari gets on. They are coming down to the bottom of the mineshaft at the moment. There's going to be more drivers crossing the finish line. None of them are as close as these two, though. This is potentially another overtake we will see. Bourdon's going to get 14th after Abrun Hoss is given 15th on the checker flag. A few laps down. Neither Koffler in 3rd. Neil Koffler in 18th. Round the last corner. Not quite. Look how close these two are after 6 hours of racing. 2.5 tenths separate these two cars. Congratulations to TSE. Their debut for this car, we're going to say, and they've just held off. Look at Tavanari in the closing stages. Not too shabby. Let's have a quick rundown though. Oh, here we go. It is PCDC that have taken the top spot, with Dal King YouTube taking 2nd, and PCDC taking 3rd place as well. Congratulations to Butler Pal. All the best again to Nico Hildebrand. Got themselves up into 4th. There's Flat Out Sim Racing in 5th, and then Turn 1 taking 6th position. Pulse Sim Sport got themselves 7th with Reese Tattersall just disconnecting in 8th. We've got Lanya Crooks and Phillips.
Maybe not 7th.
Okay.
They might have kept hold of 7th, actually. They might have kept hold of 7th.
Yeah, they might. We'll certainly see. Who we've got? Let me get rid of that and that. Oh, in fact, tell you what, people, sorry, let me just quickly save it. Highlights. We'll put them on, actually. Let's pop on the highlights very quickly. Oh, yeah, but then I won't get to see the timetable. Never mind.
I will. I got the timetable. I'm streaming as well.
Oh, excellent. But let's have a run down. That was too much. That was amazing. Can we get a standing ovation in the chat for the drivers? That was absolutely incredible stuff. Congratulations to the team that won it. There you can see the final order. We did have 40 cars cross the finish line. Sausage Dodgers bringing up the rear. Klaus Christensen for ERT. Griffiths, there's Bunyan for the SOP gang. Van Hal. Romano finished in 29th after that big incident. Where was Leon Seeley in the gang? They got back up to 25th. So a great drive from them. Egan in 21st. Where did Pete Greaves finish? 26th position. Hayden Harter in the gang got back to 20th. So great drive from them. Butler Pal with many a car inside the top 20. Tavanari, Busink and McCoffin. 13th position, so great finish from them. Bourdon go back to 14th. Abrun Hossa, the Abrun Hossas and Vickers, great drive from them to finish in 15th. Bagnall and Phillips right at the death there, a bit of damage for AJ. Saw them down to 11th with Seawolf Netrace taking 10th place. The GTR Masters took 9th, then it was Distinct GG that took 8th place. Gilbert, Morant and Sullivan, that is of course the Pulse team, and then it was turn 1 with Conrad, Wolchomsky, Markey, Natazia and Velazzi in 5th. Then it was Weiss and Schaefer in 4th place for Butler Pal, Dijkstra and Anisman for PCDC. The Dal King YouTube team taking 2nd, of course, once again. Oh, they've gone. Can't give them a full name. Where's Hyla's team? And they would be the one team that's gone. But Hyla in the gang for PCDC taking themselves.
I mean, there's something just winning a race, John. But then the fact that the top two managed to lap every single other team up to 3rd place is quite something. The pace on those two teams out front was something spectacular, and it sure sets up for a fantastic championship.
Oh, it absolutely, really, really, really does. This championship is... Yeah, it's otherworldly, the level of drivers that we've got, and we'll do our best to get you some commentary worthy of everything that's going on. Let's just bang on some highlights. I'm actually rolling some credits on the screen at the moment.
Not going to end today, are they, John?
No, I don't think they're going to end at all. We've had so many follows. We are going to do a raid, of course. We always like to raid more ACC streamers. If anybody's got any suggestions, feel free. If you want to see Simon and I racing, in fact, you can. We will be racing tonight. It'll be on my channel, 0000 Raven. You can. What was I going to do there? Oh yeah, that.
Plug your own channel, John.
There we go. Plug my own channel. Yeah, well, me and you're going to be racing, so might as well. Simon and I will be racing in the league race tonight. There is highlights from the race. So we will race tonight. So make sure you come along and watch that American time zone. So that will be good fun. There's some highlights from the race. But yeah, thank you to everybody who got involved. Let's run through all the falls. Like I say, we will be doing the raid, so feel free to chuck some suggestions in the chat of who we've got today. We've got 103 viewers at the moment, so we are definitely going to be passing on the love. But we have to say a massive thank you, as you see on the screen. Are you all ready for this? Here we go then. So we had Toby 2020, Tiago Mendes, Wacky Teddy, Apratis, Bazaboy, Jazz, Matt Nako had Villos and Manta, Danison, Hero Rodriguez, Shorty, all followed. Ibar hosted, Maestro with a follow. Fast Like Turtle also followed, along with Shimi, Legar, Joe Goro, Aaron Zetas, Ziggy74, Dean, Stu West, Jimbo Manzi followed as well as Brandon Becker, Kritzy, AMR Dubs, Fulzio, Dipolito followed as well. So did Moises Carvalho, Nuno Fernandez, Svelto, Cirque du Soleil all followed. Then Jimbo Manzi subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much for that, mate. Rander Bobanders followed. So did Wisconsin Andy, Sanders, Nabrin Hosa, Nikor, Turn 1's biggest fan, Mr. Damage, the TSC team. Patash followed as well. So did KV Lion, Latutome. There we go. Hardy followed as well. FR Canal Racing followed. D. Lewis subscribed with Prime. Frashato hosted. Neopec followed. Mason Roth also followed. So the Droopy Gamer, Patrick Starr, Chloe Digger Rothal followed as well. Explorer Light followed. And of course, we had the TSC INN team giving us another subscription through Harmless. Ibar hosted. ACC Sim Series raided with a party of 22. And Mr. 9K from the UK also raided with a party of 5. If I missed you, I cannot apologise, and that's I'm really sorry about that. But that was absolutely phenomenal. Huge thank you as well, of course, to Alex Rowe. I was going to say Chris. They're on the screen. Huge thank you to Alex Rowe for commentating as part of this. Thank you to all the drivers, and again, thank you to Simon, founding father SOP, the one that created all this for us to come and worship at the pinnacle of speed that is ACC, and did all the live stewarding as well. So thank you very much indeed, Simon.
No trouble at all, John. It's what we're here for. As always, a brilliant broadcast. Our best broadcast ever to date, actually. I think there must have been a recurring 80 viewers at any one point during the race, with a peak of 125. So thank you so much for all tuning in and watching round one of our endurance series. We do resume the endurance. Yeah, we resume the endurance series on February the 20th, where we head to Bathurst for round 2, with many more sprint series and races in between that time, between now and then. So yeah, once again, thank you all guys for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed it. If you're a first-time viewer, a first-time subscriber, thank you so much. I mean, I'm just looking through the channels that are online, John. I'm not sure if you want to go and raid Linksy to finish the stream.
I'm thinking Linksy, I've already got it loaded up. He's a big friend of SOP. He is a very quick driver, disgustingly nice guy. If you've got any questions, he made me 4 seconds quicker at the Nürburgring after 2 laps of instruction. That is the level of guy you're talking about here. And I'll actually be streaming with him on Monday. We're going to do a co-op, do some Rainbow Six Siege. So jump on board. Again, reiterate what Simon said. Massive thank you. Crack Rabbit in the chat. Brilliant stream, John. Well done as always, mate. Thank you very much. Great comment, lads. Is 9K from the UK. Mike Tard, brilliant comment as always. Nice one, chat. The accent is making me feel aroused, says Ruby Yuki. I believe you can get tablets from the doctor, or definitely seek professional help. You have been told for using foul language, so excellent. Good race, thanks for the broadcast, says Busey. Thank you all. Brilliant commentary as always. There we go, I've already read that one. So yes, we are going to go and raid Mr. Linksy again. Can't stress how much we love this guy, so please do stay on board. Let's spread the SOP ACC love. We will be back with another one of these races. It's Bathurst next. How could you not set your calendar to get involved? And don't forget, Wednesday night we will be back with the PC series, as well as Monday night the PlayStation Pinnacle ACC series. Is the conclusion of the winter series. I won't be broadcasting Wednesday. I should be tomorrow night though, and I will be back for the endurance again. Cannot thank you all enough for the raids, the follows, the subscriptions. Absolutely off the charts. Please do give Linksy a follow. Tell him we said hi, SOP, and tell him it's the usual. Raven's just done a huge broadcast. He's off for a cup of tea and a bit of toast, but he'll be back shortly. Love you all. Stay safe. Take it easy. Good night.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear Linksy or no? Is he muted?
I can hear him.
Haha! Because I've got the stream muted, that's why. There we go. Well, that was pretty incredible. Absolutely incredible today. Couldn't have expected anything better. Absolutely everything. Everything went perfectly, apart from I was absolutely shitting myself when the Kunos servers went down, when all the teams went. Well, I couldn't believe that both you and Alex were not in the server. I was like, oh, fucking hell.
I mean, because I was going to jump in at 5:30 as I hit go live.
Right.
To make sure that everybody was in, so I didn't have loads of fucking problems with the broadcast.
You know, I do genuinely wonder if we somehow broke it. Because if your broadcast tool wasn't working and that's why you left and then you tried to rejoin, yeah.
Oh, no.